This match is about to achieve. Spectators are currently advised to refrain from moving from their seats while the ball is in progress, particularly Portugal suffered a number of side swings. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to Northampton, day 2 of the County Championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire about to get underway here on a pretty grey and gloomy Saturday morning. The stream at Northamptonshire is powered by Daffabet. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles. How are you? How was your evening? Excited, refreshed and ready to go?
Absolutely, yeah. Always ready to go. There's nothing like the County Championship, Dan. So, yeah, thoroughly looking forward to the action today. And also, when I came into the station this morning at Northampton, goodness me, it was absolutely teeming with rugby fans. It is the cup final in Cardiff today. I believe they're playing Bordeaux. So, yeah, if anybody's tuning in, we're wishing Northampton Saints, our neighbours in this fine town, all the very best of luck heading into that massive match a little bit later on. But of course, our focus here is on the cricket. Northamptonshire 327 for 6. Save on 141 out. Lewis McManus alongside him on 33. And yeah, it is the commentator's cliche, isn't it, Dan? But it does feel like a pretty pivotal first hour, especially for Gloucestershire to try and get these wickets.
It's one of my favourite things in cricket commentary, that there should be no reason as to why any other hour is any more or less important than any other in the course of a fixture. But it always is, isn't it? It's always that first hour on day 2 that feels like a bit of a moving hour, I suppose, if you were talking about a golf tournament or something like that. It just feels like if Northamptonshire get through that hour, potentially don't lose another wicket here, then they're looking to bat once and try and bowl Gloucestershire out, obviously the twice, to become successful here. Gloucestershire, on the other hand, at 327 for 6, if they can wrap this up fairly quickly and bowl Northamptonshire out for less than 350, they'll consider themselves still in this game. So it is an interesting passage and an interesting period of play. The ball, interestingly, is 16 overs old. That was taken straight away yesterday. Second new ball, and this one didn't really do a great deal off the surface through the air yesterday. But as we said, there is one significant change from day 1 to day 2. And as the camera just pans out there, you can see the color of the sky. It was bright, it was blue, it was clear yesterday. And today it's overcast, it's gray, it's a bit cooler. So will Gloucestershire's seamers get any more through the air in Northampton today than what they did yesterday?
Well, that is the $1 million question, isn't it? And I suppose it's frustrating for Gloucestershire, the fact that it's occurred now, 16 overs after the new ball was taken, as opposed to yesterday evening when they first took the new cherry. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see, of course. It is one of those big ifs at this moment in time. But, of course, for Gloucestershire, the main objective in this first 30 to 60 minutes is, of course, skittle Northamptonshire out for as few runs as possible and, yeah, just try and build a healthy innings as the day progresses.
Yeah, Save will be the man on strike. He will start the proceedings. And it will be Matt Taylor from the Lynn Wilson Centre. And the delay there is we just had to wait for the blinds to be shut again in the Lynn Wilson Centre below us here. So it's Taylor to Zabe. And Zabe defends back down the ground straight away. He's 141 not out overnight. The partnership between he and Lewis McManus is currently worth 81. McManus on 33. Save Zabe, it's his 6th first-class 100, his 3rd this summer. It's a new career best for him. And was he 11 runs away from 3,000 first-class runs as well. So it's been a good innings so far with another pretty decent milestone to look ahead for Safe.
It certainly is, and I think the most impressive attribute or characteristic of his batting so far has been the maturity. He's facing off here against Taylor. And they will be the first runs of day 2 off the bat of Safe Zabe. They run the first one quickly and scamper back rather hurriedly for the second. So moves the score on to 329 for 6. Yeah, it was a really good approach, wasn't it, from Safe yesterday. And I felt bad for James Sales, of course, dismissed 19 shy of what would have been a richly deserved century. But it was that partnership of 148 for the 5th wicket, which has almost kicked this innings into life from a Northants perspective. So, yeah, I thought it was absolutely magnificent on day 1.
Yeah, as you say, that partnership between Zabe and Sales really steadied what was a pretty rocky ship, wasn't it, for a while? I think it was 50 odd for 4 at a point in the morning session, and the two of them put on a fantastic partnership up to the point that Sales was dismissed. He was dismissed by Graham Van Buren, tried to pull a shorter ball through mid-wicket and maybe didn't bounce as much as what he thought and ended up kind of toe-ending it down as a good catch at mid-wicket, but that did bring about the end of that partnership. with the end of that first new ball as well, which was disappointing from a Northamptonshire perspective, but good for Gloucestershire. They then picked up the wicket of George Bartlett at the end of that 80 overs as well. But these two, McManus and Zabe, they weren't that bothered about this second new ball. It didn't really offer as much as what maybe we'd thought, or what we'd seen during the course of the morning session, at least anyway.
No, it didn't. And it was intriguing, wasn't it, the difference compared to that first hour. Northamptonshire flailing on 57 for 4 after around about 90 minutes. Taylor into bowl here too. Zabe leaves that one well alone. Yeah, I mean, we were expecting a little bit more, weren't we? As soon as they took the second new ball, there wasn't the same degree of swing or lateral movement through the air, and didn't really offer too much off the surface anyway. So, you know, it was one of those decisions. It had to be taken, let's face it. I mean, it's the obvious choice, isn't it? At that stage when Northamptonshire building runs for fun, and you've got to try and just generate something, but it didn't quite have the desired impact compared to the first one in the morning.
No, quite often the case. 2 slips in place for Gloucestershire this morning. And Taylor does beat Sabe to end the opening over of day 2. Sabe moving on to 143. The score moving on to 329 for 6. There is batting still to come for Northamptonshire. Someone just tailed back in a little bit, didn't it, from Taylor? But Calvin Harrison is carded next in at number 9. Lewis McManus has normally found himself at 7 through the course of the year, but today in at number 8. Then Liam Guthrie at 10, who made a new career best here a couple of weeks ago against Lancashire. And then a pretty resolute and stubborn Harry Conway with bat in hand in at number 11. So these final 4 wickets for Gloucestershire, they're going to be hard. Northamptonshire aren't going to give them away. They are going to have to work and toil pretty hard for this, and then it'll be over to Gloucestershire with bat in hand at whatever point that happens. And I'm sure whatever point it does, Northamptonshire will look up and be delighted that they will be bowling with these overhead conditions compared to what they were yesterday, because the likelihood is it will happen today at some point.
Most definitely. We see Zaman Akhtar coming into bowl here from the David Capel end.
Yeah, bowled with good pace yesterday with limited rewards. Got given that kind of thankless task, didn't he, for a while? Short ball tactic, he and Archie Bailey at the end of that first ball from the David Capel and just rotating overs, trying to get through, trying to get the new one. What's he bowled so far? 15 overs, 2 maidens, none for 46. Fortunately, it looks like he's tidied up that finger injury that he had yesterday, and he's got a nice white clean shirt on this morning. And there is a short ball to McManus, which looks like he has all the time in the world to get underneath. It is actually a wide. It's that short. I spoke with Zabe at close yesterday. Firstly, obviously, to congratulate him on what was a fantastic innings. He complimented the partnership with James Sales and really kind of was pleased with how James had gone about his innings and obviously wanted to give him his flowers. Then also kind of said about the pitch and said that it is a bit lower and slower than what they've come to expect here at Wantage Road over the course of 2025. So he said it wasn't easy. It did take a little while to get going, but yeah, 143 not out to his name. He's earned it, hasn't he?
He certainly has, and we did see that, didn't we? On day 1, there were a few which kept very low, even bouncers we're talking about, which James Bracey almost had to go forward to try and collect. I wouldn't say it was ridiculously two-paced. I don't think that'd be a fair assessment, but there was the odd delivery, which was low. It was slow, and it was very testing, especially for those coming out to face the new ball.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, down the leg side. Diving Bracey, can't get through it. I think it's going to be leg byes, and it's going to be 4 of them. So Northamptonshire move up to 330. Just brushing the back pocket there of McManus as Zaman Akhtar just goes too straight. It does feel there's been a little bit more lateral movement through the air this morning than what we saw at the end of the day yesterday. But it's still not lavish, is it, by any stretch?
No, it isn't.
Oh, and there's a bit of bounce in there for McManus. That's got him up on the stickers, up on the gloves. Played it well to keep it down. Yeah, a bit of extra on there from Zaman Akhtar. Again, I don't think that's going to upset Northamptonshire at all if they start to see the ball just doing a little bit more. Inside edge of McManus will run down to the man on the boundary. So he'll get off the mark on day 2. Moves up to 34. 3-3-5 for 6 with 1 to go. But yeah, it'll be over to Guthrie, Conway, Proctor, Sales, Miller, Zay potentially, and I think most importantly, Calvin Harrison, with the turn that we saw on day 1 from Ollie Price. I think the Nottinghamshire loanee could have quite a big part to play in this game.
He definitely could. Turning the ball past both edges will be absolutely pivotal in this contest. Just offers a little bit of an X factor, doesn't he, Calvin Harrison? And he has been a very shrewd signing so far for Northants. As safe save, he beats the effort of the fielder. It's going out towards the backward point boundary. Will it nestle against the rope? Yes, it will. 4 more runs off the bat of safe save, and moves on to 147, just 4 runs shy, or 5 runs shy, I should say, of 3,000 career runs in first-class cricket, and 3 runs short of what would be his first ever career 150.
Yep, just keep ticking him off. So if he did start to look a little bit more fluent yesterday, didn't he, as that innings went on? It was that period of play when Ollie Price came on to bowl. I think it's the 46th over, I think Ollie Price bowled. And it just felt like it just took a lot of pressure off Zabe and Sales. Zabe in particular, one of the better players of spin in the championship. Just felt a bit more at home, and since then just got a little bit more expansive as the innings went on. Already picking up a couple of boundaries in the morning session of day 2. Taylor, 21 overs, 4 maidens, none for 54 so far for the man that opened the bowling yesterday morning. The right-handed Lewis McManus on strike, so he'll be looking to shape the ball away from McManus, try and bring those 2 catches in the slip cordon into play. Not a much has gone through there, has it? It's only been Gus Miller that got caught by Cam Bancroft off the edge. Bracey dismissed. Bartlett stood up off the bowling of Ben Charlesworth. Shorter ball. Well played by the Northamptonshire wicketkeeper. Just gets it down quickly. Comes through for a single. Safe save back on strike. As you say, 3 away from a maiden 150.
And of course, for Northants, just 10 away from what would be a 3rd batting bonus point as well. It's a point that we touched upon at length yesterday. The previous 3 matches, 0 batting bonus points scored. So this will be a massive confidence boost for the unit heading into that T20 blast block and the rest of the championship, as Zabe clips that down towards mid-on for no run.
Yeah, nice. Also
the first time this season as well, just to hop on that point, that they've scored batting bonus points here at Wantage Road in first-class cricket. So, you know, it's twofold really in terms of the boost and the lift that it gives the side.
Yeah, they came into the fixture with just 9, didn't they?
Yep.
9 batting bonus points across the 6 first-class games that preceded this one. That one maybe just keeping a little bit low. Sabe trying to run it down to the man at deep third for a single. Yeah, certainly just keeping low there on safe save. As he indicates kindly for us on screen. It's always nice, isn't it, when you get a little bit of backup there from the middle. Northants have got a different bowling lineup from this Gloucestershire one. They have got a bit of pace from Guthrie with left arm, and will swing that new ball regardless of conditions. It will swing. The delivery he got Zach Crawley with at the start of the year was an absolute peach. Nicely played, but straight at fielder at cover. Conway, a lot taller than what Gloucestershire have got available to them in their seam bowling ranks, so there's a point of difference there as well. So they're 2 strike bowlers, or they're 2 first choice bowlers with the captain Luke Proctor himself just provides a little bit of difference from what we've seen on this surface so far. So there might be something different in it. At the moment, it does feel pretty good to bat on, despite being a little bit slow. That is the end of the over. Taylor completes that with a dot ball. McManus will be on strike on 35. And it's 340 for 6.
It is indeed, and the partnership also going very nicely at the minute. It currently stands at 94 between this pair for the 7th wicket. So, yeah, all things considered, this has been some efforts and some comeback from Northamptonshire. And just looking at the remaining overs, of course, before the 110 mark, 11 left. So that's 66 deliveries, 340 on the board. You'd be fancying at least 400, providing that these two stay at the crease.
Yeah, they've got to get themselves in, haven't they? And it has proven tough to get the timing on this surface. So they've got time. They can take their time. They can get themselves in and just keep batting. There's a bit, as we said, and there's a bit more tax to add yet for Northamptonshire with Calvin Harrison padded up next. So he's not your number 9, is he? He's a proper batter, Calvin Harrison. So to have him in at number 9 is an incredibly good option for the hosts. But yeah, 400 plus. Well, they'll have one eye on batting once, won't they? But Gloucestershire aren't going to be. They're not going to be intimidated by this. They'll have seen nothing across the course of the 3 sessions so far that's made them go, "This is a nightmare to bat on." There are runs to be scored out there. Yes, it's going to be hard going. It's going to be attritional. The outfield, as we saw yesterday, was a bit slow, and it's probably got slower with the rain that we had overnight. That's a thick outside edge, genuine edge. It's going to run down to Matt Taylor on the boundary, and McManus is going to come back for a second. Takes him up to 37. Well wide of that 2-man slip cordon for Gloucestershire. Possibly would have gone through a gully if there was one there, but long way wide. Does feel like there's just a little bit more pace about Zaman Akhtar today, bowling from the David Caper end. Just hitting the bat a little bit harder than what it was yesterday.
Well, we did touch upon the point, didn't we? With regards to those hard yards that he had to put in yesterday, he was bowling those effort balls time and time and time again. But by the end of the stint, he was beginning to get fatigued as he bowls here to McManus, another solid defensive shot. Of course, he will have had a night's rest. He will have attended to that injury that we saw on I think it was the fingertip, wasn't it? Which is what we thought we saw on the cameras, and it was leaving his shirt rather bloodied. But yeah, he does definitely look to be reinvigorated and refreshed in this first 20 or so minutes, or 15 minutes, not even been 20 so far, goodness me. Here is Zaman Akhtar bowling again to McManus.
Yeah, played deliberately that time through the gully region by McManus. It was a bit of a wide half volley from Zaman Akhtar, which has just added a single to the tally, and McManus keeps the strike up on 38, and that is the 100th over complete in this fixture. 343 for 6, Northamptonshire.
Yep, and the partnership standing at 97, so 3 runs shy of what would be a 100-run stand for the 7th wicket. And of course, plenty of batting still to come with Harrison and Guthrie, who is no slouch whatsoever. Just looking at the Gloucestershire batting options as well, though, it will be crucial in terms of the first 15 to 20 overs, I'd say. If the likes of Bancroft, Charlesworth and Ollie Price can get them off to a decent start. Taylor bowls here to McManus. I think, as you said, Dan, they'll be confident of at least putting together a solid reply to this, regardless of what it ends up as. If it is 400 plus, I think with those 3 that I've just mentioned, Miles Hammond, who has previous history here, having scored 112 from 133, at this very ground in 2024. You've got Cam Green, who's in great form. You've got Graham Van Buren, Tom Price, Zaman Akhtar himself.
Yeah.
Can definitely hold a bat.
And you've not even mentioned James Bracey.
Exactly. Well, I was going to bring him up because he is in the top 5 leading run scorers in the second division at the minute. So too is Ollie Price. But yeah, plenty of batting depth for the visitors as well. So yeah, it'll just be that first 15 to 20 overs while that new ball still has a little bit in it, a little bit of life. I think that will be the crucial point of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Conway and Guthrie, when that moment arises, will have to bowl as well as they bowled in their career, won't they? I think through that opening salvo to ask those questions and make it a challenge for Gloucestershire, as you say. It's a pretty intimidating looking batting lineup, and to have 2 in the top 5 is remarkably impressive, and for neither of them to be Bancroft or Green is even more impressive. Just the one slip in place now for Gloucestershire. They've got that catching mid-wicket back in place. It has been successful for them through the course of the fixture. Just with the ball just offering to hold in the surface, trying to get one of the 2 Northampton batters a little bit early on their shot, see if they can pick up the wicket in front of square. At the moment, all things going well for Northamptonshire. As McManus defends that one once more into the offside. These 2 could be quite difficult to bowl at generally as a bowling group. Not the tallest of cricketers in the world, so in order to hit that good length, you're going to have to be prepared to pitch that ball up a little bit further than what you would do normally. Otherwise, as you've seen there, McManus is going to be quite happy just camping on the back foot on what would be a good length to other cricketers around the world. You're going to have to just push it a little bit further forward to these 2. Fielder going out to deep square. That one width on offer, cut away beautifully by McManus. Beats a diving fielder at backward point. Short side of the grounds. The groundsman, head groundsman there, Craig Harvey, does the fielding, tidies that up. And it's going to be 4 to McManus. Brings up the 100 partnership, takes Northamptonshire to 347 and McManus up to 42.
Yeah, that is a lovely cricketing shot, that from the Northants wicketkeeper. Looked as though he had all the time in the world. It was beautifully placed, and yeah, that is some good fielding as well from Craig Harvey, getting up from the benches to do the mopping up as well.
Yeah, not sure what time he and his team were in this morning, but short ball from Taylor. Bit of extra pace on it to end the over. Get out of the over. You've just been hit for 4. 101 done, 347 for 6. Yeah, it's a tough task being a groundsman or a member of that grounds team across the county championship. They'd have been in early doors this morning, taking covers off and removing ground sheets and doing any form of mopping up that would have been needed for that rain that was here in Northampton overnight. They would have been here late last night, putting all of those ground sheets and covers back on as well. So a fantastic job done by Craig and his team, and obviously for all other groundsmen, professional or volunteer, all around the country. A lot of them will be having their wickets tested today, won't they, as another round of club cricket gets underway on another Saturday. That one just keeping a little bit low on safe save as Zaman Akhtar changes his angle from the David Caper lens.
Yeah, right. That's a point that I completely echo, to be honest. Ground staff up and down the country, they are the unsung heroes, aren't they? It's a proper 365 day per year job as well. So much goes into it over the winter in terms of scarifying the outfield and getting the wickets prepared. And yeah, without their hard work, their toil and efforts, we wouldn't be sat here enjoying the game of cricket. So yeah, shout out to the ground staff who work so hard up and down the country to ensure that we have the professional game and the recreational game to enjoy. As Safe Sabre runs that off the bat down to deep third for a single.
Yeah, and it's more than just the stuff inside the boundary rope that you see. You don't see. Well, I mean, I did. I was lucky enough to come up over the winter a few times. You see them pressure washing the steps and painting the fences and things like that. There's more to it than just cutting the grass. And yeah, they do a fantastic job and have produced some fantastic pictures up at Wantage Road over the course of 25. they'll be really proud of the ones they prepare for the Blast, which they'll be excited to have a watch on in a week's time and sat over there and hopefully basked in some evening sunshine rather than, I mean, they always wear shorts, don't they, groundsmen? I don't think they own a pair of trousers, but it's a bit chilly out there today.
Yeah, it's definitely cooler, isn't it, compared to yesterday? It was nice and balmy at times on day one. Certainly is a little bit more of a breeze, and you can see the two respective flags fluttering in the breeze there at the ground staff shed. Axer comes into bowl once more to McManus.
Oh, it's just tracked back a little bit and hit McManus in the midriff. Fortunately, high enough not to get the uncomfortable area, but that'll leave a nice bruise. And just a little win there for Zaman Akhtar. He's just caused a little bit of indecision from McManus. He's left it, and he didn't expect it just to track back at him.
No, but McManus is hard as nails, isn't he? Someone who, across the course of his career, has copped a few blows in that section, and of course on the gloves. And yeah, he is solid as iron. So I don't think that will impact him too much at this stage.
No, and he's back on task straight away, defended off the back foot. Again, maybe just an example there of settling on that natural length and just needing to pitch it up a little bit more. Good news is, though, Aaron, unless something dramatic changes, and you might not think it if you look up, but I think they are meant to be pretty dry for the course of the day. So we should get a full day's play in. There might be, I suppose, a bit of bad light maybe at the end of it. I don't know whether the floodlights are available for this fixture or not. Pulled away through the leg side. Bit of work on for the man in the deep. They're going to keep Safe frustrated at the non-striker's end. McManus keeps the strike as he takes the single off the last ball of the over again. So he's on 43. Zabe now on 148. And Northamptonshire just one run away from what would be another and a third batting bonus point. I just had a message come through to say we don't believe that the floodlights are available for this fixture. So potentially, if this blanket of cloud goes on and we're here till 7 o'clock like we were yesterday, it's maybe there's a light meter that comes out later on. But floodlights here at Northampton, you've got to be courteous of your neighbours and only allowed them for a certain number of days. And as you can imagine, they're allocated for the Blast and those big ticket events that will be happening not too far away. Taylor continues then and gets the edge of McManus, and he's gone this time. He's gone for 43. Taylor just hanging it out there outside off stump. McManus gets the outside edge on it through to James Bracey. It's a good catch. And Gloucestershire have got their 7th, 26 minutes into day 2. They've broken that partnership that was worth well over 100, 103 off 157. McManus has got to go for 43.
He does, and I think that is reward for Matt Taylor. He bowled very well yesterday. Didn't get any rewards, in fact. That is his first wickets of this game so far, but induces the outside edge, tickles the face of McManus's blade, and as a result, Northants do lose their 7th. But that is, again, another phenomenal stand, 103 for the 7th wickets. They've done exactly what was required in the situation, and they have built upon the foundation of that partnership between Sales and Zabe a little bit earlier yesterday. So, yeah, well batted from McManus. I thought he played the foil role very nicely to save Zabe, who has been the more aggressive and, I suppose, more proactive of the two. Stuck in there for 43 runs, and as a result, Northamptonshire inching ever closer to that 3rd batting bonus point as Calvin Harrison makes his way out to the middle.
Yeah, just noticed that Ben Sanderson's doing 12th man duty for Northamptonshire today. He's just making his way off the field at the moment. He brought the drink out for Safe. Maybe a message as well. He was there in conversation with Darren Lehman and Greg Smith on the balcony, but not going to get many more experienced 12th men than Ben Sanderson, are you? 400 plus first-class wickets, 400 for those of 4 Northamptonshire as well. Not playing this game, will be an important member of that Blast squad with that new ball, able to swing it both ways. Makes his way back up the steps and takes a well-deserved rest after a pretty tough stint in the Championship. So Calvin Harrison, the new man. Northants just need one more run in order to get that extra bonus point, and Taylor's met with the full face of Harrison's bat so far. He's got 168 runs so far this season at 24s. This is the last game that he will play for Northamptonshire as part of this loan stint from Nottinghamshire, as Sanderson is to Northamptonshire, an important member of the Outlaws' T20 side. And he's never played Gloucestershire as well. There's an appeal there for OBW, but I think that's drifting down the leg side. It's an incredibly simple technique and stance at the crease, isn't it? I think he was, I'm sure if I remember rightly, I think he was an Oxford UCCE batter, and I'm pretty sure he was batting in the top 5 there for them as well. So a far more qualified number 9. But he is going to have to just get himself in, as that one just keeps a little bit low from Taylor. I wonder if there was a message there from Sanderson down to Safe Save, whether there was probably time for you to go through the gears now. Is there a number that we're looking at? Is it 110 overs for the batting points? So
yep.
400. Not really going to happen, is it, with this length of time left? Maybe that was a message to turn around and say, don't worry about it. It's short ball. Harrison off the mark. Wow, that's taken a mighty bounce off the outfield there, and Tom Price has got himself into a bit of an awkward position there, isn't he? He's come in to attack it. It did go in the air for a while. There were cries of catch. He's ended up getting there on the half volley, and it's bounced over his head, and Harrison gets 4 to get off the mark, and 350 for Northamptonshire. So there is that 3rd batting bonus point in this fixture, which takes them up to, what, 12 overall.
Yep. So that is another one of the objectives ticked off here on day 2, and that's taken quite a prominent bit of bounce, considering that the outfield is a little bit more sodden compared to yesterday. Just caught Tom Price off guard on that occasion, and a deep square leg has also been brought in. Imagine Taylor may keep this a little bit shorter.
Yeah, I think that's another one as well, just to keep Harrison on strike and keep Safe Save off strike. It's seen that through the course of the morning so far. They've just dropped those fielders out, but Harrison is off the mark, successfully moves up to 5. And as we say, another bonus point for Northamptonshire, which have been pretty rare with bat in hand over the course of the summer.
Well, unfortunately they have, but this side are more than capable. They've shown that in this game, and it all comes down to game situation and game awareness. And I think Safe Save has been the very embodiment of that so far in this particular encounter. Started off very slowly by his standards, but it was a case of reading where his side were at in the wider context of the fixture. And ever since then, he's played some immaculate shots as Axer comes into bowl here to Harrison, left well alone. But he has shown almost the blueprint for how to bat on this surface. If you can see the difficult, I suppose, parts of the game out, you can leave the good balls alone and play it on its merits. There are runs to be scored. It's just not one of those wickets where you can come in straight away and start teeing off for 4s and 6s. You've got to play the bowlers on their merits, and you've got to play the situation as well to a good degree. But I think Safe Save has been absolutely marvellous so far, as Harrison again flirts with that one outside the off stump. But yeah, just 2 runs away from what would be a first career 150 for Safe Save, and wouldn't it be richly deserved? He really has been the standouts for the Tudor Rose in this game so far. But of course, he isn't on strike for this delivery. It's still Harrison that acts bowling those first 2 dot balls up. That one played with great resolve by Harrison. Defensively up towards Graham Van Buren for no run. We'll also keep you updated with the scores on the doors from up and down the country. Of course, we've got the test match taking place between England and Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge. We've got every single side in action in the county championship across both divisions. And there are also 2 quarter-final fixtures in the Vitality T20 Women's County Cup, the first of which has already kick-started today. It's Actor then here to Harrison. Another dot ball left well alone. That game between Kent and the Blaze taken down in Canterbury. And at the end of this over, we'll take you through those scores. I'm just thinking, Dan, do you want to take us through them?
Yeah, of course I can. Of course I can. Should we have a start in Division 2? Crack on with that at the end of this Salman Actor over, shall we? So I can get myself prepared.
Well, yes, just the 2 more deliveries in this. The 104th over. Actor charging in here. Short ball. Keeping Harrison on his toes. I've always liked Calvin Harrison, I must say. As you said, he was a part of the Oxford MCCU or UCCE, as they're known as, but had that chance at Hampshire. Of course, that was his first professional county that he got first 11 cricket for, and I think he was an inspired signing for Nottinghamshire as well. He's a fine leg spinner, is the Durban-born man. And in terms of red ball cricket, it's just a shame that not to have had quite a few spin options in the past. I mean, Liam Patterson-White has been excellent at times in Division 1. Just means that his opportunities in the format were restricted. Here is Actor. So Harrison shouts of catch it behind. I don't think that's actually hit anything. We'll wait for the signal. Indeed, it is given as buys, and they are 4 additional runs to add to the tally here for Northants. So the 104th over comes to a close. Northants now 358 for 7, Zabe on 148, and Harrison remains on 5.
Yeah, let's give you some overview numbers for Division 2. We'll start there, as this obviously is part of that series. Glamorgan still batting down at Cardiff, 355 for 8 against Middlesex. They might have just lost another one, though. It was hundreds for Sam North East, 122, 109 for Kieran Carlson, and 4 for Roland Jones, 4 for Ryan Higgins as it stands down in Cardiff. Leicestershire are currently 124 runs behind Lancashire. They're 82 for 2 in response to Lancashire's 206 all out. It's Lewis Hill and Rayan Ahmed in the middle. And then Derbyshire just up the road. 388 for 2 against Kent. Wayne Madsen, 55 not out. Caleb Jewell, 163 not out. As Derbyshire just continue to turn the screw against Kent, who found themselves now sat in 6th place in Division 2 after what was a pretty electric start for the side down in Canterbury.
Yeah, that is crazy to think, isn't it? Especially after that start. It was the victory here, wasn't it, which really kick-started their campaign. It's Taylor to Zabe. Plays that one well. Bats it into the turf, and Ollie Price will do the fielding for a dot ball. But yeah, they've just had a little bit of an unlucky streak. In more ways than one, it has to be said, in terms of injuries. I think back to even pre-season, Joe Denley suffering a fractured arm, so he's not had any role to play in the campaign so far, and a couple of the bowlers going down injured as well. Yeah, it's been a tough few weeks for Adam Hollyoake and his side down in the southeast. Taylor wraps him on the pads. There's a huge appeal from the Gloucestershire fielders. Umpire unmoved. We'll take a look at that on the replay shortly. Let's just take a second look at this one. Taylor trying to angle it back into the left-handed Zabe. Maybe it's the angle on that occasion, but the bowler and Bracey were absolutely convinced by that one.
Bit of angle there, and has it got him just on / above that knee roll as well? No interest from the umpire at all, was there?
No, completely unmoved on that occasion. Here is Taylor once more then. Zabe just covers that one up. Rolls it along the deck to Archie Bailey, who we haven't seen so far here on day 2, but he was one of the standout bowlers from a Gloucestershire perspective. On that fantastic Friday, 2 for 61. Got the wickets of Gus Miller, and the Northants captain Luke Proctor traps in LBW with a very nice bit of bowling, it has to be said. Yeah, also put in the hard yards alongside Zaman Akhtar with the short ball ploy. It's Taylor to Zabe. Well, Bracey half stops it, prevents it from going to the boundary. We'll see what the signal is here from the umpire, giving us another bye on that occasion as the Northants duo run through for the single.
I said on day one, didn't I? The ball just wobbles here at Northampton after it goes past the stumps, and probably a little bit more pronounced now that these clouds have drifted their way over the grounds. Taylor's just standing that seam up. It's just going to be a bit awkward for Bracey to tidy those ones up tight down the leg side. Always comes a bit of a personal insult as a insult as a wicket keeper when the old arm goes up from the umpire and it goes down as byes.
Here is Taylor to Harrison.
Division 1, I'll give you some numbers there. I'll start up in Durham. We'll go top of the country. 277 all out, Durham. 52 for Ollie Robinson. And Somerset currently 103 for 5 with probably best described as a bit of a topsy-turvy batting lineup. Opening the batting with Lewis Gregory and Josh Davey. Obviously used Jack Leach as a bit of a night watchman and at number 4 as well. Andy Mead, opening batter, has walked out at number 7. With Archie Vaughan carded at number 8. It's a perplexing story there up the A1 in Durham. Sussex are 143 for 5 against Hampshire down at the Utilita Bowl.
Well, that is a glorious shot from Sabe, just caresses it through the covers. There's a chase on for the fielder. It will be cut off, but Sabe, for the very first time in his professional career, reaches 150 for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. This has been an impeccable knock from an imperious cricketer. Sabe, take a bow. This has been simply exceptional.
Yeah, absolutely superb. I said yesterday, I said he loves batting. I said he's not finished, and he isn't yet. It's another milestone ticked off for Sabe. And he'll be thinking about just getting as many as he possibly can. Was he 2 away now from 3,000? Is that the number it was? It was 11 at the start of the day, wasn't it? And he started on 141. So,
well, just looking at the scoreboard, that actually may have gone down as a boundary.
Oh, okay.
So we thought it was cut off. The signal was given as a foot. There we go. Also been corrected on the scoreboard. So probably a little bit of a conversation being had there with the scorers over there on the opposite side of the ground. Remains on 150. Shows our eyesight isn't failing us, Dan, as well. Sabe flirts with playing the late cut on that occasion. So yeah, 2 runs shy of 3,000 in the first class format for Sabe. But even regardless of that milestone, if we're just taking this in isolation, this has been a tremendous knock in what were very testing circumstances on that first day. And this will be some testing bowling here from Zaman Akhtar. Sabe just flicks that off the pads out towards square leg. That'll be a single. Moves him on to 151. Score now reads 362 for 7 for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club.
Yeah, so yeah, Sussex trail Hampshire by 11. John Simpson, Finn Hudson-Prentice at the crease there for Sussex. Surrey at the Oval trail Essex by 95. They're 122 for 4. It's Sam Curran and Ben Folkes in the middle for Surrey. And Worcestershire having a bit of a revival. 80 for 1. Trail Warwickshire by just 147. Having bowled them out for 227. It was Tom Taylor, once of this parish, picking up 4 wickets for Worcestershire. And then Yorkshire trail Nottinghamshire by 181. They're currently 47 for 3. In response to Nottinghamshire's first innings of 228. And another cricketer, once of this parish, Jack White, used as the night watchman for Yorkshire, currently 13 not out of 29 balls, batting with Dawid Malan in the middle order for Yorkshire.
Well, thank you very much for those updates, Dan. Delivery here coming from Akhtar to Sabe, and that will be the moment. That is 3,000 career first-class runs for Sabe. Well batted. Whether or not he's aware of that milestone, I imagine the conversations would have been had in the dressing room, but yeah, confirmation with that 152nd run that Sabe has surpassed that feat. So well done, Safe.
He knew the number he was on before he started the game. I can confirm that from the conversation I had with him yesterday evening. So He'll have been very aware that he was just 11 shy of 3,000 when he walked out to the middle this morning. He loves cricket. He loves batting. And I'm not even slightly surprised that he knew the exact number of first-class runs that he was on before the day started.
Well, I am very glad to hear that. And I think we just had the announcement come through on the channel. You could hear the ripple of applause there and the punch of gloves between the two Northants men as we see our first change of bowling here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It'll be Ben Charlesworth. He had figures of 2 for 41 yesterday from his 11 overs. Let's see what he can dish up here on day 2. Well, starts off with a short ball. Attempted pull there from Safe Sabe is only as far as Ollie Price for no run. I must say I've been ever so impressed with Ben Charlesworth's bowling so far this season. Really has been a renaissance with regards to his all-rounder status in the format. Spoke at length about that career best 3 for 5 that we saw in Bristol on Monday as he bowls here to Safe Sabe. That one a lot fuller. See Safe's eyes light up for that one. He attempted to pierce that one through the covers, but to no avail. But yeah, it just feels as though every single game so far that Gloucestershire have required a breakthrough. Cam Bancroft has thrown in the ball and he's just delivered. That is another fine shot from Safe Sabe. Unfortunately for Northants, it's a dot ball. They remain 364 for 7. And yeah, in the dressing room, he has been given the nickname Golden Arm by the Gloucestershire boys. Such is the consistency and reliability of him to get those key wickets. Of course, they'll be hoping from a Gloss perspective that he can get the big wicket of Safe Sabe on this occasion. Here he is to the left-hander. That one drilled back to the bowler for no run. Just looking at the field that he's set here as well. 2 men out on the onside deep boundary. Got a deep backward square leg and deep square leg as well, and a couple of men out in the deep on the offside as well, just in case Safe Sabe does rock onto the back foot and try to carve it through backward points. This one instead is wriggled away through square leg, so that'll be another single to add to the tally. 365 for 7. 1 delivery remaining in this 107th over. So yeah, I think the dreams of that 4th batting bonus point, unless Safe Sabe can produce something special here, do appear to be dissipating. But even so at this stage, it's just a case of piling up the runs and scoring as many as is humanly possible, giving Gloucestershire something to think about when they inevitably come out to bat later on today. Here is Charlesworth to Harrison. Plays that one nice and straight down to Matt Taylor at mid-on. And that will be the end of over number 107. Northants 365 for 7. Harrison is on 6. And Safe Sabe, a man who's just surpassed 3,000 career first-class runs, remains on 153.
Yeah, I think the rhetoric answer to this question is as many as Northamptonshire can get. And for Gloucestershire, it's as little as Northamptonshire can get as a number in this first innings. But what are the scenarios that you've kind of played out in your mind over the evening? Are there numbers there that you think, well, Gloucestershire are going to be intimidated by that number? Is there a number that Northamptonshire can get to that they'll be thinking, well, we only have to bat once here? Anything go through your mind on your train journey back to the West Midlands?
I'm going to be honest. I think for me, the first kind of objective was 400 runs. Yeah, I think that was the first milestone, aside from the 350 for the batting bonus point in terms of the wider game. Get 400. If Northants are restricted to 405, 410, I think they'll be happy. In terms of batting once, I think that's going to be very difficult from this point. Would require probably 500 plus runs, and that would be a push as Archie Bailey comes on to bowl here from the David Capel end. Sabe plays that one rather high off the bat on the onside for a single. Because we were touching upon the point earlier, once you are in, it's not one of those surfaces where once you're in, you're fully in, because there is the odd one which keeps a little bit low and another one which can rise a little bit sharper than anticipated. But the bounce, for the most part, for the majority of the deliveries is true. It's one which you can play with real confidence and assurance. And I think so far, Safe Zabe and James Sales have shown that as Archie Bailey steams in once more here to Harrison, left well alone. So I think it would take either some exceptional bowling from Northants, akin to what we saw from Gloucestershire in that morning session yesterday, to really trouble Gloucestershire in terms of a follow-on. I don't think it's that kind of surface, to be honest, where Northants rack up 400 and we see Gloucestershire restricted to 189 or something like that.
Yeah.
I just don't see that happening unless something extraordinary takes place. Bailey once more at the top of his mark, running in here to Harrison. Attempted drive, doesn't quite get the desired connection on that one. But of course, it is also up to Gloucestershire to see how Zabe and Sales, and I'd also say McManus, I thought the way in which he set about his effort was quite admirable. They've got to look at that and learn from that. They can't be going out here and expecting to rack up a quick fire 450, 500 and dictate the tempo of the game. They've got to play the situation well, because everybody knows how fast first-class cricket can change. And all it takes is for a couple of quick breakthroughs and all of a sudden they're on the back foot. Bailey bowls here to Harrison. Another shot played straight down the ground. All it takes is for that indecision to creep into the mindset, and suddenly you could be restricted for around about 300, which, considering that there's going to be at least a couple of days left, depending on what the forecast is like on Monday, Northants do go out there and put on a pretty big lead. You're behind the 8 ball heading into that 4th and final day.
Yeah, of course. I think the man with bat in hand at the moment has got a big part to play in the remainder of this fixture. Just think there is going to be turn on offer, and Calvin Harrison will extract it if it's there. And as you said, you made a really good point about the fact that 4-day cricket can change incredibly quickly. And 2 weeks ago, it was exactly that. Marcus Harris, Josh Bohannon were cruising for Lancashire, chasing down that 4th innings score against Northamptonshire here. All of a sudden, the wheels fell off in a big way, and Northamptonshire picked up their first win of the 2025 season. That man, Harrison, he's just driven that through the offside. It was up-ish. So just another indication of the fact that the timing of this pitch just isn't quite as easy to get hold of. Was one of the key protagonists in breaking down that batting lineup for Lancashire. So he's got a big role to play in his last game of this stint in the Northants shirt.
He has, but he's been a very shrewd signing, I must say. He was exactly what Northants needed. And I think back to September 2024, and of course, it's a different point of the season. The wicket's a lot more tired compared to those at the start of a campaign. But I always like it when you've got a proper out-and-out leg spin option in first-class cricket. I know that it doesn't always necessarily translate into wrapping up victory after victory, as Charlesworth bowls that one full and Safe Zabe plays that proficiently. Square of the wicket for a single. But I always think that leg spinners make things happen. And we saw that last season with Chahal against Leicestershire and Derbyshire. And of course, Yuzvendra is an absolute maestro. It's great that he'll be back at the club a little bit later on this summer. But having the ability to turn the ball past both edges of the bat, and Calvin Harrison possesses that by the shed load. Charlesworth bowls here too with the aforementioned Harrison. It just keeps you interested, even on a wicket which might be placid or benign. I'm not saying that this one is to that extent where it's an absolute road, but even in games like that, a leg spinner can get that breakthrough. They can make things happen and just give you that glimmer of hope, can't they, to potentially try and force a result.
Yeah, absolutely can. And there's just multiple modes of dismissal there, isn't there? Turn, drift, flight, variations, googlies, stock balls. There is so many tricks in the bag to just continually ask questions of a batter when you're facing up against the leg spinner. But it's proving pretty tough, actually, the last half an hour here at Wantage Road. It just feels like Gloucestershire have just found something in this second Duke's ball here. It's just starting to offer a bit, isn't it? Bit of swing, bit of movement. Harrison now faced 21 balls for 8 runs. It'll be one thing that will be really interesting to see is Liam Guthrie. I think it would be fair to say likes to fill bat on ball and enjoys seeing the ball disappear to various different parts. He and Safe, if there are gears to go up through with this Northamptonshire lineup, with that short boundary for Gloucestershire to try and protect, could be so difficult for Cameron Bancroft, and then in equal measure for Luke Proctor later on in the piece. But it really could be targeted by Guthrie and Zabe as and when that time comes. They won't do anything silly now, though. Safe will know that he's got a proper batter at the other end and will be prepared to continue the way that he's going.
Oh, of course. I think we'll see that style of play maybe when Harry Conway comes out to bat, and if Safe is still there, then he can play the aggressor, can't he? That one is well played by Harrison on the front foot defence, and that will signal the end of the 109th over. Northamptonshire 369 for 7. Safe Zabe on 155 and Calvin Harrison on 8. As Archie Bailey hands his cap to the umpire, he'll get ready to bowl another over here from the David Capel end. Will be a Safe Zabe on strike. Very much a spread out field, predominantly on the offside. It's still a 6-3 split, although those fielders on the onside have dropped a little bit deeper. Let's see what Bailey can craft with this delivery. Bowling here to Safe Zabe. Zabe tucks into a defensive position. Plays that one astutely. So 5 deliveries left before the cut-off for the bonus points. Northamptonshire currently have 3. Gloucestershire have 2. Unless they are to take 2 wickets in this over, which at this stage probably looks increasingly unlikely unless something absolutely spectacular happens. Bailey to Zabe. Zabe shuffles back, plays that one just in front of square. There'll be a chase on for Cam Green. They think about coming back for a second, but good communication there from Safe Zabe, who immediately just turned around to Harrison and said, no chance at all. Which upon reflection was certainly the right call there, because Cam Green has got an absolute howitzer of a right arm in the locker. Certainly don't want to fancy your chances with those direct hits. So Bailey over the wicket here to the right-handed McManus. That one well wide of the off stump of the right-hander, left well alone. Tom Price just having a short word there with his young bowler, offering some words of encouragement and advice. Bailey bounds in with real purpose here. And he's compactly defended by Calvin Harrison. He's looked good so far from his 8 from 26.
Yeah, it just looks organised, doesn't he? He looks like a batter that you could find in the top 5 of a first-class 11 somewhere around the country.
Well, attempts to crack that one through the covers. Comes off the bottom end of the bat. Rolls rather harmlessly along to Cam Green. So, yeah, by my maths, unless there is some ludicrous scenario that turns out here, it will remain Northamptonshire with 3 batting bonus points and Gloucestershire with 2. But of course, we need to see what happens in Gloucestershire's innings as well. That could actually be quite a good effort from either side. Here is Bailey then for the final time in this 110th over. That one is clipped rather confidently there by Calvin Harrison out towards deep square leg. Keeps the strike rotating. And that will also bring to an end the 110th over. So Northamptonshire 371 for 7. Save on 156. Calvin Harrison on 9. And Dan, is there any updates that can be provided from Trent Bridge?
Yeah, it's been a good start to the day for Zimbabwe. Still trailed by 209, but they are 91 for 2 as it stands. Sean Williams giving it a bit of a biff. 61 off 51, 12 fours for Zimbabwe's number 4. And then Ben Curran, another once of this parish
of course,
cricketer,
yep.
24 off 62 at the top of the order for Zimbabwe. Nice to see Ben Curran finding a home in that Zimbabwe 11.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I was there for day 1 of the test match, and Tom and Sam were in attendance as well in one of the stands. I think that was quite evident on the coverage as well from, well, all broadcasters really. I think it was mentioned quite a lot on the radio as well, but really good to see, and a lovely moment for Ben Curran. Yeah, do wish him the best in this wonderful game of ours. Here is Charlesworth to Harrison. Plays that one on the front foot. Nice and defensively. Yeah, I must say that was special as well, going to Trent Bridge to watch that. It's a historic test match, even though it is just the one-off, isn't it?
Yes.
But even so, it's the first time that England and Zimbabwe have faced off in a test match on English soil since 2003. Here is Charlesworth to Harrison. Leading edge. Flashes off the bats down towards Zaman Akhtar. That will just be a single off the bat there of the Northants leg spinner. And also the first time that they've played outside of a World Cup since 2004. So, yeah, it's been an awful long time coming since the Three Lions and the Chevrons have faced off in the greatest format.
They've not played one another an abundance of times, have they? No. Over the course of the history of Zimbabwe cricket. But, yeah, it's been a long hiatus since 2003. That test match when Jimmy Anderson made his test debut, wasn't it? All those years ago. Is that why he's not playing for Lancashire this week? Because he's in the dressing room as the bowling coach for England? Or is it a rest and rotation thing for Jimmy Anderson?
I think it is more the latter. Just judging from the wordage of the Lancashire socials, I think it is more a case of just rest and rotate and don't over bowl him, even though it's Jimmy Anderson. I mean, he's one of the fittest individuals in probably the country. It's absolutely insane, his longevity. Here is Ben Charlesworth to save. That one left well alone. The slip has been taken out by the Gloucestershire captain, so very much a more spread feel compared to what we saw a little bit earlier on in the piece. But, yeah, James Anderson, what an absolute legend of the game. Sir Jimmy, as he's now known, and yeah, what a journey that was in Test cricket. Out of interest, Dan, do you know his first wicket in the format?
Vermeulen, actually, Aaron.
Well done.
Thank you very
good knowledge.
I can't work out whether you're impressed or disappointed that I've got you on there.
Well, to be honest,
bit of knowledge. Do you know his last Test wicket as well?
You know what? We'll leave that, because initially I was going to ask that question to those tuning into the live stream. That will be our question instead. Of Jimmy's first, who was Jimmy's last?
There we go. You're a man that definitely knows the answer to that question as well. 373 for 7 then after 111 overs. Harrison on 10, Zabe on 157. Just feels like it's got a little bit gloomy out there at the moment. It's the sun's trying hard to break through, but it is a pretty thick blanket of cloud that we can see just drifting across from over towards Silverstone and Northampton town centre. And it's just offering a bit of assistance for the Gloucestershire seamers as Bailey continues from the David Capel end. And that one is a thick outside edge off the batter save. There's a misfield down in the deep from Ben Charlesworth. Maybe just thinking about his previous over or his next, and allows save to come back for a brace of runs. Up to 159. But it's certainly been, at least the last half an hour here for Gloucestershire, just been a little bit extra on offer for the seamers. Whether it's a little bit more hold on the pitch, where it's maybe got a touch damp underneath with the overnight showers that we had here, or whether it's the overheads that are just providing a bit of assistance and generating a touch of lateral movement for the Gloucestershire seamers. Obviously a bit breezy as well, as Archie Bailey and the umpire just have a look back down the surface there and make sure that the Gloucestershire seamers not encroaching in on that danger area. Ironically, if that were the case, that would probably only be benefiting Calvin Harrison and Safe Save rather than Gloucestershire themselves. But rules are rules, and they are there to be enforced. On back of a length, defended into the offside. Again, it just feels like that pitch, doesn't it, Aaron, that actually if you're prepared to defend either on the front foot or the back foot, it's not too bad. But the second you just try and put your hand through one of these shots, that's when that timing becomes a little bit fraught. And Gloucestershire now, as you say, they did take that slip out the cord and they've put one back, but they've got those catches in front of square waiting for a mistimed drive. There is the edge, and it's well taken by Cameron Bancroft. Eventually, Safe Save is dismissed. What a fantastic innings from Northamptonshire's middle order batter. A new career best for Safe Save, 159 of 240 balls. Exactly when his team needed him. They were in a hole. It was 57 for 4 when he joined James Sales at the crease. You can see there'll be a smile in there somewhere, but he's so disappointed with himself that he's got out. He feels there's work left to do. He feels there's runs left to get, but he leaves the arena with his 6th first-class 100 to his name, his 3rd first-class 100 this summer, which is the joint most of anybody in the county championship. 3,000 first-class runs and his first ever 150 in his career.
Yep, absolutely magnificent. Well batted, Safe Save, and naturally he'll be disappointed because I think deep down he would have liked a scenario where he was almost the last man with Harry Conn when he could have started teeing off. But honestly, that is a phenomenal performance. 159, as you said, a first career 150 in the format. I mean, this has been a Herculean effort. He has rescued his side single-handedly from what is potentially a very, very dangerous scenario. 57 for 4 are what Northamptonshire found themselves in that morning session. Both he and James Sales put on that 148 partnership, but Safe Save has just kicked on and kicked on. He's really shown a great deal of class, and there's been acceleration at the right times. He's put the pressure back on the bowlers. I think of the approach against the spinners in particular. Didn't allow for Ollie Price to just hold up an end. Honestly, that is an absolutely marvellous effort from Safe Save, and yeah, I hope that he looks back on this with great admiration.
He certainly should do. There was just one man in the cordon at a pretty wide second slip, and Safe Save's managed to find the Gloucestershire skipper in there, and he's caught by Cameron Bancroft. But oh, that's painful for Archie Bailey. It's well timed by Liam Guthrie to open his account. He's, as I say, fresh off a career best a fortnight ago against Lancashire. Here, that was 43 runs with a partnership with Ben Sanderson, but it was the body language of Safe Save there as he walked off. It should have been a moment of joy and elation because you've done what you've done, but the head was down. He wanted more runs. He loves batting. He would have been desperate to have stayed out there and would have loved to have been there for the duration of this innings. As it is then, Gloucestershire have a bit of an end open. Calvin Harrison's still there. He will be on strike at the end of, or the start of the next over. He's 10 off 31, but they've got Liam Guthrie in at number 10 with Harry Conway carded at number 11. But Archie Bailey gets the reward. He's got 3 now. It's 3 for 68 off 21 overs with 2 maidens as well.
Yeah, and he's bowled well, hasn't he, Archie Bailey? He's shown a lot of heart and character, I think, in this game so far. And yeah, he does deserve that 3rd wicket. He's bowled those very difficult spells on the body. It was hard work and toil in the latter stages of day 1. But yeah, he's got the big fish there of Safe Save. Prevents the score from potentially spiralling out of control. But of course, this is also one of those pretty what to say, almost like a banana skin partnership potentially for Gloucestershire, because they're frustrating, aren't they, when the tail enders do start to get a few runs. If Harrison can just play his natural game, and Guthrie, as you mentioned, Dan, if he can start finding the boundary with some fluency, then all of a sudden that, what would we say, around about 390, 400 at this stage, in theory, could become 420, 430. So, yeah, we shall have to wait and see.
Yeah, Guthrie's been one of those batters, one of those cricketers at the moment in his short Northamptonshire career that he's got a couple of shots and he's prepared to throw his hands through them at absolute everything as Harrison takes a big drive through the offside, which might be an indication of a change of intent for Calvin Harrison now that Liam Guthrie's at the non-strikers end. But at the moment, he's been quite prepared just to get in behind those that are straight. Those balls that are straight and challenging the front pad and the stumps, he's been quite prepared to get in and block them and bat time. But if he's offered a bit of width, just tries to open up and carve it over the slip cordon, anything into the body, he's quite happy to try and pull away. And that's muscled down through mid-wicket by Calvin Harrison. It was aerial, and it's going to run down for 4. So there definitely has been a change of intent for the Northamptonshire loanee. Just whipped, wasn't it, from about 5th stump from Ben Charlesworth through mid-wicket, moves on to 14.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite shots in cricket, that, to be honest. Use of the strong bottom hand, and there is quite a sizable gap, isn't there? Just looking at the field and field placing at the minute. It's just a case of whether or not you're brave and bold enough to take the option on. But yeah, Harrison more than up to the task on that occasion.
Yeah. Defends and drops that one into the offside. So good batting, gets the boundary, takes the single, gets down the other end and over to Liam Guthrie for the second half of the over. I wonder what Gloucestershire will do with the field here now that they've got Guthrie on strike. Not a great deal. If anything, they're just going to send another scout out on the leg side. It's Van Buren going down to deep mid-wicket. So there's a man at long leg, deep mid-wicket, 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a deep third as well. And it is short. It's into the body of Guthrie. And that's pretty well played in the end. Takes all the pace off of it, drops it into the leg side, strolls past Ben Charlesworth, gets off the mark.
Yeah, he's played that very well indeed, as Liam Guthrie just rose with the bounce, didn't he? And played it into the turf, gets Calvin Harrison back on strike. And yeah, it was a bold move, that, wasn't it, from Charlesworth, just in case Guthrie did want to take on the hook shots. I know that he's got a little bit of protection out there at what was a deep fine leg. But even so, at this stage, as I said, it's one of the most frustrating things as a bowling unit when you've got those first 7, 8 wickets, and then all of a sudden, numbers 10, 11, whoever's batting with them, start coming out and teeing off. It's deflating, isn't it? I'd say, as a bowler.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Gloucestershire have bowled well enough, I think, to not allow Liam Guthrie just to throw his hands through the ball. I don't necessarily think that's likely. I think these first and second change bowlers today have backed up Zaman Akhtar and Matt Taylor, who opened the piece this morning. It's going to be Bailey continuing from the David Capel end with Guthrie on strike, and Guthrie just covers that one up and defends into the offside. His job here really will be to bat for Calvin Harrison at the moment. Just be to spend time in the middle, build this partnership up. Miles Hammond there just making his way off the field for a bit of TLC, a bit of running repairs. One off 3 for Guthrie. Big inside edge, well fielded, well picked up. Almost brilliant from Cam Green. Just flicks it out the back of the hand as Harrison goes to make his ground, but never really get that much power or control on that throw back to the stump. So it was well wide, and Guthrie and Harrison complete the single in the end.
Even so, that is a fine effort, isn't it, from Cam Green? And that was a characteristic of Gloucestershire's performance yesterday. It was strong ground fielding. I know we saw a few mistakes creeping in towards the end of the day's players. Bailey bowls here to Harrison. But for the most part, especially Miles Hammond's at points, I mean, he was quite simply superb. Saved, I'd say, about 20, 25 runs over the course of the day. Such were the numerous amounts of efforts that he was flinging and diving all over the pitch. But yeah, it was something that the visitors did very well on day one. It was a case of backing up the bowlers and not leaking those singles and boundaries. So yeah, that is something which I also would say for Northamptonshire, especially on a surface where runs can be scored. That one left well alone. You've got to back up your bowlers in the field with regards to being aggressive, taking the attack to the ball, closing down those angles, and yeah, not just sitting back and allowing for Gloucestershire to determine the rhythm when they have the bat in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's probably the nice little benefit, isn't it, of bowling second on here. You can learn a lot from what you've just experienced with bat in hand, and hopefully Northants can take that into their bowling performance when that arrives today. Harrison at the moment, he's quite keen to spend some time out in the middle, isn't he? He's not done. He'll want as many, won't he, on the board for him to bowl at himself for Gloucestershire. I also wonder how early he'll come into the equation for Northamptonshire. Obviously, Guthrie, Conway will take the new ball. Are they then backed up by Luke Proctor? And then after that, James Sales, who hasn't bowled a lot this year, and Gus Miller obviously returning from the injury as well. Or is Calvin Harrison, who just gets away with that one, a big inside edge into the pad, just runs past leg stump. Is he almost a second change bowler for Northamptonshire today on a pitch that has turned?
It's a difficult one, isn't it? I think that's a question for Luke Proctor, to be honest. It's at that stage. Just something I wanted to touch upon before we talk about that bowling point with Miles Hammond going off the field. You may have seen on the live stream there 2 players wearing 17. And it's because one of the substitute fielders is Tom Smith. So he has got one of Zaman Akhtar's shirts. You may or may not see it as the camera pans around at points in this innings. But yeah, that's just one of those funny things in cricket, isn't it? The fact that you got 2 guys wearing the exact same numbered shirt. And as soon as I say that, Tom Smith looks as though he's departing, or is he? Conversations being had. Is Ben Charlesworth now making way as Miles Hammond comes back onto the field? Indeed he is. So Tom Smith remains on the field of play. What a beautifully crazy sport we get to enjoy.
Hey, if it's not people shutting the blinds in the windows, there's people wearing the wrong shirts. But yeah, Charlesworth makes his way off. He's been replaced by Graham Van Buren from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Yeah, you can't blame Tom Smith for rummaging around trying to find another jumper, can you, on a day like today? Interesting, though, that Bancroft has gone for Van Buren to try and wrap this innings up. Is he going to try and tempt Guthrie to play a big shot with that short leg side? Maybe get him caught in the deep, or just playing around one. Let's bowl into the surface to start with, and Guthrie defended that off the back foot. So he's on 2, Harrison's on 15. You don't want to get your line wrong here with Guthrie, because he will throw his hands through it, and he does get the single. Get himself off strike and add another one to the board. So that takes Northamptonshire up to 383, 17 runs away from that target that you mentioned at the start of the day's play of 400. Still 45 minutes to go in this morning session as well. Van Buren to Harrison. That's played easily down the ground for just a single. You kind of look at this now and the way that this game is shaped up, and Northamptonshire, say they lose the 2 wickets relatively quickly, you're getting on to, say, 12:30 at that point, maybe 25-1. Even if that happens quickly with the 5-minute interchange between innings, that's a pretty horrible little 20 minutes for Gloucestershire to go out and bat. So there's a bit of a win-win here for Northamptonshire. If they keep batting, win. Brilliant. Happy days. If it gets wrapped up here, nice little win as well, because they'll get 2 bites at the new ball with Conway and Guthrie, with a nice little 40-minute break in the middle with a couple of sandwiches and some cups of tea, won't they?
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. And I wonder if that actually might enter the mindset here of Northants, whether that is one of the conversations which has been had in terms of whether they've got almost like a total in mind. And I think that will be 400 just because of the psychological edge that always presents. But I do wonder if that total is surpassed, that we might see a little bit more of a change in tempo. You might see those boundaries start to flow. So they look to have those 2 bites of the cherry, because there is still plenty of time, of course. Well over 40 minutes in this morning session, a morning session which you'd argue for the most part has been probably won by Northants, just in terms of the runs scored. And
yeah, Bailey continues, driven uppishly through the offside. It's going to be a long chase up, and I think the ball is actually going to stop. Tom Price had given up on that, hadn't he? And Northamptonshire are going to run 4. So Harrison does get 4, just with weighting the ball inside the boundary rope.
yeah, good running that, wasn't it, between Harrison and Guthrie?
So it's one of the 2 long pockets here at Wantage Road today. And it's just held up, and Tom Price misread it, didn't he? He thought he was just going to trot over there and underarm it back from the other side of the boundary rope, but cricket ball had other plans, which enabled Harrison and Guthrie to come back for a 4th. That's a better time shot on the ground, but can't get it past Cam Green at cover. So 388 the score. Yeah, I think the opening hour and 20 minutes will go down towards Northamptonshire with what they've added. It was... What was the score overnight, Aaron? Have you got it there?
It was 327 for 6. So in terms of runs,
Added
61
yeah.
have been added. But I think the reason why I say that is because they got that 3rd batting bonus point and restricted Gloucestershire to just 2. So that's why I'd give it slightly in the home side's favour. Yeah, it has been a fascinating start to day 2 here. Bailey bowling here to Harrison, who swivels it round the corner. Goodness me, that is a fine shot, but the protection is there in the form of Tom Smith, who overarms that back to his keeper, James Bracey, for another single. But yeah, for Gloucestershire, in order for them to have won the session convincingly, it would have taken these 4 wickets to have fallen in quick succession. That hasn't been the case. But again, they are in the game. It just depends on the approach that they take with the bat in hand. As just having a look out the window, some very, very thick cloud lurking overhead.
Yeah, just gloomy, isn't it, over to the west at the moment. That's good pace by Bailey, but well defended by Guthrie. And he certainly, I mean, there aren't many in world cricket anyway, but Liam Guthrie's certainly not a bunny with cricket bat in hands. Conway, very well organised in defence. It's long gone are the days of those that essentially didn't even have a cricket bat in their kit bags. They can all bat now. I don't think Northamptonshire will be looking to bowl before lunch. I think they'll just keep trying to bat, get as many as you possibly can. But if it were to happen, I don't think they'd be upset.
No, and it comes back to that point you raised earlier. It's a win-win, isn't it, for the home side at the minute? Really has been a testament to the side's grit and tenacity as well. I think they've showed a lot of character so far in this encounter against what is a fine Gloucestershire side full of confidence. Oh, it's a lovely
Liam
shot.
Guthrie. For a second there, I thought you were trying to evade that, and you just uppercut that over Bancroft at 3rd slip. Runs down to deep 3rd and picks up a couple of runs. Moves on to 5, moves the score on to 391. Let's get a replay of that shot, Liam Guthrie. Do you know, I still think his initial thought was to get out of the way of it. And I think he's looked at it and gone, there's not that much pace in this pitch, so I'm just going to leave the bat there and guide it over Cameron Bancroft for a couple of runs there. It's the body movement. The first instinct there was to get out of the way, I think.
Yeah, I would echo that, to be honest. But Tell you what, it's an audacious effort, isn't it, in the end, just to uppercut it over the top of the cordon as Van Buren bowls here to Calvin Harrison.
I don't know what kind of cricketer Calvin Harrison is against spin. Haven't seen much of it. Not a great deal of spin has been bowled at Wantage Road through the course of the summer so far, with the seamers dominating proceedings here. But maybe they've got a bit of security here, knowing that Guthrie and Harrison aren't going to play a reverse sweep. You see there's no fielder down there on the boundary. Has he got that? I mean, all cricketers have got that pick up over the leg side, haven't they? There's a big vacant area down here at deep mid-wicket, or as a club cricketer would call it, cow corner. That's something that always fascinated me about cricket, Aaron, and it's something that maybe you've got an answer for me. But at what level of cricket does cow corner stop becoming cow corner and cow corner becomes mid-wicket, and vice versa? What league are we talking about where that kind of transition and crossover happens? Because it's the same place.
It is the exact same place on the cricket field. That is a very intriguing question. I think that's one for the live stream chat, actually. But I don't hear it as much in Premier League cricket. Not saying that I play that division by any stretch of the imagination, as Van Buren tests the defensive of Calvin Harrison once more. End of the 117th over, score 391 for 8, with Harrison on 21 and Guthrie on 5. Yeah, I've never heard it in terms of the big leagues, as you'd say. Second division cricket, I've heard it in my neck of the woods in the West Midlands, heard it being called cow corner, especially when it's almost like that hack shots.
Yeah.
And it just goes out and it either sails over the ropes or it takes 1 or 2 bounces over the top. Yeah, it's one of those rhetorical questions, isn't it? It's a very interesting question. I must say I've not really thought about it too much, but I'd probably say Premier League cricket. I don't hear it as much in terms of the games that I've watched, especially not in my part of the country. But yeah, in terms of professional cricket, once you get here, it is deep mid-wicket, isn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, to be fair, you don't get many cows grazing down at deep mid-wicket, do you, on county grounds or international cricket stadiums, so it does make sense. But Salman Akhtar returns. He replaces Archie Bailey from the David Capel end, and he's got Guthrie on strike. And what a shot that is, Liam Guthrie. Hold the pose and run that down the ground to the Spencer Lounge. He's just lent on that through mid-off. And Guthrie, with the uppercut the over before, has just punched Salman Akhtar down the grounds for 4 and moves on to 9. What a shot that is.
It is.
That's a shot of a number 3.
Yeah, it is. And I think that shot also goes into the age-old debates of whether or not it's more aesthetically pleasing to be a left-hander or a right-hander, because that is a delightful shot, isn't it, from a number 10.
It's beautiful.
Just crisply timed, and as you said, lent into it as well, held the pose. Oh, goodness me.
Haven't
Brilliant.
seen much of it, have we? Timing here at Wantage Road over the last 3.5 sessions. Akhtar back on the money. He's looked actually a bit quicker today, hasn't he, Salman Akhtar, in that opening spell? Bit of extra zip off the surface. Say the ball was considerably newer when he had it in hand this morning. It's been a bit further used since then, but noticed that from Bailey as well. He looked like he had a bit more behind him today. Whether, again, it was the conditions that are just helping the seamers, give him a bit of encouragement. Top of the bounce, guides it down through gully. Picks up another one. 396 now the score.
Yep. And shall we have an update at the end of this over? Because I have seen quite a few wickets tumbling up and down the country. So I think that would be quite a nice place to.
Absolutely. Hopefully for those that are competitors in the cricket draft, they're the players that you've selected at the start of this week's fixtures, and you're making some good ground up the leaderboards. Never normally the way, is it, that you look at the scoreboard and you think, I knew I should have put him in the team. What a shot that is. Harrison on the back foot, stroked through the offside, beats the diving fielder at cover. It's not going to go. It's another one of those long pockets. Harrison's going to add a third, take the score up to 399. And I've been proven wrong, because the floodlights are just coming on here at the county ground in Northampton. I said they weren't available, but turns out they are. And yeah, I mentioned it's got a bit gloomy. So that's another little factor that potentially goes in the favour of the bowler here. The floodlights come on, the ball can do something a little bit different under lights. They are, of course, on to assist, aren't they? Not to replace, I think, is the technical term with regards to the floodlights. But the umpire's just deciding that they need a bit of assistance out there in the middle. And that is the 400 for Northamptonshire. And the round of applause comes from those that have made their way into the ground and not travelled down to Cardiff for the rugby. 400 for 8 of 117.5 overs for the hosts.
Yep, and it's turned into a fine batting performance, this from the Tudor Rose, from 57 for 4. They've added, well over 350 runs since then. So well batted, Northamptonshire.
Shorter ball. Harrison there just, I thought, started to shape up a pull shot down towards that short leg side boundary. Elects to just defend it and just rehearses the pull shot that I think he was thought about playing for starters. End of the over then. 118 now have been bowled in this innings by Gloucestershire. And Northampton are 400 for 8. And there you go. There's the floodlights. There's the state of play overhead. There is no rain forecast today in Northampton. So that is a reassurance. But I don't think we're going to see a break in the cloud across the course of the day's play today. It's going to be favourable for the seamers.
It most certainly is. And we'll have Graham Van Buren bowling here from the Lynn Wilson centre end, just because Graham is a fast bowler in terms of the way in which he gets through his overs. We'll get that update at the end of the 6 deliveries, because otherwise we'll be a little bit tight for time. He does zip through it, does the left arm finger spinner. First one already testing Liam Guthrie. Here is Van Buren once more. Guthrie a lot more confident in his defence on that occasion.
Yeah, there's a real kind of pickable change of pace, isn't there, from Van Buren? It's a real slingy arm ball that's fired through. He's got that one that just gives a bit of extra flight. That one there, somewhere in the middle, which Guthrie plays off the back foot down to deep extra cover for a single. He's now on 12. Harrison's on 24. It's much of the strike, Harrison, over the last couple of overs. That one there just outside off stump, and Harrison happy to let it go. So no change in tempo yet for the Northamptonshire pair in the middle. Van Buren then gets to the end of his mark to set up the final ball of his over. And then, as you say, Aaron, you give us a run around the counties and see what's going on. And there's a dot ball to finish.
Yes, it is. Score remains 401 for 8 here at Wantage Road. So we'll start in the East Midlands. We'll head to the county ground Derby, where Derbyshire are 452 for 2. Caleb Jewell is on 191 from 318, which includes 20 boundaries. Absolutely unbelievable. Wayne Madsen, Mr. Derbyshire himself, also on 91 from 122 deliveries. In the other game taking place in the East Midlands at Grace Road, Leicestershire, in response to Lancashire's 206 all out, are 151 for 2. Lewis Hill and Rayan Ahmed both surpassing half centuries in that game. Then in the third and final game, other than this one taking place in Northampton, Glamorgan have finally been bowled out for 383 runs at Sophia Gardens. Ryan Higgins finishing off the innings with a 5-wicket haul for the London Outfitters. We'll see Zaman Akhtar getting ready to bowl here from the David Capel end. See a couple of deliveries, and then we'll keep you up to date with the scores on the doors in Division 1. As Guthrie pulls that out towards backward square leg. That's some fine fielding out in the deep from Tom Smith. Warmly applauded by his teammates, loving that effort. Keeps it down to just a single and gets Calvin Harrison back on strike. Always been a fine fielder, as Tom Smith. Of course, more known for his bowling, especially in white ball cricket. One of Gloucestershire's best ever in the T20 format. But yeah, he always does produce the goods in the field as well. So Akhtar turning around at the top of his mark. Bounds in here to Harrison, who turns that around the corner. Should just be a single. There is protection down there at deep fine leg. Trickles over to Ben Charlesworth. They scamper through for 2 runs. So yes, in terms of the Division 1 scores, we'll start up in Leeds, where Yorkshire, in response to Nottinghamshire's 2-8 all-outs, are 104 for 6. Brett Hutton and Mohammed Abbas dealing the damage there for the White Rose. In the West Midlands derby, Warwickshire were bowled out for 227. In response, Worcestershire restricted to 97 for 5 as Actor bowls here, wraps Harrison on the front pad. It was rather high. I don't think there was too much in that appeal. 3 wickets for Chris Rushworth and 2 for the returning Chris Woke. So, yeah, that one is very interestingly poised indeed. Up in the northeast, Somerset have been bowled out for 172 in reply to Durham's 277 all out in what was a very interesting batting order, I think it'd have to be said, as Dan, you touched upon earlier, as Actor bowls here to Harrison. Genuine edge on that occasion. Some good fielding there from Cam Bancroft, the Gloucestershire captain. Limits it to a dot ball. But yes, in the end, it was Mitch Colleen, 5 for 36. Goodness gracious me, that is very well bowled indeed from 10 overs. His maiden first-class 5-wicket haul, and first, of course, in a Durham shirt. That has ultimately led to Somerset trailing by 105 in that game. So that is rather pronounced indeed. Here is Actor to Harrison. Plays that with soft hands to Hammond at point for no run. In the first El Clasico of the season, Hampshire was skittled out for 154 runs on day 1. And in response, Sussex beginning to climb through the gears. They are 200 for 5 in the 67th over, with Finn Hudson-Prentice and John Simpson both surpassing 50. So that leaves just the one score update from the First Division, which we'll talk about at the end of this over, because it's Actor to Harrison. That is a free-flowing, efficient drive down the ground. There'll be a chase on here for Archie Bailey. Outfield is a lot slower here on day 2, but the Northants batters still scarper through for 3 runs. Really, really good running there between Harrison and Guthrie. So at the end of over 120, the Tudor Rose find themselves 407 for 8. And yes, in terms of that final score in Division 1, well, talking of fascinatingly poised, the game down at the Oval. Essex were bowled out for 217. Surrey, 170 for 7. Sam Curran is on 44, but Kasoon Rajita and Jamie Porter have got wickets in bunches. So yeah, that one could go either way. We'll keep you updated with all of those matches as best as we possibly can throughout the duration of this game. Here is Van Buren. So Harrison plays that off the back foot with the punch shot for no run. And then, of course, at Trent Bridge, still no more wickets for England. Zimbabwe 123 for 2 in the second innings. That has been rifled off the bat of Harrison down towards Charlesworth for 1 run. And yeah, just looking at that, it is Sean Williams, 86 from 76. He scored 16 fours so far as the Chevrons stalwart.
Yeah, poor old Brian Bennett's records. Looks like it might last for about 16 hours here, mightn't it? If Williams continues at that pace. Imagine having the record for that. We spoke yesterday, didn't we? 139 earlier on in the day. Couple of hours later, dismissed for 1, having just broken the record for the fastest Test 100 by a Zimbabwean. And then you lose the record and 12 hours later to your mate. If, of course, Williams gets there.
Yep, still 14 runs shy, but yeah, goodness me, that would be gut-wrenching, wouldn't it? Even though it is your teammate, of course, but yeah, to not even have the record for 24 hours, that is a little bit of a punch in the gut. Guthrie again adopts to go on the back foot approach. Punches that through the covers out to Tom Smith for 1 run. And in the first of the Women's T20 County Cup quarter-finals, the Blaze finished their 20 overs on 177 for 4 at the Spitfire ground in Canterbury. In response, Tier 2 Kents are 8 for 2 in the second over. And of course, the second of those quarterfinals taking place between Yorkshire and the Birmingham Bears at Wheatwood at 2:30. So plenty of action here on this Super Saturday. That was the end of the 121st over. Northamptonshire 409 for 8. Just over 20 minutes remain in this morning session. We've seen some fine cricketing shots from the likes of Safe Sabe and Calvin Harrison and Liam Guthrie as well, with arguably the shot of the morning so far, with that lovely strike down the ground.
Yeah, that was beautiful, wasn't it? So hold the pose, take the photograph, stick it on the bedroom wall.
This one is just turned around the corner down towards Matt Taylor at deep fine leg.
This is another little partnership for Northamptonshire that it's going to be annoying for Gloucestershire. There's no other way to describe it, but it should also be just putting a bit more confidence in the boots of the Bancrofts and the Hammonds and the Prices to go, I can score runs here. It's entirely possible, and I can go and get myself 100, get myself 50, think about a career best, make a milestone. There's runs to be had here at Northampton.
There are, but I still think that first new ball, I think that will be almost the basis of what Gloucestershire can go on to score. That's well evaded by Calvin Harrison. He is a tall man, isn't he, for a leg spin bowler? But does well to duck out of the way of that particular effort. Of course, we're still waiting for the answer in the live stream as well as to who Sir James Anderson's final test wicket was. We asked that question a little while ago. If you know the answer, feel free to put it in the YouTube live chat. Zaman Akhtar turns around at the top of his mark, charging in here to Calvin Harrison. Another short ball. Harrison thinks about taking on the hook shots. No connection on the willow. And as such, it remains just a dot ball. Northamptonshire remain 410 for 8. But yeah, we really are spoiled for choice this weekend. I mean, this is just brilliant, isn't it, to see every single side in action in the county championship. We've seen some great cricket in this encounter so far, and always nice to have the test matches back as well, as Harrison does take that one on. I think that's flicked the glove. There's an appeal behind from both Bancroft and Bracey. Umpire unmoved.
Yeah, Harrison shook his head straight away, didn't he? I think that might have been in response to Zaman Akhtar, but I think it's just come straight off the forearm.
Yes, it has. You can see there on the replay. Yep, shook his head straight away.
It's ballooned up, didn't it, off the forearm of Harrison?
Yep.
I think Gloucestershire would have given anything to have seen that finger raised by the umpire there.
And that right there is some excellent fielding from Archie Bailey. Of course, we have to caveat this in terms of the LBW shouts and any potential gloves or edges, especially on that far side. It is quite difficult for us in the commentary box. We are relying heavily on the replays with regards to those angles. But yeah, thankfully our cam ops are doing a fine job in this game to ensure that we have got those additional angles and the replays. That's a good-looking shot from Calvin Harrison. Just punches it out towards the aforementioned Bailey, and that will be the end of over 122. Northamptonshire 411 for 8. Calvin Harrison moves on to 29. Liam Guthrie, the man from Western Australia, alongside him on 15.
We've already got 19 minutes to go before the lunch break. And well, there's a few figures out there for Gloucestershire that, well, they've looked happier, haven't they? You've got Taylor here with his hands on his knees in front of us. Akhtar making his way down to deep cover, throwing his cap up in the air. Bancroft having a little stroll at mid-wicket. Completely fair enough, but they've had enough time in the field after 122 overs.
Yes, they certainly have. And here's Van Buren then. That's a lovely looking shot down the ground by Calvin Harrison. Keeps that scoreboard ticking. Now reads 412 for 8. It's almost a Joe Root style partnership, this. You look away and all of a sudden it's on 37. Really has been a fine stand this for the 9th wicket. Now moves on to 38. And neither of them have really looked too troubled. I know that Harrison, of course, in that previous over, hit on the forearm, but of course that was never going to be given out. A little bit more flight on that one from Van Buren. I mean, aside from that, they've looked quite comfortable at the crease, and of course that is twofold, isn't it? It's good for Northamptonshire because it means that the runs are still flowing with great regularity, but of course for Gloucestershire, they'll be looking at this and thinking, oh, you know what, there aren't really that many gremlins in the surface now. It's not like that morning session on day one where scoring looked too difficult. It's a case of seeing off the good balls and punishing anything which is either too short or too full. And Buren zipping that one into the left-handed Guthrie outside of the off stump. And that is the end of over number 123. Northamptonshire 414 for 8. Harrison on 31 from 71. And Liam Guthrie in at number 10 is on 16. A little bit of turn there for GVB.
Yeah, a bit of gentle turn. He's not going to be the biggest turner of a cricket ball, is he, with that kind of round arm, skiddy action that he's got. But yeah, a little bit of turn out of one of the footholes. So, as I said a while ago, Calvin Harrison will play a big part in this fixture, one way or another. He's playing a part here with bat in hand. He's got 31, but with ball in hand, I think he could prove to be a bit of a handful. And I'll get a bit of evidence here because Ollie Price is coming into the attack. He's going to replace Zaman Akhtar. Again, the finger spinner who will get a bit more turn than Graham Van Buren. You'll just see on the live stream here of the turn that is available to the finger spinner. And you'd expect then the wristy to be able to put a few more revolutions on the ball than what a finger spinner would be able to do. But short leg side boundary for Calvin Harrison. Does he take it on?
Well, he has also got the straight hit as well if he wants to hit against the turn. Let's wait and see what he produces here. Price starts off with a dot ball on that occasion. Yes, he did get quite pronounced turn, didn't he, yesterday, Ollie Price? Still went for quite a few runs, though. That one full and met on the full by Calvin Harrison. Back to the bowler for no run. So take 3 here between Price and Harrison. Harrison shifting that momentum onto the back foot, tries to punch it out towards mid-wicket. Only as far as Price's fellow spin twin, Graham Van Buren. And that was a full toss from Ollie Price. And as a result, it's drilled down the ground for another single. Northants 415 for 8. No, I must say I'm very much anticipating Calvin Harrison's spell. Feels like that could be the gateway, couldn't it, for Northamptonshire? If they are to go on and put themselves in a match-winning position. Feels as though he could be the catalyst for that scenario. Guthrie strides into that one. Plays it along the deck for no run. Because it was that wicket, wasn't it? Marcus Harris getting stumps off a delivery which had quite a bit of wild turn in that game against Lancashire, which ultimately sparked that collapse for the Red Rose. That's a deft shot by Liam Guthrie. Guides it off the face of the bat down towards fine leg, where Matt Taylor will do the fielding. Rounds out over number 124 with Northamptonshire 416 for 8. Harrison on 32 and Guthrie on 17. Yeah, it just feels like a moment like that, if it is to be one of the big wickets. I think Ollie Price in particular, if Northamptonshire can get his wicket early, feels like that would be the way to break into this game. It will be Graham Van Buren to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Guthrie again opting for that back foot approach. Just slams it down towards Ben Charlesworth at long on for 1 run. As the field shuffles once more. Always one of those things as a captain and a bowler you have to think about proactively with regards to this right-hand, left-hand combination. The arm ball is zipped in with some fizz by Graham Van Buren. Bancroft happy to go with these 2 spinners for the time being. Little bit of miscommunication there. In fact, I think it's taken a little bit of a bobble, evades the efforts of both the bowler and Ollie Price. So that will be a single off the bat of Calvin Harrison. Also, just looking at the over race as well. I mean, that has been definitely in Gloucestershire's favour so far. Bowled nearly 29 already in this morning session. Guthrie steps into that one, plays it under the eye line. So yeah, no danger of any penalties in that regard or points taken off.
Yeah, they were -2 for a little while, weren't they, yesterday? But the speed at which Van Buren just rifles through these overs, that is not going to take long to get back on level par.
No, it isn't at all. So final delivery in this 125th over. That one a little bit more expansive from the Northants number 10. But well fielded by Tom Price. So that is the end of the over. The home side remain 418 for 8. Calvin Harrison on 33 and Liam Guthrie on 18.
Yeah, just starting to get a bit brighter again out there now, isn't it? As we edge closer towards the lunch break. There's 12 minutes left on the clock. Those floodlights, though, unless something dramatic changes, will stay on, won't they, throughout the remainder of the day. So Northamptonshire will get that new ball under floodlights, under grey skies as well. So they'll be hoping that with Guthrie and Conway fresh, they might be able to pick up a few quick wickets at the start. But it's Price continuing from the David Capel end, and Harrison playing that one nicely down the grounds to Archie Bailey at mid-off.
Price again looking to get plenty of revs on that cricket ball. Turned into the onside for no run there by Calvin Harrison. He just looks unbothered. I think that's probably how I'd describe this innings so far. It's almost an air of nonchalance about his batting at the minute. That one a lot more velocity from Tom Price, or Ollie Price, I should say. That will be fielded out there by Graham Van Buren. Score now 419 for 8. Of course, of the two sides, I think Northamptonshire will be by far and away the happier of the two. But of course, for Gloucestershire, they haven't allowed the scoring rate to go too far out of control. We'll touch upon that point now because the score at Stumps on day one was 327 for 6. So the 92 runs have been added in this first hour and 50 minutes. In over 30 overs have been bowled. It's been a run rate of a tickle over 3. So it's not been a case of an absolutely nightmare morning session where runs have been shelled and catches have gone down and the bowlers have looked disappointing. It's just Northamptonshire continue to play this situation very well. Guthrie drops that back to the bowler for no run. Rounds out the 126th. Northamptonshire remain 419 for 8, as we do see some sun piercing through the clouds here in the East Midlands. Less than 10 minutes of this morning session still to go. 66 remain in the day. So it will be Harrison on strike here, facing off against Graham Van Buren. Has those figures of 1 for 53 from his 15 overs so far, includes the 1 maiden over. Has ever such an interesting story. This Graham Van Buren as well. Went and played for 3 years in the Netherlands for Amsterdam's cricket club. Played a lot of cricket there against the VRA, which is almost the other big club in Dutch cricket. That's where he really honed his craft and learned his talents before playing club cricket up in Lancashire and being spotted by Gloucestershire. And he's just been a stalwart ever since, especially in red ball cricket. I thought he was a good captain as well for Gloucestershire when he took on that additional responsibility. Just your quintessential all-rounder. Really provides the energy and character in the field. Very shrewd bowler as well. And then, of course, with the bat, he's more than adept of getting those 50s and 100s as and when the situation dictates. That is another fine over. Goes by rapidly. It's a maiden. So that is the second one for Van Buren, but no damage done as far as the wickets column is concerned for Northamptonshire.
No, this spell for Van Buren, he's bowled 7 overs. It's got 2 maidens and it's gone for 10 runs. Price at the other end as well. It's just gone for 3 runs from his 2 overs as well. So whether this is just going to start to apply a bit of pressure on the 2 in the middle, or whether they are just quite happy to have a bit of clock watching and watch these 7 minutes go by and have a bit of a lunch break. But I dare say the 2 of them will probably rather be seeing that scoreboard tick along.
Well, of course, yeah. I mean, especially Harrison, I think he'll be itching to have a bowl on this surface, especially as there's a little bit more deterioration over the course of the match itself. Non-strike, though, is the leg spinner. Instead, it's Guthrie.
Brian Bennett's record lives to see another day. Sean Williams out 88 LBW to Shoaib Bashir. Ben Curran still going. 36 off 94 for the ex-Northamptonshire and Zimbabwean opener.
Just out of interest, how many deliveries had Williams faced?
82.
82. So striking at over 100 in a test match. Goodness me, that is some going, although it is a nice wicket at Trent Bridge. Guthrie goes slightly aerial on that one. Was never going to nestle into the palms of Cam Bancroft there in a short mid-wicket position. So his price once more around the wicket to the left-handed Guthrie. Clips that down towards mid-on for no run. So final delivery here of over number 128. It's Arlie Price. That is a fine shot from Liam Guthrie. Just to the left-hand side of the Gloucestershire captain, Cam Bancroft, and that will signal the end of the 128th over. Northamptonshire 420 for 8. Harrison on 34. Liam Guthrie on 19.
Yeah, looks like Graham Van Buren's 10 over spell will come to an end just before lunch as the ball is thrown to Miles Hammond to round out the session from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So just another different look here, I suppose, for Gloucestershire and Cameron Bancroft, see if they can find a mistake amongst Calvin Harrison and Liam Guthrie.
Yes, I quite like this, to be honest, because for those outside of Gloucestershire, you may or may not know, but Miles Hammond actually started his career as a finger spinner. Used to bat down the order for the West Country outfits, gives that plenty of flight, and is a very different spin bowler to especially Graham Van Buren. Van Buren just zips it in. It's a case of utilising the trajectory and the angles, especially to right-handers, trying to catch them out with the drift. But Hammond here will be brave to give it a little bit more flight and maybe tempt the full shot here from Guthrie. Starts off with back-to-back dot balls. Very much a stereotypical off-spinners action for Miles Hammond. It's what you'd almost describe as being calming. There's a real tranquil sense to it. It's like poetry in motion up until the point of release as Guthrie goes for the slog sweep. Doesn't get the timing nor the placement on that particular shot as it's scooped up by Graham Van Buren. Although if he can get it fine enough, depending on how Hammond's lines go here, that is definitely a scoring option. Just to release the pressure, and is that going to be a stumping? No, it isn't. Square leg, not interested in that one. Well, there you go. That additional bit of flight from Miles Hammond, really slowing things down compared to Ollie Price and Graham Van Buren, almost results in the stumping opportunity. We're just waiting for Bracey to pop the bails back on. A little bit more adjusting there as square leg wasn't too convinced about the position of the bails there. Umpire's now happy for play to continue, though. It's Miles Hammond to Liam Guthrie. In very slow, almost loopy off-spin this from Miles Hammond, and that is the end of the 129th over. Starts off with a maiden.
Yeah, that was a little bit untidy, wasn't it, from James Bracey there to, I think, miss out on that stumping. Maybe it bounced a little bit more than what he was expecting from Hammond, but didn't take it clean the first time. And then the period of time that he was left trying to find that cricket ball, Guthrie had managed to turn around and make his ground. He'd certainly come out of his crease, didn't he?
Yeah, he would have been gone for all money if that would have been taken cleanly. It's not often you see that from Bracey, one of the finest glovemen in the entire country across both divisions, but you'll have to shake that one off. Unfortunately, wicketkeepers are human. They do make mistakes, but when you've got the gloves on, it is more pronounced, isn't it? It's almost like a goalkeeper letting in a goal in football. Price darts that one in to the right-handed Harrison. Still think of that take against Glamorgan in that ludicrous game in Cheltenham, the one that ended in a tie. And James Bracey really is an outstanding wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he is. He's one of the very best in the county circuit and a fantastic run scorer as well for Gloucestershire. So you can't just be a single discipline wicketkeeper anymore. You've got to be a fantastic batter to go along with that fantastic glove work. Unfortunately there, he just wasn't quite up to task off the bowling of Miles Hammond, and gives Liam Guthrie a life, which just adds another one to the tally. He moves to 20 now. The score 4-2-2 for 8, and there's 3 deliveries left before lunch. He bowled by Ollie Price with Harrison on strike. 35 off 88 for Harrison. Make that 36 off 89 with 2 to go.
And as a result of the strike rotation, there is the customary change in the field. As Gloucestershire look to spark one final wicket on the stroke of lunch in the morning session, which Northamptonshire have looked very comfortable in indeed.
Yeah, left well alone by Guthrie. Price puts his hands on his head in disbelief that he's just been left by Northamptonshire's number 10, as Aaron just continues to destroy the studio here. Last ball then of the morning session, and it's a dot ball up to mid-off. So it's 423 for 8 as Northamptonshire walk off for lunch on day 2. It's going to be a long, slow walk off for Gloucestershire, I think. They've really toiled hard in these 130 overs that they've bowled in this first innings. They did pick up a couple of wickets this morning. That of Safe Save for the brilliant 159. He was caught by Cameron Bancroft off the bowling of Archie Bailey in the slip cordon. And Lewis McManus, the first man to fall this morning from Matt Taylor, caught behind by James Bracey for 43. Floodlights are on. It's a bit grey. It's a bit cloudy. Players making their way off. Gloucestershire will still require 2 wickets in order to wrap up this Northamptonshire innings. And I think Northamptonshire will probably just want to keep batting for a bit longer.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. It's been a decent morning session, hasn't it, for the home side? 96 for 2 practically from those 34 overs. Plenty of overs actually being bowled by Gloucestershire in that session. Saw a lot of spin from Van Buren, from Price and from Hammond. So, yeah, I imagine we'll see them bat for a little bit longer. If a wicket falls quite quickly after lunch, I think we'll see a slight change in the tempo. But other than that, I think the the aim and the objective here for Northamptonshire is maybe to try and get up to around about 450. Go from there.
Yep, absolutely. Well, Aaron, let's go see if we can find some lunch, and we'll be back at about 20 to 2 for the start of the afternoon session.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Goes again, very good, it will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good, it will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good, it will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
Supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
Supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
Supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy, the nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy, the nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
This match is about 40.
Hello and welcome back to Northampton, where Northamptonshire will continue to bat and bat some more. It's 423 for 8 after 130 overs. The conclusion of lunch on day 2 here at Northamptonshire. The stream is powered by Daffabet. It will be Calvin Harrison and Liam Guthrie, the not-out batters, making their way to the middle. Gloucestershire will continue their bowling innings. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles. And, well, something's going to happen in this afternoon session. I don't know what yet, but something will happen.
Yeah, it has to, doesn't it, in order for the games to progress. But I think for Northamptonshire, they'll see out the first few overs, just play the ball on its merits and, yeah, just try and take stock, really, in this particular situation. Try and reach 450. I think that'd be a bonus. The partnership has been going along at a rather nice tick, stands at 48. It's 9th wicket so far. So I think that'll be the milestone. And then after that, try and tee off a little bit, have some fun, and, yeah, then put Gloucestershire into bat in these overhead conditions.
It's a crucial first hour, isn't it?
It is indeed, yep.
Always is a crucial first hour. It's Harrison will be on strike. He's on 36. Guthrie at the non-strikers end is on 20. It's still very overcast, but there has been a slight change in that the umpires have elected to turn the floodlights off over the lunch break. So we will be illuminated naturally for the beginning of this afternoon session. Whether they come back on, I don't know, or whether there is a band of showers coming across the country. There might be, having looked at the radar for this afternoon, but we'll see what happens. Who knows what we're going to get with the weather, because I'm not convinced it knows itself. But it's going to be Hammond to continue. He asked a good couple of questions just before lunch. It's going to be Harrison on strike. Starts back of a length, well timed and well picked up in there at cover by Ollie Price. Field is spread, as you would expect in this stage of the game for Gloucestershire. I'll let you know where those fielders out in just a moment as Harrison drives that one down the ground for a single. One of those fielders that are patrolling the boundary is Ben Charlesworth, and it will change now that the left-handed Guthrie is on strike. But there is a fielder out at deep point, long on, deep mid-wicket. There's a first slip now. Man at short third, short cover, short mid-wicket, mid-off, and man just around the corner, backward square as Guthrie almost sweeps that one down to long on for a single and brings up the 50 partnership between Harrison and Guthrie of 113 balls in just inside an hour.
Yeah, and it's a partnership which will frustrate Gloucestershire immensely. Spoke about that before the lunch interval as Hammond comes into bowl here too. Calvin Harrison, plenty of flight on that one. Definitely different bowling to face compared to Van Buren and the aforementioned Ollie Price. But, yeah, it's one of those stands, isn't it? For the 9th wicket, you're hoping to restrict them to less than 20 runs in an ideal world. And, yeah, these two just continuing to blunt the Gloucestershire attack.
Yep, nicely played. Calvin Harrison down the ground for another single. He's one of those interesting cricketers here, Calvin Harrison, in this scenario. There's no real gears for Harrison to go through, particularly in first-class cricket. He's at 1-6 in his first-class career so far, so it's not exactly like there's going to be a massive acceleration from Harrison. That's a beauty by Hammond to end that first over of the afternoon session. 131 overs bowled, 426 for 8. Harrison will be the man on strike. And Aaron, you've got some trivia knowledge and news and answers to share with those that have tuned in.
Yes, we do indeed. So in the morning session, we asked a certain question, and it was, who was Sir Jimmy Anderson's final wickets in Test match cricket? And we have got the correct answer in the live stream. Shout out to Philip. The answer was Joshua De Silva. So Josh De Silva was Jimmy Anderson's last wickets in Test match cricket. So well done, Philip, for getting that one correct. I think we'll make that a little bit of a tradition here on the Northants live stream. When I turn up, I did that last September as well. We sprinkle in some little bits of cricket trivia now and again. I think last year we had the leading first-class run scorer of all time, which is, of course, Jack Hobbs, man who played plenty of county cricket for Surrey. The master, as he's known down in South London.
Yeah. Well, we'll check in with your encyclopedic knowledge as the game goes on with the odd bit of trivia here and there. Going to be Seam from the David Capel end to start the afternoon session. It's going to be that of Matt Taylor. He starts challenging that front pad of Calvin Harrison, who turns it down to fine leg, hits it wide enough, and will come through and complete a second run and takes him up to 40 off 96. I just don't know. You said 450. Yes, Northamptonshire they'll be thrilled with that. I don't necessarily know if they pull out at 450. That's the tricky thing is there's been no real rate to this first innings. It's 3.26 runs per over for 130 overs. So they are gonna have to have one eye on time. Yes, they can't look at the weather forecast and think, oh, well, it might get a bit drizzly on Monday afternoon, and therefore we might have to think about moving this game along a little bit quicker. It doesn't work like that, but they keep going along at this pace. It's going to take them a while, isn't it, to get up to 5 if they get there? Or I know that's a big number and it's a long way away. And let's not forget they've only got 2 wickets in hand. But I think the thought of that 500 is probably just testament to the pitch itself here and the fact that it's pretty difficult to get wickets.
Yeah, it is. It's got more difficult as the game has progressed, as Taylor charges in here to Guthrie, plays that on the defence. Yeah, just looking at that run rate so far, a tickle over 3.25. If they are to get to 450 at that rate, of course, it's another 7 overs. So leaves you with around about 53, 52 overs of the day's play left. It's a case of when Darren Lehman and his side are happy to pull the trigger and start the bowling efforts, if it does come to that scenario.
Oh, what a shot. Liam Guthrie down the ground, just opens up that onside. Big shoulders of Liam Guthrie. Lovely on drive, slightly less stylish than the off drive that we saw before lunch, but there was no doubting the timing that he's picked up on that. 4 runs down the ground, moves to 25 and takes the score up to 433. They might, of course, not get to a point where they get to make that decision of pulling out. That decision might be made for them, and with 2 wickets left, you'd suspect that's probably going to be the case, that Gloucestershire will wrap this innings up. But it's hard going, isn't it? The wickets aren't tumbling, the ball's not going past the bat that regularly. Guthrie will add another one off the hip that time.
Yeah, it is. And it's almost balancing the risk and reward, isn't it, for Northamptonshire here? Because if you take too much time out of the game, you probably risk just losing it, don't you? You risk losing any momentum and impetus that you have had as a result of this innings. So I imagine those conversations would have been had over lunch. I still maintain the fact that for the next couple of overs at least, I think they'll just play stereotypical first-class cricket, won't try anything too outside of the box. And as soon as I say that, Calvin Harrison proves me wrong and scoops it over the top for just a single. Completely makes my points null and invalid as Calvin Harrison gets inventive, channels the inner Abraham Benjamin de Villiers.
That's an outrageous shot for a single. Of all the ways that you could go out there and just knock it for one, how at what point does scooping it over the wicketkeeper from outside off stump become the number one option? That's fascinating. He has kept the strike though. He will be on strike against Miles Hammond. So who knows what kind of shot we're going to see here just to pick up one.
Well, that is interesting, isn't it? Is that the catalyst now which ignites the powder keg for Northamptonshire? As Calvin Harrison will remain on strike, and you can see plenty of boundary riders out here for Miles Hammond.
Yeah, he's got the long leg side boundary, which turns into the short leg side boundary for Liam Guthrie now against Miles Hammond, who did play that attempted slog sweep, didn't he, before lunch, but got himself in a bit of a tangle. There is no protection down there, and you can see he's just had a look over to that boundary just to check and see where the personnel are for Gloucestershire. It's a nice shot, nicely timed down the ground for just the single as they jog through. Take the score up to 437. So 13 away now from that 450 number. And there is a reverse sweep, which Harrison doesn't get lined up, and it actually gets Calvin Harrison in the helmet eventually. So there will be a check for concussion, not to the bemusement of Calvin Harrison. He stands there thinking, it's not really done anything, umps, but rules are rules. So the Northants physio will make their way out to the middle and do the concussion check for Calvin Harrison. But you're right, that there has been a change of impetus, isn't there, for Northamptonshire?
Yep, there has. And you can see the intent there from Calvin Harrison, already bringing out the scoop shot. This time goes for a reverse sweep and just looking to accelerate that scoring rate and keep the game moving along, really. What you don't want from a Northamptonshire perspective is to get bogged down here and to almost kill the game before it can really get started. So I like the change in intent. I think it's the right time to pull the trigger, to be honest. Give your side at least 50-odd overs to have a bowl and make some early breakthroughs against this Gloucestershire batting lineup. So, yeah, all things considered, I don't mind this at all from Calvin Harrison and the home side. Just confirmation that Harrison is looking absolutely fine there, just having a few words with the physio. I don't think it did him any harm, to be honest, on that occasion, but as you said, Dan, rules are rules. It's important they are implemented, of course. Player safety is paramount here in the domestic cricketing circuit in England and Wales, and looks like we're ready to get back underway then. So it will be Hammond to Harrison as they resume their battle here in Northampton.
Yeah, and you kind of feel if that boundary there is going to get targeted, the innings could move along quite quickly one way or another, couldn't it? I don't think it's the natural game of Harrison, nor is it the natural game of Guthrie to play those reverse sweeps and create those angles. As it is, Harrison just takes the single down the ground. But again, there are singles there on offer, and Northants could just tick it around at 4 and over without really doing anything at the minute. But I guess it depends as to what that conversation was over lunch for the batting side. And that is incredibly well flighted by Miles Hammond. Dug out in the end, wasn't it, by Liam Guthrie? Just checking the toe of that cricket bat. He's got to be chomping at the bit, isn't he, Liam Guthrie, to start thinking about taking on that leg side. It's a beauty as well to finish the over. 133 bowled, 438 for 8.
Well, I know I made this point before lunch with Miles Hammond, the fact that he started out as an off-spinner, but this has been a really impressive start. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 6. The control, the flights, the deception in his bowling so far has been mightily impressive. So perhaps in hindsight, it's a little bit of a mistake to have brought him on so late, especially when you did have Price and Van Buren going for a little bit more acceleration and velocity for spin bowlers. Maybe they could have just changed the tempo a little bit by giving Hammond the ball earlier. But again, it's one of those unanswered questions, isn't it? We can speculate and ponder until the cows come home as Taylor comes into bowl here to Harrison.
Yeah, just trying to run it through the offside there. It's Calvin Harrison. 6 runs away from what would be his 3rd first-class half century in his career. He'll have his eyes on a career best there. It currently sits at 56. If he were to get there. Nicely played, gapped really well through the offside. It's going to be a long chase up the hill there. And it's just going to be a couple of runs. It's going to be 3, in fact, for Calvin Harrison. Archie Bailey does the fielding. So he moves to 47, 3 away then from that third first-class 50 in his career. Guthrie on 27. So his previous career best was 43. That came against Lancashire here a fortnight ago. Potentially have one eye there as well. But a big turn, actually. Did you see the replay there for that final delivery from Hammond? That really turned on a good length as well. It was full and it gripped into the surface. It wasn't quick turn, I don't think, but it was pronounced. It was there. It was someone that, as you said, started his career as a finger spinner, but now I think would be considered to be a part-time option there. It's promising for Calvin Harrison for Northamptonshire.
It is, and it's just sparked my memory actually back to last year's game against Leicestershire when we had a big conversation about the nature of the surfaces here at Wantage Road for spin bowlers. It does tend to turn a lot more prominently when you give it some flight and you tone down the speed. And I'll pick up on that point after this delivery from Taylor to Guthrie. It's another lovely looking shot. Cam Green gets a hand on it. There'll be a shot at the stumps. Wow, that is an outstanding throw. Sends one of the stumps flying out of the ground, but the Northants pair were well inside of the respective creases, so no danger there. Just have a look here at Guthrie.
Yeah, a bit of ball watching there by Harrison, wasn't there? If anything, I think it's Graham Van Buren at mid-off there. I think he went to the wrong end. It was Harrison that was looking backwards. He couldn't go because he didn't know how big of a hand that Green had got on that. Guthrie, on the other hand, knew there was one and was just trusting that Harrison was going to respond in the end, and he did. He did come through, but had that throw have gone to the striker's end of Calvin Harrison, that might have been a slightly different conversation.
Could have been, and it was a great throw, wasn't it? It was some nice team relay fielding that between Cam Green and Graham Van Buren, who is a bit of a dead eye here in the county championship. But yeah, just to touch upon that point about the spin, we saw last season in that game against Leicestershire, Yuzvendra Chahal really changing up his pace and his lines, and he got his reward as a result. Whereas for Leicestershire, with Budinger and Rayan Ahmed, they were bowling a lot flatter, a lot quicker through the air, and as a result, there wasn't the same degree of turn or purchase for the spin bowlers. So again, as Calvin Harrison is out there in the middle, he's probably watching that from Miles Hammond and thinking, you know what, that's the tactic which I think I'll implement on this wicket.
It's a nicely played shot. Half stopped off the ankle, I think, at backward point there, which is, that's going to be a sore one. There is not much flesh there, is there? And there's not much padding from your shoes. As Ollie Price just jogs that one off. That was really well struck by Calvin Harrison, and you can see the discomfort that's caused Ollie Price. You could hear it through the effects mic, couldn't you? It was bony. But he keeps the strike. He adds one. Adds another one to that partnership, which is now worth 68 as well. Harrison on 48, and I'm sure that pain will go, won't it? But at the minute, that is sore for Ollie Price.
Yeah, it is. It's horrible, isn't it? When you have that feeling, and yeah, you can just feel your ankle throbbing for at least the next few overs as Hammond in here to Harrison off the back foot. Yeah, again, though, I said this point earlier about Lewis McManus. Ollie Price is hard as nails. Like, he is a serious warrior and a trooper out there. So it'll sting, it'll be sore, but I think he'll be fine as the game progresses a little bit later on today. That's a very audacious drop and run that between Harrison and Guthrie, taking on the sore Ollie Price. I mean, that's probably what the chat was there, just in case it did go in that region, and they get their reward as a result, changing the field here as well.
That was well weighted, wasn't it? By Harrison, who moves on to 49. Guthrie on 28, back on strike, goes for a big heave. I said he'd have been eyeing up that leg side boundary, and that's an indication there that he wanted to take on Miles Hammond. But yeah, it's funny with those ones that you get on the bones there. You take the socks off and then you see like a seam mark down the side of your ankle bone. You think, yeah, no, that did hit me a bit harder than I thought. Nicely bowled, nicely played. Guthrie takes that one on down the ground. As you can see, the field is pretty well spread now for Gloucestershire. And Hammond is continuing just to get that turn out of the surface. It won't be as pronounced now that Harrison is on strike, but he's one away from what would be a third first-class 50, and he gets it down the ground to mid-on. Harrison gets his third first-class 50 in his career. And these crucial partnerships for Northamptonshire just continue to build. They continue to show. And he is, he's been another big part of it. It's 50 off 106 balls, striking at 47. Just 2 fours in the innings. As I say, career best of 56 for Calvin Harrison, if he were to get there. Well timed down the ground by Guthrie. Adds another one. And the runs are just, but it's not exactly racing along, but they're flowing nicely, aren't they, as the score goes on to 447 for 8.
Yes, they are. It's a steady stream, isn't it, of runs here for Northamptonshire. And I'm very happy for Calvin Harrison as well. The fact is this has been a very prosperous and fruitful loan spell, of course, with the ball in hand, and also nice to see him add to that tally in the batting department as well. So, yeah, just wanted to say well batted to Calvin Harrison. This has been a very nice and adept knock so far, and it's frustrating, isn't it, for Gloucestershire? A 72-run stand for the 9th wicket after partnerships of 148 for the 5th and 103 for the 7th. These partnerships really beginning to mount up for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, Taylor continues from the David Capel. Guthrie's on strike, and as timed behind square, and it will just be a single. Cam Green does the fielding as the ball almost decelerates as it just rolls off the edge of the square there. So Harrison gets back on strike. Second 50 for Northamptonshire, Calvin Harrison in this loan spell. So yeah, fantastic with the ball in hand. I think he's taken 16 wickets so far this year, but has contributed with bat as well with 2 50s, and it's really well timed down the ground and well fielded by a sprawling Archie Bailey to back up the leader of the bowling attack in Matt Taylor. It's funny, isn't it? Everything seems to have just calmed down a little bit since we saw that ramp over James Bracey and the failed reverse sweep. It's just gone back to a bit of status quo cricket again. Just gone 2 o'clock here on Saturday afternoon in Northampton. Harrison shuffles outside off stump. Short ball from Taylor, which Harrison can't catch up with. Down the leg side for a dot ball.
And that shot there again is a testament, isn't it, to the change in tempo that Calvin Harrison's now looking to produce. He's got to his 50. Guthrie looking very composed at the other end on 31 from 66. So, yeah, you can see now Northamptonshire, they're around about that 450 mark. It's now time to release the brakes and try and put the foot on the accelerator as such.
Yeah, well, there's a knowledge, isn't it? You get the personal milestone, and Harrison then tries to clobber Matt Taylor out of Northamptonshire and add to his solitary 6 in first-class cricket. There'll be no better opportunity with that short leg side boundary at the moment for Calvin Harrison to double the tally. But he doesn't connect with that one, and it brings about a change in the field as Miles Hammond drops from mid-wicket down to a deep mid-wicket. There's a bit more protection, but it's forward of square. It's still pretty vacant down there if he elects to take it on. That's skewed away into the offside. It's going to land safe. Gloucestershire can't believe it. Taylor, look at the body language from Matt Taylor. There's a big leading edge as Harrison's tried to muscle him down towards the coffee van. And it's fallen between 3 Gloucestershire fielders there for a single. They're just desperate to have this innings over. And they thought there was another little opening there. As it was, Harrison survives.
Yep, and when it's your day, isn't it? Simple as that. And fortune is favouring Northamptonshire here. So it will be Taylor here to Liam Guthrie. Northamptonshire just 1 run shy of 450 runs. That is uppercuts over the top. Shouts of catch it, takes 1 bounce, fielded cleanly there by Ben Charlesworth. And that will be the 450 up for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. They bring it up in the 136th over with Calvin Harrison on 51 and Liam Guthrie after that shot moving on to 32.
Yeah, very well batted, chaps. I say the big contributor, safe save, 159 in the innings, but 20 from Luke Proctor at the top in challenging conditions. McManus with 43, fantastic partnership with safe save overnight. Calvin Harrison, second 50 in a Northamptonshire shirt, and Liam Guthrie, 32 off 67. I suppose the thing is, the big question for Gloucestershire will be starting their first innings, whenever that may happen here at Northampton, is how big of a hangover do the batters have from spending a day and a half in the field, in the dirt, as the professional cricketers would call it, grinding away. How easy is it over the space of 5 minutes to go and stick your pads on and walk out there and clear your mind and be in the best possible frame of mind up against Guthrie and Conway and Harrison and Proctor? Or do they walk out there with the confidence of going, well, I've just watched Northamptonshire's number 9 score 51. I can do that as well.
Well, they can. And I'll touch upon the point after this delivery from Miles Hammond. Really zips that in and deposited straight back down the ground. There's a chase on for 2 Gloucestershire fielders, and it bisects the pair of them. 4 more runs off the bat there of Calvin Harrison, who moves on to a first-class career best of 57. So this day begins to get even better for the loanee from Nottinghamshire. But yeah, just looking at that point of Northamptonshire's number 9 scoring 50, that was as a result of the groundwork being laid by the middle order. So it's not a case of you come in straight away, the ball starts coming onto the bat nicely, and you give it a couple of overs and suddenly the runs are nice and fluent and coming off the bat easily.
Yeah.
You've got to be willing to put in the hard yards. And for Northamptonshire, they've done that. For the first 50, 60 overs, they toiled away. And as a result, they now have got that reward.
Yeah, it was tough going, wasn't it? That's aerial down over the offside, down towards the Jackson Grundy for another 4. Harrison moves into the 60s, and well, you dare say something's happening here quite quickly. Either the pullout, or has Harrison been given a deadline here for a potential 100 if he is able to get there? It's an awful long way to go, but 61 off 114 as you hear the cries of "Come on, Hamo" from one of the Gloucestershire supporters that's made their way up the country, and Harrison gives himself room through the offside. This time is a fielder down there sliding through to keep that down to just a single, and Guthrie there, I think, having the peace of mind, Liam Guthrie, just to make sure that Harrison stays on strike with what we think, or what I interpret to be a bit of the last few grains of sand dropping through the egg timer here for Northamptonshire's first innings.
Yep, I'd completely echo that sentiment, to be honest, Dan. I think it's a case now of Harrison, try and fill your boots. You've got to that 450 mark, and yeah, let's have a bowl. I think that'll be in the minds now of the Northants players. It'll definitely be the topic of conversation in the dressing room. I don't think we'll see Harry Conway, to be honest, coming out to bat at this stage, and yeah, just go out there and dictate the tempo, get those early wickets and put Gloucestershire under the pump, as we see Graham Van Buren coming back onto bowl, this time from the David Capel end.
Yeah, he's going to have that short leg side boundary to contend with Calvin Harrison, who's, well, targeted it, hasn't he, over the space of the last 6 deliveries from the David Capel end. And as you can see, they've sent reinforcements back out there. There's 3 fielders down there on the leg side, one at a wide long on, deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square. But if you get all of it, those fielders are going to become pretty irrelevant, because it's not a big hit down there today. With the wind as well, it's going to be played out through the offside. They're going to look for a couple, and Guthrie turns around and says no, which I think again was the right decision by Liam Guthrie.
It was, and of course for these two at this stage, you might as well just save your legs for the bowling effort. Of course, it's not as much exertion is it when you're out there running between the 22 yards compared to when you're out in the field and doing the hard work as such, as Van Buren bowls here to Guthrie, who thinks about dispatching that down the other end of the ground, trying to target the Spencer Lounge. But yeah, at this stage, you don't really want to be running those ridiculously quick 1s and 2s. Just take it a little bit more pedestrian and focus on the bigger picture, as that, I think, has flicked the pad of the left-handed Guthrie. Chase on here for Taylor. They turn around and come back for a second. We're just going to wait and see what the signal is. And indeed it is. It's leg buys. So score now 465 for 8.
465 for 8. Luke Proctor won the toss yesterday morning, elected to have a bat first. And after that first hour, you thought, that looks like a mistake, doesn't it? But it's come good for Northamptonshire. They have piled the runs on through the remainder of this innings. And they've got themselves in a commanding position in this fixture against Gloucestershire. Bit of extra flight on it, but even at this angle here, you can see the line just wasn't quite right for Graham Van Buren as Guthrie tries to sweep it down past Matt Taylor. Last ball then of Van Buren's first over of the afternoon. Guthrie happy to defend that back. I quite like the move here to bring Van Buren back from Bancroft. I think if there is an acknowledgement there that Northampton are trying to get after them, that he's going to be hard to get away and to try and stem that run rate, frustrate them, maybe cause that declaration to come if the runs aren't coming in the middle. But good move, I think. It's 465 for 8 after 138.
Well, just having a look here with the Gloucestershire caps in, he hands the ball this time to Ollie Price. So I imagine actually that is just touching upon your point there, Dan, in terms of maybe not giving it as much flight, just zipping in these arm balls and trying to make it difficult to hit against the spin or hitting against the line. It is going to be difficult to score runs freely against this duo. So very much some tactical cricket being played there from the former Australian international as Price comes around the wickets. The right-handed Harrison. He plays and misses on that one, and look at that lightning fast glove work from James Bracey. Of course, he's looking to atone for the mis-stumping of Liam Guthrie a little bit earlier on in the encounter. Can ill afford to give him those kind of opportunities. He is an absolute panther behind the stumps. Price once more. This one is reverse sweep. Should be a simple catch and is taken by Archie Bailey. Persistence pays off for Gloucestershire County Cricket Club, and Ollie Price has his first wicket of the game. A simple catch for Archie Bailey. And it looks as though Harry Conway is coming out to bat. So Northamptonshire 465 for 9. That's very interesting indeed. We didn't think that Conway would come out into the middle, as we just see the replay there for Harrison. I mean, that was the risk that he took. The fielder was in the in circle, and easy catch for someone of Archie Bailey's acumen. And as a result, the partnership ends on 90. I mean, that is still a fantastic effort between Calvin Harrison and Liam Guthrie. Harrison, the latest to depart for 63, but a 90-run stand for the 9th wicket. It's just been a real thorn in the side for the visitors in this innings so far.
Yeah, it was just awkward, wasn't it? It was awkward. Just a reminder that Liam Guthrie just had that life, didn't he? That mis-stumping by Bracey when he was on 19. Gone on to get up to 33 himself. And as you said, that partnership at the end then was worth 90. So we've got the two Australians in the middle now, Conway and Guthrie. Conway, so far, I don't think he's been dismissed in his Northamptonshire career with bat in hand. And Guthrie will be, well, he'll be looking to accelerate now. Get those strong shoulders through the ball. 465 for 9.
And it will be Price to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. This time bowling to Harry Conway, who looks to utilise the wrists, plays that with that supple deftness.
Don't know if you heard there, but Harry Conway told Liam Guthrie to wait on.
Well, it was the right call in the end, wasn't it? Here is Price to Conway again. That one is flashed very square. There'll be a chase on for the fielder. It's 4 runs off the bats of Harry Conway, who's striking at 200 so far by my maths. He is someone who loves to go out there with the bat in hand. I mean, we did have that dialogue, didn't we, Dan, about whether or not he'd come out into the middle. But I think Harry Conway just loves his cricket so much. He's a natural born entertainer. He's probably just said to Darren Lehmann, mate, just get me in there. Price to Conway again, this time.
Yeah,
resolute in defence.
He kind of feels like the cricketer that's walked up to Darren Lehmann and he's kind of gone, well, thinking about declaring, and Conway's gone, look, I'm going to go out there. If I strike at less than 150, you can pull me straight out of the game type thing.
Well, let's see what he's got in store for us here.
And a couple of no's there from Conway to end the over. Brilliant.
Yep. And at the end of the 139th, Northamptonshire 469 for 9. Harry Conway on 4 from 4 and Liam Guthrie on 33 from 73. Just looking back on the replay there as well. I mean, the ball was always going to travel away for 4, but he was calling back Guthrie for the second run just in case. He was bigged up, wasn't he, from the lads in the production room here at Wantage Road. They said that he's an absolute delight to watch. And yeah, I must say I'm looking forward to watching Harry Conway here today. It's Van Buren, though, here to Liam Guthrie. First ball is a dot ball, and yeah, just a fantastic character to have in that dressing room. He's made a real impression, hasn't he, Harry Conway? Guthrie goes expansive, shouts of catch it, and taken, and that will be the end of the innings. Liam Guthrie, the latest and last man to depart for 33 from 74 deliveries. Northamptonshire bowled out for 469 runs in the 140th over. And we'll just have a slight break here as the Gloucestershire openers get their pads on and get ready for the reply. So just to take you through some of the major scores in that first innings, what has turned out to be a very fruitful and prosperous one for the home side in the end. In the morning session on day 1, Northamptonshire reduced to 57 for 4, with the likes of Vasconcelos, Miller, Proctor and debutant Adi Sharma all departing in the first 90 minutes. But a 148 partnership between James Sales and the man of the moment, Save really did kickstart this innings into life. And then some excellent innings from the likes of Lewis McManus, he scored 43, and Calvin Harrison scoring 63 have ultimately brought the home side up to a tally of 469 all out. So that is some reply, isn't it, from Northamptonshire County Cricket Club? A decent day here on the second day as well, going from 327 for 6 to 469 all out. And yeah, Dan, just as we see the players departing the field, I'll get your thoughts. What have you made of that effort from the Tudor Rose?
I think it's a fantastic effort. I think the hole and the position that they found themselves in after that first kind of hour and 15 minutes to be where they are now, well, you'd have taken it and some, wouldn't you, to have got to that number on the board. 469 all out, having won the toss and elected to bat first. I think Gloucestershire, you have to say, they've stuck in there really well. They really have toiled hard. They've bowled dry for long periods of that game. That run rate never, ever got away from them. It was just 3.37 at the end of that innings. And there was a pick of the bowlers, Archie Bailey, 3 for 76 from his 23 overs, 2 for 51 for Ben Charlesworth, 2 for 54 for Graham Van Buren, and then 1 wicket for Tom Price, Matt Taylor, and Ollie Price, respectively. But 469, the first innings score. Gloucestershire, as you say, will be sticking their pads on. There'll be a few bowlers that'll be looking forward and excited to take their boots off. We'll have a look and see what Northamptonshire can do on this pitch, which as yet hasn't provided a great deal of assistance for the bowlers.
No, it hasn't. And yes, this will be a very, very intriguing 30 to 40 minutes after the players come back out onto the field. So we'll take a very short break. Don't go anywhere, folks. And yes, when we resume the coverage, it will be Gloucestershire coming out to bat in response to Northamptonshire's 469 all out.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Just a little 5-minute breather there for the players and us in the commentary box as we switch innings and Northamptonshire make their way out to the field. They were just bowled out 139.2 overs for 469 runs. Gloucestershire toiled away hard. They worked incredibly hard for those 10 wickets here at Wantage Road. They've elected to take the heavy roller on this pitch between innings, which will just nullify and just slow it down just that little bit more. We've seen the bowlers having a warm-up. Aaron, you particularly enjoyed Harry Conway's opening loosener, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I mean, in his defence, he did it off of, I think it's about 3 or 4 steps. It wasn't a full run-up, but yeah, definitely gave a chuckle to those watching here at Wantage Road, and also to his captain, Luke Proctor, who started having a laugh with Ben Sanderson, who was the man who just about got a mitt to it in the end. But yeah, ever the entertainer is Harry Conway, but it won't be that Australian to open the bowling for Northamptonshire. It will be his partner in crime with the new ball. It will be Liam Guthrie to open up from the David Capel end.
Yeah, an Australian affair to start with. Bancroft on strike. He will open the batting, the Gloucestershire captain, with Ben Charlesworth at the non-striker's end. Only the 2 slips in place for Northamptonshire, that of Vasconcelos and Calvin Harrison. And if that isn't an indication of the pace and the zip in this pitch for the seamers, I don't know what is. Guthrie will be the quickest bowler on show in this contest between the 2 sides. And Northampton, Luke Proctor, despite having 470 runs on the board, have elected to start with just 2 in the cordon. You see Guthrie there, just a bit of extra pace.
Yeah, sorry, I was just looking at the field placement there. There is a slightly wideish, deep, fine leg. We've got a little bit of a blind spot here in the commentary position, but I can just about pick out the man.
Yeah, we've got Harry Conway down in front of us here, haven't we, at deep thirds. We've got 2 slips, deep third, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Almost safe save there at a pretty village cricket position called the 45, just around the corner. As Bancroft gets off strike, opens the account for Gloucestershire, just turns that one into the leg side pass, safe save, and gets the single. And it looks like Safe is going to actually make his way into the slip cordon, is he? Just going to strengthen that up with Charlesworth on strike, as Guthrie's going to naturally just swing the ball away from Ben Charlesworth, trying to find that outside edge, given the opportunity to drive through that short offside if he elects to take it. Just drops it down to James Sales at point.
Yeah, I must say I quite like this field, actually, to Charlesworth early on, because he is an expansive cricketer. He likes to open up the arms early on in the piece and almost open up the offside, whether it's through that square drive or through the covers. So I quite like this from Liam Guthrie, and of course from the captain, Luke Proctor. It's aggressive, it's proactive. They're looking to induce that tickle off the outside edge. So, yeah, I think this is a good ploy, to be honest, and it helps that you've got runs on the board in this situation as well. Well, that one is not on the offside at all. It's been clubbed through the onside out towards deep mid-wicket. There's a chase on for the aforementioned Proctor. The Gloucestershire batters have run the first 2 quickly, and that will be 3 runs to get Ben Charlesworth up and running here in the Gloucestershire first.
Yeah, it was nicely muscled, wasn't it, through the leg sides. Again, just that outfield just taking the pace out of the ball and going nowhere near the boundary in the end. Luke Proctor was doing the fielding. Adi Sharma, the young man, first-class debut, quite happy just to watch his captain sprint up towards the heavy sweep there and retrieve that ball. Bancroft defends back to the bowler. End of the over then, 4 runs on the board. Bancroft on 1, Charlesworth on 3. And it is going to be Harry Conway from the Lynn Wilson Centre. And so options for Northamptonshire and Luke Proctor. And that is something that this team are blessed with. It's not quite a Leicestershire. They're not playing with 11 all-rounders, but there are a few options out there. There's obviously Liam Guthrie, Harry Conway that you've seen and you're about to see. Luke Proctor himself, James Sales, Gus Miller could all provide seam bowling options and backups through the course of an innings. You've then got the leg spinner of Calvin Harrison. You've got the left arm finger spin of Safe Sabe. And George Bartlett himself has had a bit of a trundle through the course of the summer so far, although he's yet to add a name into his black book of wickets here in first-class cricket. So plentiful options for Luke Proctor, but it is going to be Harry Conway, the taller of the bowlers that we're going to see here. And there's half an appeal for LBW as he wraps Bancroft on the pad straight away. Again, just gentle swing, isn't it, here in Northampton?
Yeah, it's not ridiculous swing. I don't think that's the way I'd describe it so far. It's just enough to keep the bowlers interested. But obviously the attributes that Darren Lehman liked about Harry Conway is the ability to generate that extra little bit of nibble and bounce from the surface. And we have seen it throughout that first innings from Northamptonshire. A couple of the Gloucestershire seamers getting that additional bounce, especially Zaman Akhtar. So, yeah, Harry Conway could be a real danger here.
Yeah, cries of catch as it hangs in the air past square leg for a couple. I thought when you said nibble, I thought you meant reactions from people, which I reckon Harry Conway would specialise in. Certainly a character in the dressing room here at Northamptonshire. You saw well, I call it a send-off that was provided to Marnus Labuschagne down at, no, celebration down at Glamorgan last weekend. There was a fantastic bit of pantomime when Matty Hurst was dismissed without scoring in the second innings here against Lancashire, led by Harry Conway. Just a real contender, isn't he? A fighter. Someone that you feel will just drag hold of his teammates and carry them with him. As the floodlights come back on here in Northampton as the cloud gets a bit darker overhead. Nicely played, nicely timed. Bancroft settles on the single. And Miller and Zabe doing the fielding there. So there are 48 overs remaining in the day's play. So plenty of cricket left to play. The fact that the floodlights have been on and off during the morning and the afternoon doesn't fill you full of confidence, does it, that we're going to be here late this evening, but you never know. I think I did see on the radar there were a few kind of bands of patchy showers coming across from the west. So whether they hit us or not, we'll see. But that's just got a bit gloomy out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has. You can just see, well, that's the camera angle there from our cam-op Billy, who's braving the elements out there at the minute. Hopefully it doesn't start raining. As Conway comes into bowl here to Charlesworth. Yeah, it has. It's gone very murky here in the East Midlands. I'm just looking out to our right-hand side here in the commentary box. There is some lighter cloud coming overhead, so we're hoping that any inclement weather does pass over the county ground here in Northampton. But yeah, I think it's sensible to have the floodlights on at this stage of the piece, as that was the end of over number 2. Gloucestershire 8 for none with Bancroft and Charlesworth both on 4 runs apiece.
Yeah, been a good start for Gloucester. Just knocking the ball around. It's about the only thing, be the mindset and the plan, won't it? They'll have spent enough time out there watching Northamptonshire go about setting that total, they'll know that you can't just go hard at the ball here. Oof, and that could have gone anywhere. Pulled away by Bancroft, but ends up getting a bottom edge into the pad. And fortunately for the Gloucestershire skipper, the ball just settles down at his feet rather than giving the old death rattle. And if Northamptonshire are going to have a successful start to this second innings, they're going to have to do something that they haven't really been able to do for the last couple of seasons. If they generate and create a chance, they're going to have to take it. And a fair few have been grassed here at Wantage Road in 2025, both against Kent and more recently Lancashire. So it isn't going to be a case that if one goes down, it's going to come around again pretty quickly. You're going to have to really work hard here for wickets, and it's going to be something they're going to have to really pride themselves on today and tomorrow. As Guthrie is on the money. You can see the floodlights there just shining off the helmet of Ben Charlesworth and on striker's end. So you can see that the artificial light is just taking effect because the grass has just got a bit of a glow to it, isn't it, at the moment? As you say, it does look a little bit lighter over towards now Northampton Town Centre. And just keeping a bit low, well kept out by Cam Bancroft.
Yeah, just to talk about Bancroft's season, really. 281 runs in 6 matches so far for the Gloucestershire captain. Has 1 century, yet to follow it up, though, with a 50. So it's been a rather indifferent start, I'd say.
Was that his first innings this summer as well, wasn't it?
Was indeed, yep. Yeah, and since then, runs have been few and far between. He's had glimpses, he's had starts. It's just a case of capitalising on them and really getting those big scores. They haven't quite materialised as of yet.
Nope, and he's not going to add another one there. As Safe Saves diving away at just behind square. Offered a high five from James Sales in appreciation for the fielding work there. What is the plan, Aaron, for both of these sides from what you've watched over the 4 and a bit sessions that we've had so far? What is the mindset for both counties as Guthrie runs in again from the David Capel ends, left well alone by Cameron Bancroft?
Well, I'll touch upon Gloucestershire's first because I said those 15 to 20 overs. I think they're the crucial ones, to be honest. Just see the shine off the new ball and get that factor out of mind. Bancroft and Charlesworth are more than capable of doing exactly that. So in terms of milestones and markers in the innings, that for me is the first one for Gloucestershire to try and overcome. As for Northamptonshire, it's the polar opposite of that. In those first 15 to 20 overs, let's try and maximise the amount of breakthroughs they can get. Of course, Gloucestershire themselves got 4 wickets with the newer ball as Conway charges in here to Charlesworth. Taps it into the onside for no run. They've got to try and produce something similar. I think that is also the game plan here for Luke Proctor's side. It's a case of not allowing the runs to be scored with freedom. They've got to put on that metaphorical screw. They've got to tighten and turn it here very early on. If you can get the wicket of Charlesworth or Bancroft, excellent. I still think the key ones are that of Ollie Price and Miles Hammond. You've got to try and expose that middle order as fast as possible as Conway comes into bowl once more. Slightly muted appeals there. I don't think the ball was anywhere near the bat of the left-handed Charlesworth, but yeah, it's just a case of not allowing partnerships to build, and that's something which Gloucestershire did brilliantly, and you could see the energy after those 4 wickets. This was a team who were up and about. They were in the face. The fielding efforts were superb, and it was being backed up by some excellent bowling. But after that 5th wicket partnership, things began to just stifle a little bit for the visitors as Conway once more to Charlesworth. keeps him on his toes there. And yeah, they don't want Gloucestershire to produce something similar. I think it would take something special for them to be 57 for 4.
Yes.
To be honest,
Yeah.
it really would, in terms of how the pitch has acted since that very first session of the game. But yeah, Northants have got to dictate the tempo here. They've got to set the rhythm, and they've got to put Gloucestershire on the back foot early. And as for Gloucestershire, for these two, lay that foundation, get them off to a good start. And if they can, I mean, that middle order are very, very capable indeed.
Yep, they are indeed. Well, we had just a test of concentration, isn't it, for a batter out there? It's just going to be a case of, are you prepared to dig in and hang about? And I don't necessarily know if it gets massively easier the longer that you spend out there. It's, I suppose, safe did begin to look a bit more fluent at points. But all the while those seamers were bowling, it just felt like it was just holding. Wasn't quite able to put your hands through the ball like you'd like to. So is there a lapse in concentration in either of these two opening batters for Gloucestershire, having just spent a day and a half in the field, having watched Northamptonshire grind out 469? So far, so good for Gloucestershire. Both of the batters are on 4. As I say, I think as well that the fact that Northamptonshire have got that first innings number and they've only got 2 slips in place just shows how this pitch has performed. It's well stopped, well fielded by Gus Miller at cover. Dot ball to finish the over. 8 for no loss after 4.
Yeah, that was good cricket all round, wasn't it? Especially from Charlesworth. He got a nice connection and good timing on that, and Gus Miller as well with the fielding effort. And actually, that is the other aspect that I just wanted to touch upon with regards to Northants. Your fielding has got to be on the money. That's something we saw with Gloucestershire, and even if it's not necessarily the catches and those wicket-taking opportunities, those runs along the turf, you've got to cut them off. You've got to attack the ball. You've got to be aggressive, and that is exactly what's set up that morning session for Cam Bancroft's men. And it is Bancroft on strike here against the left-arm seam of Liam Guthrie.
It's just got a bit of nip and a bit of tail back on it. It's very much into the thigh pad of Cam Bancroft, though. There was half an appeal, half a cry for an LBW, but not going to get much whilst it hits you that high up on your legs. And obviously Cameron Bancroft on the taller side as well, so it's a very simple technique for Cameron Bancroft. There's not many moving parts. It's pretty easy going on the eye. It's just back, just go straight back with the backswing and one single motion back towards the ball. But at the moment here, Guthrie's just getting a bit of shape back into the body of Cameron Bancroft. Is all through the air, isn't it? And it's, again, just a bit gentle off the surface. So it's not exactly, not replicating those conditions that he picked up Zach Crawley in against Kent in the opening weekend of the season. Yorker really from Guthrie, which is turned through mid-wicket by Cameron Bancroft. And that'll be the first 4 of the Gloucestershire innings. Over-pitched by Guthrie. Bancroft doesn't miss out on that.
He most certainly does not. And if we're being overly critical there of Guthrie, potentially just searching there in terms of his length, he's over-pitched on that occasion, and that is Cameron Bancroft's real area of strength. Just those turns or clips through mid-wickets, got the placement absolutely spot on, and 4 simple runs there for Gloucestershire moves them on to 12 without loss.
Yeah, well, that's the thing of Liam Guthrie. He's going to look for wickets. Prepared to pitch the ball up and get hit in the trade-off for asking those challenging questions for the batters. So he got 12 wickets at 36s so far in his Northamptonshire career. So those statistics do kind of back that up a little bit. He's prepared to go for a few runs in the trade-off for picking up a couple of wickets. Breeze is picked up out here as well. Aaron, the trees over on that side are just really starting to pick up. The flags fluttering away. And Bancroft again has the answer to Liam Guthrie.
Yep, and this will be a real test here for Cam Bancroft in terms of the temperament on display here for the Gloucestershire captain, because of course naturally he is someone who likes bat on ball. He likes to get an early boundary or two just to settle into his rhythm. But of course we've seen in this game so far it's not that simple. It's not as easy as going out there and blazing a few boundaries and having a pronounced strike rate. You've really got to put in the hard yards here and graft at times. I think that's how I'd describe it. But so far it's been so good from the Gloucestershire opener. He's been compact. He's been sensible. I think that's how I'd describe this batting display so far, as we see the conclusion of over number 5. Gloucestershire 12 for none. But it's just a case of not being lulled into that full sense of security and going for a big booming cover drive and nicking off from the outside edge. So yeah, I think this will be a good test here for the openers.
Yeah, compact seems to be the way to be successful here as well, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Don't do too much out in front of you. Play it under your eyes. Bat time. Almost a bit of a punchy innings at the crease. You can't really afford to do too much more than that. As the ball is just holding. It's keeping a little bit low as well. Charlesworth defends that one off Harry Conway. I think a lot of that early success that Gloucestershire generated yesterday morning was because of the pressure that they were able to build. There was such a long period of time that run rate was between 1 and 2 runs per over, and the scoreboard wasn't moving, and they were backed up brilliantly by their first and second change bowlers. That I think that, as much of anything, generated those early wickets for Northamptonshire was the pressure that they were able to enforce. And can Northamptonshire do the same? Have they got the quality in their first and second change bowlers, as Conway bowls an absolute jaffer to Charlesworth through to Lewis McManus without any bat on it?
Oh, that's a lovely delivery, that, isn't it? Just a nice bit of shape for Harry Conway. Whistling past the outside edge of Ben Charlesworth, and you can see the wry smirk on the Australian seam bowler's face. He's absolutely loved his time in the East Midlands so far, hasn't he? And he's been a great addition to this county cricket club. And here he is bowling to Ben Charlesworth. Good lead from the former England under-19.
Yeah, and a bit of interaction there maybe between Conway and Charlesworth at the end of that follow-through. You don't really spend too much time looking behind if you're a batter there. You're not particularly interested as to how far that ball's moved after the stumps. They can start just playing tricks on the mind. But Charlesworth then did want to have a look around and just see where Lewis McManus took that cricket ball. Nicely played. Can't get it past Luke Proctor at mid-off though. It's 12 for no loss after 5.4. Bancroft on 8. Charlesworth on 4. Inside edge of Charlesworth, but defended back to the bowler. Probably the big question here, Aaron, and I might be wrong, you might be wrong as well, but when does spin come into the attack? How early does Luke Proctor throw the ball to Calvin Harrison for his first spell of this innings? It's not part-time spin, is it, from Harrison? It's first-class leg spin. On the leg side, Charlesworth can't catch up and it's a dot ball to end the over. But as opposed to your Price, your Van Buren, your Hammond, you've got a frontline leg spinner there you can see on screen just making his way back down to the slip cordon. But if it's not working for the seamers, how quickly can you just chuck him the ball?
I think for me, and this is just a personal opinion, I think from 20 overs onwards. As I said, I think that was the first milestone with regards to this innings. I think for the time being, they'll be persistent with the seam. There is enough. We are seeing not too many runs being scored off the bat so far, and you've got Guthrie and Conway who can have those prolonged spells. Of course, you've got Proctor and Miller and Sales. I think there's plenty of seam options. I would say from over 20 onwards, if you haven't got a breakthrough, and if the ball is just doing a tad bit less, and the wicket's still not offering too much, I'd be aggressive, and I'd put fielders in and around the eye line of the Gloucestershire players as well. I'm not saying swarm the bats by any stretch of the imagination, but just put in a short leg. Just put in someone in a catching cover position. Just be aggressive and be proactive with your spin bowler, because we know that Calvin Harrison is a serious talent. The fact is he gives it a good rev, really does rip the cricket ball. So, yeah, I would say from the I'm not going to say the 20th over, but I think from 20 overs onwards. How do you view it personally, Dan?
Say 6 overs each from Guthrie and Conway. Takes us up to 12. Quick single taken there. Adi Sharma does the fielding on the offside. Then you've got Luke Proctor as your first change seamer. So he will come on probably to replace Liam Guthrie from the David Capel end. And then at that point there, I'm a little bit head scratchy, to be honest with you. James Sales hasn't bowled that much this summer. Gus Miller obviously hasn't played this summer. I don't know what that foot injury looks like with regards to his bowling. And then in equal measure, I would have said he was probably behind James Sales in the pecking order. That's a beauty from Liam Guthrie. That's a genuine play and miss from Charlesworth. Through to the gloves of McManus with no bat on it. Fortunately for the Gloucestershire opener. A replay there. It's kind of not doing plenty, is it? It's just really kind of holding its line. Charlesworth survives. As I say, Sales, Miller, they're your two other seamers after your captain, Luke Proctor. And then it is Calvin Harrison, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So we'll just caveat that in a second as well, as Guthrie bowls here to left-handed Charlesworth. Good effort that from Liam Guthrie, just to deflect up to Harry Conway at mid-off for no run. We did actually see just before the change of innings that Gus Miller was the one bowling alongside Conway and Guthrie, though. So whether that is something that we're going to see, whether Gus Miller feels as though he's in a good place to go out there and be the first or second change bowler, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, definitely some things to ponder for Luke Proctor if Guthrie and Conway can't get this desired breakthrough.
Yeah, nicely played by Ben Charlesworth. Through the offside, it's going to race up towards the short side. It's going to be Miller and Sales give chase, and the ball wins. So Charlesworth gets his first boundary of the innings and moves up to 8. And the score on to 17.
Yep, it's a well-weighted shot, that, isn't it, from Ben Charlesworth? Just picked up the length of that one. Happy to be patient, not throw the hands at it, and yeah, just guides it through the gap on that offside. So that is a fine cricketing stroke there from the Abingdon Cricket Club graduates in Oxfordshire. Played plenty of cricket in the county, did Ben Charlesworth over the early years.
Yeah, well, as yet, despite the fact that Northamptonshire's opening pair of seamers are different options compared to what Gloucestershire have had, it's been pretty status quo, isn't it, for what we come to expect, or what we came to expect off the surface and through the air here at Wantage Road during the duration of this game so far. 17 for no loss after 7. Guthrie, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9. Conway, 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 4. Conway from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 2 slips in place. Safe save there at not short square leg or short leg, but it is quite close, isn't it, for a fielder there? What is he? 3-4 strips over from the one that we're playing on at the moment. Just there for that kind of one, I guess, that just holds into the hip and that Bancroft and Charlesworth potentially just can't get over the top of, particularly with that extra height from Conway. At the moment, Bancroft has the answers. 9 off 23. So just averaging 35 in the county championship this year. Does average 58 against Northamptonshire, though, including 130 here in May last year, which is that one and only 100 that he's got here at Wantage Road. I suppose he probably hasn't played that much here at Wantage Road, I wouldn't have thought, through the course of his career, but a healthy average, 232 runs at 58 against Northampton. That one just a bit of extra zip on it from Conway, but wide enough, I think, for Bancroft to let that one go by. $17 for no loss. 7.5 overs have been bowled. 42.5 remain in the day's play, as it just starts to brighten up a little bit here at Wantage Road. Stream powered by Daffabet at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Solid defence again from the Australian Bancroft. Not quite the same turnout today in the stands, is there, as what we had yesterday. Couple of reasons for that. As you said, the rugby will be going on down in Cardiff. I don't know what time kickoff is down there, but maybe that's something to keep an eye on and see what's happening. Although I suspect the Northamptonshire cricket supporters, if they've got an eye on the rugby, they'll be ahead of where we are anyway. Obviously, club cricket as well around the county be kicking off or kicked off at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Maybe a little bit earlier, depending on the league that you're playing in.
Yeah, just to confirm, that game has actually started in the Champions Cup. I'm not going to spoil the current score, though, just because I was told actually on the gate today not to, just because quite a few people would be tuning in to the stream and recording it for later. So all that we'll say for the time being is obviously wishing Northampton Saints the very best of luck. Our neighbours in this fine town, no finer town as it's known here in the East Midlands, but yeah, we're obviously wishing them nothing but the very best of luck against Bordeaux at the Millennium Stadium. Bancroft there with the attempted drop and go.
Yeah, just trying to rotate that strike, aren't they? That will be crucial in order to just keep the pressure off the two batters in the middle. But Conway adds his 3rd maiden to his 4th over spell so far. So challenging times at the moment for Gloucestershire. That run rate just over 2.13.
But it's what we've grown to expect, isn't it, from this surface so far? It did have a few little demons in it in the early exchanges on Friday, and it's just a case of navigating that as Liam Guthrie continues here from the David Capel end, bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth, who attempts to drill that back down the ground. And we do have a bit of an update as well from Trent Bridge, where Zimbabwe at 222 for 6. Very much a Northamptonshire connection in the middle at the minute as well, with Sikandar Raza and Blessing Muzarabani out in the middle in Nottingham. So, yeah, we'll keep you updated with the score, and if any wickets fall in that one, we'll keep you up to tabs. Plenty of action taking place across the county championship today as well. Here is Liam Guthrie to Charlesworth, attempts the pull shots, something which he's been very proficient at in his career, Ben Charlesworth.
Yeah, it just didn't quite get up, did it?
No.
Didn't quite get up. There has been another wicket at Trent Bridge. The Northampton connection has ended early. Blessing Muzurabani bowled Shoaib Bashir, caught root off 2 balls without scoring.
Well, that is a bit of a shame. Just as we build it up, it's lasted 2 balls, that Northamptonshire connection, but there we go. Such is the nature of Test match cricket, especially with that England bowling attack, who have been absolutely superb so far. Here is Liam Guthrie to Charlesworth. Turns that out towards deep backward square leg. There's a chase on here for Adi Sharma on first-class debut. Cuts it down to 2 runs. Score ticks on to 19 for no loss. Also, plenty happening at New Road as well. Worcestershire was 71 for none a little bit earlier on today. They're now 155 for 8. In some of the other games taking place as well, Yorkshire were bowled out for 159 in response to Nottinghamshire's 228 all out at Headingley. And Nottinghamshire, the visitors, 39 for none after 9. They lead by 108 in that game. Here is Guthrie to Charlesworth. Another strong and solid defensive shot. In the game between Durham and Somerset at the Riverside, Somerset was skittled for 172. And in response, in their second innings, Durham at 68 for 5. That one could be very, very nicely poised indeed. So Durham lead by 173 with 5 wickets remaining. On the south coast, Sussex beginning to really climb into the ascendancy. They're 278 for 6, leading by 124 runs as Charlesworth works that out towards deep mid-wicket. There's a chase on for Sharma once more, who sprints across like a greyhound and restricts them to just 2 runs. Score now 21 for none here at Wantage Road. And in the 5th and final game taking place in the First Division, well, Surrey scored 279 all out in reply to Essex's 217 all out. And in their second innings, Essex are 11 for none in the 3rd over, trailing by 51 runs with all 10 wickets remaining. Guthrie to Charlesworth. Nice leave that from the Gloucestershire man. Brings to an end the 9th over. Visitors 21 for none with Charlesworth on 12 and Bancroft on 9. And of course, plenty of action taking place in the 2nd division as well. So we'll start at the county ground in Derby, where Derbyshire declared on a titanic score of 587 for 5. Caleb Jewell scoring 230 in that one. And after 5 overs, Kent are 20 without loss. In the game between 2 sides at very different ends of the table, Leicestershire, the table toppers in the 2nd division, are 285 for 3 in the 65th over. They currently lead Lancashire by 79 runs with 7 wickets still remaining. Here's Harry Conway from the Lynn Wilson centre end, charging in here to Cameron Bancroft, who is sturdy there with his defensive shot down to mid-on.
Calvin Harrison, second slip, loosening the shoulders up. Aaron. Now, whether that's a nod from the skipper or whether that's don't forget I'm here, Skip, but that looks like quite an intense warm-up for trying to catch the captain's eye, doesn't it?
Yeah, very, very good point. He is going through the motions now, isn't he? So maybe the prediction earlier than expected. Let's see if Conway can produce the breakthrough here, bowling to fellow countryman Bancroft. That one squeezes off the outside of the bat. There's no one down at deep 3rd, so that will nestle into the advertising hoardings. 4 more runs off the willow of Cam Bancroft as Gloucestershire move on to 25 without loss. And yes, in that final game in the 2nd division, Middlesex are 20 for 1 in response to Glamorgan's 383 all out. But I have just had a look and it's currently raining in South Wales. So yeah, that actually may be the last of the action, depending on what the forecast is like. Keep you up to date with all of those scores, as well as the Vitality T20 Women's County Cup. Harry Conway bounding in here to Cam Bancroft, testing both edges of the bat so far. It's a tumbling stop there by Gus Miller. In at that short square leg position that Safe Save was in prior to this over. And yes, in terms of the previous results in the first of our quarterfinals on this Super Saturday, it was the Blaze who have booked their place at finals day in Taunton on Monday. They'll be alongside the likes of Surrey and Lancashire, who booked their place yesterday. Conway is once more to Cameron Bancroft. Holds the defensive line very nicely on that occasion. And in the fourth and final of those matches in this brand new competition up in Wheatwood, just in the north of Leeds, Yorkshire are 67 for 4 in the ninth over against the Birmingham Bears women, who have won the toss, elected to bowl in that one. So one more place up for grabs in that final 4 in the West Country. Conway looking to round out this over with a potential wicket, try and get that first inroad for the home side. Won't do so on that occasion. One delivery of this 10th still to go as Calvin Harrison continues to go through the motions, really beginning to warm up rather vigorously. It is just the most wonderful time of the year, isn't it, Dan, in terms of all this cricket taking place. Really does warm the soul as a fan of this wonderful sport. Gus Miller again moves into that short square leg position.
Yeah, I mean, we've been watching and enjoying first-class cricket for the last couple of months, haven't we? But it just feels like the rest of the nation kind of takes a little look at cricket when that first Test match of the summer happens, which it is in the middle of at the moment. How long it'll be going on for? Yet to be seen. I think Zimbabwe have still got a fair bit of work before they actually make England bat again yet. So
yes, they have. I've just had a look at the scorecard. They trail by 73 runs at the moment. So make that 65. Pair of boundaries there between Butt and Victor Niauchi. And it won't be Calvin Harrison who comes on to bowl here. As expected, the first change is the Northamptonshire captain, Luke Proctor, who hands his jumper over to the umpire. He'll be bowling here from the David Capel end. But yeah, I must say, I love the options that we've got, to be honest, this weekend as well. It's always great to have the county championship, though. I don't think anything tops it, to be honest. It's just one of those competitions which, year in, year out, there's something magical about this tournament. There really is, regardless of the division as well. I think in recent seasons, Division 2 really has become incredibly engrossing. So many good sides making that step up to the first division. Here is Luke Proctor then to Ben Charlesworth. First time we're having a look at the former Lancashire man. Bowling with that medium fast pace.
I think the thing that makes Division 2 so fascinating this year in particular is the fact that I think a lot of people probably would have thought that Lancashire would have come down and one of those promotion places would have been gone, like written off straight away. And I think even the most pessimistic Lancashire supporters would have been tough to have not kind of had that mindset with the players that they had available, with obviously the news of James Anderson being available as well. Something's not gone quite right there, and it's kind of just freed up the entire league, isn't it? And as it stands at the moment, you wouldn't have said anybody's out of it.
No, you wouldn't. I mean, Leicestershire definitely head and shoulders above everybody else at this stage. That's aerial from Ben Charlesworth, flashed away to deep point. It's 4 more runs. Nice shot that from Charlesworth. It's a good scoring area of his, just square of the wicket, but that'll keep Luke Proctor interested. It's one of those where, without sounding too cliche, the moral victory can also go to the bowler there. Happy to induce that aerial shot. That was well placed from Ben Charlesworth. But yeah, I completely agree. The fact is, for Northamptonshire, even though at the moment, bottom of the table, they've not been dreadful by any stretch of the imagination. It just takes a run of 2 to 3 matches. You've got to get wins, though, in the second division. Here's Proctor to Charlesworth. Follows up with a very full, pretty much Yorker-length delivery, but you've got to actively go out there and chase wins. You can't be affording to go out there and draw runs. It's something which I've spoken about a lot in the past. Funnily enough, with sides like Gloucestershire and Glamorgan, who do play on comparatively more placid and benign wickets compared to other sides in the second division. And of course, Gloucestershire got that promotion in 2019 as Proctor bowls here to Charlesworth. Fielded sensibly there by James Sales, alongside Northampton, of course. I mean, they shared that moment in 2019 when the two sides went up on the final day of the season. But you've got to go out there and you've got to really to be proactive. I think that's the word of the day, to be honest, in the second division. Glamorgan have not been in Division 1 since 2005. It's an incredible drought for a side of their quality, but it's just because at times they've chased too many draws, in my opinion. Instead of being overly attacking, they've maybe just gone into the shell and allowed for the game to ebb and flow out of their control. Again, that is just a personal opinion of mine, but I feel like in the modern second division, as we see the end of over 11, Gloucestershire 29 for none, it feels like you've got to do what Durham, Sussex, Yorkshire, Worcestershire in 2023 did. You've got to go out there and go hammer and tongs. And here we go then. One of my favourite bits of first-class cricket. We're going to see some leg spin. Calvin Harrison coming on to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 10 overs before my original prediction, so I like this from Luke Proctor. Absolutely fascinated to see what the field setting is here for the Nottinghamshire Loney. Already seeing a slip in place. That's got my attention right off the bat.
Yeah, there's no other fielding paraphernalia out in the middle, so we're not going to get anything funky like a short leg or a silly point or a leg slip or anything like that just yet. Although, as I say that, I think I see safe save. Is it safe save? No, Adi Sharma. Of course it's Adi Sharma, the debutant. Get under the lid, young man. That's where you belong. Yep, that's fine. You've got your first class cap. Congratulations. Get down in the dirt under the lid for us.
I must say I'm a big fan of this. Just seeing actually in terms of the field placement for the time being, Safe Zabe is the boundary rider out at deep cover. Have a look, or deep extra cover technically is at the minute, just looking at the position. He's standing on that boundary rope. It's Calvin Harrison then here to Cameron Bancroft, wraps him on the pad straight away. Big appeal there, animated at the Northamptonshire fielders, looking to get behind their bowler here nice and early.
That's an encouraging start, isn't it?
Very.
That is an encouraging start. Bit of drift there, I think, for Calvin Harrison to open his account.
Well, here he is once again to Cameron Bancroft, who plays that one with a real steel in the eyes. Plays it back into the turf. Must say I'm very excited to see what Harrison can produce in this spell. Angling it into the leg stump of the right-handed Bancroft, who I don't think will take any risks here. I don't think Bancroft's the kind of player who will dance down the track and try and smash him out of Northampton, but this is definitely another one of those little matchups which I think could be important if Northamptonshire are to accelerate the game. And Adi Sharma now in at short leg. I love this field. Nice and early this. Got a slip and a short leg. Getting players in and around the eye line, putting that pressure on. And as a spin bowler, you feed off of that as well. You really do. Here is Harrison. Bounding in with a real sense of purpose. Again, wraps him on the pad, but it's one of those deliveries. It's angling down the leg side. No harm there for Gloucestershire whatsoever. But honestly, for any young captain in the country, this is exactly what you want to see. And this is what you need to give your spin bowlers, especially here in England and Wales, where there isn't the same degree of turn. The wickets aren't as dry. You're not necessarily going to have as much purchase. It's a case of being proactive. Look at that quintessential leg break from Calvin Harrison, pitched outside the leg stump, so was never going to be given out, but already given it some tremendous rev. So starts off with a maiden over. Good stuff that from Calvin Harrison, who's had a fine time of it so far. He's already become a fan favourite in this neck of the woods, and I'd say that's an encouraging beginning, wouldn't you, Dan?
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely turn on offer. Good control, good consistency for Harrison. He's got that action as well that makes you think he could bowl 15 overs straight here and just keep asking questions. So yeah, definitely good. Definitely good. It's exciting. And it turned up a damn sight earlier than what we thought as well. It's the 11th over, wasn't it? Bowled by the leg spinner.
It won't be back-to-back spin. It will be Luke Proctor here coming around the wickets to the left-handed Charlesworth. Honestly, as I said, I'm a big fan of that. I'm certainly not going to complain. Now, that's one thing you're not going to hear from me today when it comes to spin bowling. The fact is, if it was up to me, we'd see spin from both ends and spin to win. But, yeah, it's always nice to see. Always just think it adds an extra layer to the narrative as well. Just that additional matchup as Proctor steams in here. And what a career Luke Proctor's had as well. A real stalwart, a grizzled campaigner in county cricket. Remember his Lancashire days, and I mean, for Northamptonshire as well, he's been an inspired pickup. Just one of those players who I think would do a job for any county, to be honest, especially in the second division. You know that season in, season out, at the top of the innings, he'll provide you runs, he'll give you captaincy, he'll guide the side and lead the youngsters. That's a very nice square drive, that from Ben Charlesworth. Long barrier there from James Sales, who restricts it to just the single, and of course does pick up those key wickets as well. So yeah, I've always been a big supporter of Luke Proctor's game. I think he provides an awful lot to any side that he's turned out for over the course of what has been a mightily impressive and long career. George Bartlett just moving from deep third to deep fine leg. 3 catches in place. The Northant skipper looking to be ultra aggressive here and already testing Cameron Bancroft on the other side of the blade there, fielded by James Sales.
Very close, aren't they, as well? Harrison at second and Safe Say, but third. There's a lot of real estate being covered by those 3 fielders. Vasconcelos at 1.5.
Textbook defensive shot that from Cam Bancroft. Got into position early. Played it with soft hands, played it into the ground, and maintains this positive start for Gloucestershire. As we said, it was never going to be a case of them coming out here and rifling a quick 50, 60 runs, but a 30 partnership already, definitely something to build off of. Again, Bancroft confidently plays that one. Just drives it down towards Harry Conway. It is at mid-on, and that will signal the end of the 13th over. Gloucestershire 30 for none, with Bancroft on 13 and Ben Charlesworth, his opening partner, on 17 from 36. As Calvin Harrison looks to continue his spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end, having conversations there with his captain Luke Proctor and Harry Conway as well, who I think is going down to long on. Also plenty of protection out at deep mid-wicket. Safe Zabe, the man there. Adi Sharma under the lid. Got Vasconcelos at first slip. Backward points, catching cover. Caps in Luke Proctor in at mid-off. Backward square leg. A short mid-wicket as well. Lovely field this for a leg spin bowler. Ben Charlesworth plays that first one proficiently. Reverse sweep there from Charlesworth, just evades the grasp of Vasconcelos in at slip. The chase on here for George Bartlett. It's one which will not be won by the Northamptonshire fielder. And that is an excellent shot from Ben Charlesworth to move him on to 21. We'll just take a quick replay of that one. Beautiful, beautiful timing. Got into position like a whippet. just works that down into the vacant deep third region. Excellent cricket shot, that's. This time looks to pierce that through the gap at mid-wickets. James Sales doing the tumbling stop there. There's just something very captivating about this. I think that is the beauty of leg spin bowling. It feels like every single delivery, something in theory could happen.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you take the pace off, you add in that extra degree of flights, you add in the turn and purchase potentially. Things happen on the cricket field. There's Charlesworth again, attempts to go for another innovative reverse sweep.
Yeah, this is the angle that I think should get you excited as a Northamptonshire fan, up against Ben Charlesworth with the ball turning back into the body from Calvin Harrison. It's where he got most of his success against Lancashire a couple of weeks ago in that second innings as well. And Harrison certainly won't mind if Charlesworth's going to keep playing the reverse sweep against them.
Well, that one is not a reverse sweep. It's a cracking drive through the cover region. Gus Miller does the fielding there. Little bit of an overthrow, but thankfully James Sales doing the backing up. Something else which I think always goes under the radar in cricket. You've got to back up your teammates out there and get into the right angles. But yeah, completely agree with that, to be honest, Dan. And that will be the end of the over. Just some conversations being had. In fact, there is one left. So the scoreboard has jumped the gun there. I think the umpire's also just having a conversation, confirmation that there is this last delivery to go. In fact, Northamptonshire not even changing the field for it either, as Bancroft plays that one with soft hands into the deck for no run. So that is the end of over number 14. Gloucestershire 35 for none. 5 runs coming off of the over, but Calvin Harrison making things happen.
Yeah, just asking questions, isn't he? So 16 wickets so far in this stint at Northamptonshire for Harrison, including 7 for 119 against Lancashire up at Old Trafford. There were 11 of those wickets fell to Calvin Harrison in that match, and picked up a good handful here against Lancashire again a couple of weeks ago. But so far, so good for Gloucestershire. They're unscathed, 35 for no loss after 14. And it's been watchful from the two of them. It's batting time. Bancroft 13 off 43, Charlesworth 22 off 42. Been the slightly more expansive of the bowlers, the batters, hasn't he, with those reverse sweeps against Calvin Harrison?
Yes, he certainly has. Has a degree of flair and enterprise, does Ben Charlesworth. Along with class and timing, I mean, I think he is a tremendous cricketer, to be honest. It's just a case of temperament at times, and I think you can make that argument with a lot of players in the county championship, especially those who are still in the relatively early stage of their careers. In terms of technique, in terms of the actual shot selection and shots available in the locker, not really much more that he can do in that regard. As Charlesworth again clips that one off the hips up towards Adi Sharma, who cuts it off for no run. It's just a case of knowing when to play the right shots, and it's game awareness, isn't it? It's having that situational IQ to not go for the risky shot selection when your side's in a little bit of peril. And that is what separates the best from the best. Proctor once more it is, as Northamptonshire desperate for this first breakthrough. We near the tea interval. I think we'll have that actually on time, just looking at this so far. I mean, Gloucestershire bowled a lot of overs of spin, of course. Calvin Harrison here bowling a couple so far as well. 3.2 before that 32 over cut-off for the afternoon session. This really is gripping stuff so far, I must say. Feels like we're only around the corner from something happening. And I think that is the leg spin factor as to why I'm saying that. We haven't quite seen the same incision with the seam today. Feels like if Northamptonshire are to really turn this game on its head, it will be through their X-factor leg spin bowler, Calvin Harrison. Of course, still got Safe Zabe as well with the left arm finger spin. Imagine we'll see him a little bit later on in the innings. Here is Luke Proctor again to Charlesworth. That is an absolute gem of a delivery from the Northampton skipper. Nice way to round out the 15th over, at the end of which Northamptonshire still bowling very miserly here. Gloucestershire 35 for none.
Just continues to be attritional, doesn't it, at Wantage Road? It has been all the way through the game so far, but as we've said, apologies if you're getting tired of it, but it does feel like Calvin Harrison is the potential difference maker between these two sides. Can he extract the turn out of the surface that we have seen at points during the course of the game so far? Ollie Price had a few to go, and so did Miles Hammond as well.
Well, that's a delicate shot, isn't it, from Cam Bancroft? Goes very fine on the little paddle. Nice shot for 2 runs. Little bit of an update from Trent Bridge, where Zimbabwe have lost an 8th wicket, and it's the wicket of Sikandar Raza. Departs for 60 from 68 deliveries, included 10 boundaries. Goodness me. That is some effort from the former Northants man. Here's Harrison to Bancroft, almost getting Adi Sharma into the game there. Turns it out towards backward square leg. Another change in position there for the umpire at square leg as they have to come over to the opposite side of the strip. And it will be Harrison with these loopy leg breaks in towards Charlesworth. He's wrapped on the pads there. I think the angle coming around the wicket will not help the case there of Northants. The batters come through for the extra. And by my maths, I think that is actually the first extra of the inning so far. So I utilised the word miserly and shrewd a little bit earlier on. Harrison bowls here to Bancroft. Looks to work that one out towards deep points to no avail. It's been very disciplined, hasn't it? The fact that just the one leg bye so far in nearly 16 overs of bowling. It's not really been through the fault of the Northamptonshire bowlers that there hasn't been a breakthrough so far. It's just been discipline here from the Gloucestershire men. And as soon as I say that, Cam Bancroft flirting with danger for a split second. Got a little bit of a tickle on that one. Otherwise, Lewis McManus would have been very much in play behind the stumps. Bancroft moves on to 17 from 47 deliveries. How Gloucestershire would love to see themselves out to tea, having not lost a single wicket in this afternoon session. And that will be the over. 40 for none after 16. Charlesworth remains on 22 alongside Bancroft on 17. Definitely lightened up a little bit here as well in the East Midlands. The thick, heavy cloud has passed over. We're getting a little bit more light, fluffy white clouds from Northampton town centre. So whilst the floodlights remain on, the light levels have definitely improved. I don't think there's too much danger at this stage that the umpires will be convening and having a chat about light meters and fading levels. But yeah, we shall wait and see a little bit later on. The forecast does look rather overcast. Here is Luke Proctor, still got 3 catches in the slip region. Not entirely sure what Save was doing there. Almost went into a commando crawl after that one, even though the ball was nowhere near him. Just maybe keeping loose and keeping his mind in the game. Just looking at the field here, it is a 6-3 split. George Bartlett's down at deep fine leg, just to give Proctor a little bit of protection. And it will be Bartlett who's brought into the game straight away as the Gloucestershire pair scamper through for the quick single. Just take a quick look at this one from Luke Proctor, challenging the inside of Cameron Bancroft's blade. How he would love to get a 50 today. The Gloucestershire captain. Has been an awful long time since he's got to that mark. He's had starts in the past in this season so far as Proctor bowls here to Charlesworth, but it's just at inopportune moments. He's gifted his wickets away at times, or he's had a really good delivery. And cricket is that kind of sport. We chatted about this at length on day one, but when you don't have the rub of the green, it just feels as though this sport is against you, doesn't it?
It can do. It can do. I think a lot of people will tell you that there's a lot of cricket that gets played between the ear rolls, isn't there? And not necessarily out in the middle. And if you feel like you're in a bad run of form, then all of a sudden those balls that you'd normally just knock back to the bowler suddenly look a little bit more challenging. Maybe the stumps start to feel a bit bigger behind you as well. And look, there are runs out there at Wantage Road. If you're prepared to be disciplined and attritional and bat time and just occupy the crease, there are runs to be had. We've seen that through the course of the game. The Northamptonshire top order, they'll be ruining really the fact that they were 4 down for 50 odd at the start of day one. They'd feel like they've missed out. They would have sat there, they would have watched safe with that brilliant 159, Harrison with the 63, McManus with the 40 odd. There are runs out there if you're prepared to stay, but the modern way is to get after it, isn't it? And I think that's where there's a bit of a conflict of mindsets, conflict of temperament here, as Charlesworth leaves that one well alone to complete Luke Proctor's over. So 33 then remain in the day. So we'll have just the one more before we take a tea break. We'll be bowled by the leggy of Calvin Harrison. It'll be Cameron Bancroft on strike, who I think he's probably posed a few more questions to Cameron Bancroft in this opening salvo than he has Ben Charlesworth, but taking off the cap and one of the jumpers for Calvin Harrison. You know you've got a lot of cricket kit when you've got a long sleeve jumper and a short sleeve jumper on at the same time. But it is Bancroft on strike. It's Adi Sharma at short leg. There is Vasconcelos at first slip. Gus Miller in at mid-wicket. Luke Proctor mid-on. Harry Conway mid-off. Safe save cover. Guthrie point. And it's George Bartlett down behind square on the leg side with 5 to go until tea. And it'll be a nice victory here for Gloucestershire if they can get through to this interval without losing a wicket. Northamptonshire will be, there's a leading edge there. That'll encourage Calvin Harrison. Northamptonshire. Bancroft just trying to work the leg spinner into the leg side, trying to get it past Gus Miller. But it just holds in the surface and falls safely in the offside. That one a bit quicker. Dragged the length back a touch. Bancroft can't get it past. Safe Zabe. He's 18 off 52. The Gloucestershire skipper. 3 to go then in the over. That one there looked like it's had a bit of a googly there from Harrison. We saw the repertoire against Lancashire. He didn't bring them out that often, but he's got a googly. He's got one that he pushes out the front of the hand as well. He's got a top spinner. Obviously got the stock leg break as well. That one there just really slung through as a quick shoulder. And so far, Bancroft has the answers. Final ball of the 18th over, which will bring about the tea break as well. And is flighted. It's pace off. And it's well defended by Cameron Bancroft. No, it's not going to be tea, in fact. We're going to carry on, Aaron.
Yep.
Carrying on.
So we'll be carrying on till 22, won't we? So 7 more minutes until the tea interval. And actually, that's perfect timing because England have wrapped up victory at Trent Bridge. They have beaten Zimbabwe by an innings within 3 days. So congratulations to the 3 Lions and a crown. What has been a very, very apt and able performance. A good start to the test summer there for the likes of Gus Atkinson and Shoaib Bashir, and Sam Cook on his debut starts off with a victory in international cricket. So well done, England. Congratulations on that victory. As Proctor, that's edged and it's taken. Luke Proctor gets the wicket of Ben Charlesworth on the stroke of tea. Excellent piece of work, that in the slips as well, to take the catch. Gloucestershire lose their first. The visitors 41 for 1.
What a bit of bowling that is. Northamptonshire have stuck at their plans. They've asked questions, they've bowled consistently, and they've got a reward just before tea. There's 6 minutes left on the clock before the tea break, and Ben Charlesworth has got to go for 22, caught by Ricardo Vasconcelos at first slip. A good catch, a good low catch, and the captain, as he normally does, leading from the front, leading by example, breaks the opening stand for Gloucestershire for 41, and Charlesworth goes for 22.
Yeah, big wicket that, and just looking back on the replay, Charlesworth just went at that with hard hands, looked to attack that as opposed to just playing the ball nice and late, and in the end, that unfortunately has sparked his downfall. But as one talented cricketer departs the middle, another one enters the fray. It's Ollie Price, the England Lion, the leading run scorer for Gloucestershire County Cricket Club in this year's county championship. And his evolution in the past 2-3 seasons, I think, has been absolutely unbelievable. First started watching him for Gloucestershire and I thought, you know what, this guy can bat. And then he started bowling and I thought, you know what, this guy can bowl. And then you watch him in the field and he's got bucket hands. He is a tremendous individual and someone who a lot of people in the West Country view as having the ability to take that next step up and become an England cricketer sooner rather than later. But he's got a job to do here. Just around about 4 or 5 minutes until the tea interval is taken. Of course, he's got to see out the rest of this over from Luke Proctor, who will now have his wind in the sails as such. Conversations just being had as well. Luke Proctor and Liam Guthrie, just to see what tactics can be employed here, but that is richly deserved. I must say, Luke Proctor's bowled nicely here so far. Really has been metronomic with those line and lengths, and 1 for 6 off of 4.1 overs is some going so far for the Northants captain. Here he is then, looking to make it 2 in 2. Steaming in here to Ollie Price, who is up to the task on that occasion. And how quickly first-class cricket can change when it seemed as though this would have been a little bit of a, not a cakewalk, but pedestrian for Gloucestershire to make it to the tea break without losing a wicket. All of a sudden, they've just blinked. 41 for 1. And that will give tremendous confidence to Luke Proctor.
That's a horrible little period, isn't it, for Ollie Price as well? Just 4 minutes left on the clock. Go out there and survive what might be an over and a half. Luke Proctor, miserly as he normally is, just not really giving anything away, and then potentially have to go and survive 6 deliveries from Calvin Harrison as well. It'd be a little bonus for Northamptonshire, however long this partnership lasts. The fact there's 2 right-handers at the crease, they can get into a bit of a rhythm and not worry about changing fields. And Harrison in particular, I think, will benefit from that. And as we see, we haven't seen many slips in the course of the game, and Gus Miller's gone in there to strengthen that cordon at the end of this over. They are incredibly close, aren't they? Safe save, and Gus Miller at 3rd and 4th slip there.
Yes, they are, and this is one of the other great sights, isn't it, in cricket? Plenty of slips in that cordon. Luke Proctor looks to induce the outside edge and really give his side some momentum here. Here he is turning around at the top of his mark. It's Proctor into Price. It's just such a good cricketer to watch, though, is Ollie Price. Happy to soak up and absorb the pressure. Has all the time in the world. Does the Gloucestershire all-rounder. And I spoke a little bit earlier about shot selection and plays the defensive shot there. He's definitely someone who can work the ball all around the ground, really. He's got a good sweep in the locker. He's got a very nice shot through mid-wicket, which he can utilise to great effect and to his advantage. So that is the end of the over. 19 overs gone. Gloucestershire 41 for 1. We imagine this will be the last over before tea. The clock ticks over to 3:39. 31 overs remain in the day. And that just gives Northamptonshire a little glimmer of hope heading into that evening session. So it will be Harrison from the Lynn Wilson centre end to wrap up the afternoon session. Can he produce a little moment of magic? It's Harrison here to Cameron Bancroft. Another very aesthetically pleasing defence shot, that. Meeting the pitch of the delivery there from the spin of Harrison. Who bowls again. Not quite a carbon copy. Bancroft being a little bit more upright on that occasion, but it's the same result. 2 dot balls to kickstart the over. Again, Harrison bowling almost stump to stump at the moment. Whether it's a case of that's the approach for this first 3-4 deliveries, and then he tries to float it just outside the eye line of the right-hander. Tickle the outside edge. Well, doesn't on that occasion. Instead goes for the other side, goes leg side. So Adi Sharma is brought from the other side of the wicket. Bancroft just pushes that back to the bowler for no run. So 1 delivery remains here in the afternoon session. Harrison just composed himself and bowls here to Bancroft. Drives that with a little bit more assertion. Stopped by the bowler. And we believe that that will be tea here on day 2. Indeed it is. The umpire removes the bails. And that is the end of the afternoon session here at Wantage Road. Gloucestershire 40, 1 for 1. Luke Proctor getting the big breakthrough of Ben Charlesworth for 22 runs. And Dan, I've got to ask, how can you see the evening session playing out?
More of Calvin Harrison, I think. That's one thing I think I can guarantee you that. Other than that, not sure. I think it's going to be a test of patience. I don't think Northamptonshire are going to bowl many bad balls. How long is Cameron Bancroft going to be prepared to keep padding back against the leg spinner? How long's Ollie Price going to be prepared to potentially stay on 0, keep that strike rate low? It's going to be a test of patience here for Gloucestershire, but Northamptonshire have made an inroad. Gloucestershire, though, they have sent off that new ball without losing a wicket. It did take until that second change bowler to come on. New ball isn't there anymore. It's not nipping about as much as what it was. So little victory for Gloucestershire as well, but they've got plenty of work to do as they make their way off the field for tea. Stream powered by Daffabet Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Aaron, let's take a breather. We'll be back for the evening session in about 20-15 minutes.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy, the nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Northampton on day 2 of the 2025 Rothesay County Championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire here at Wantage Road, where the stream is powered by Daffabet. You can see the umpires there just making their way out to the middle. They'll soon to be joined by the players for the evening session. And for the first time in a long time and a rare occasion, we're actually on time today. Aaron, we took tea at the right time. We didn't wait for 32 overs, and we're starting the evening session bang on 4 o'clock. And I dare say we're probably going to have a 6 o'clock finish here with the amount that Calvin Harrison's going to bowl.
Yeah, we may do. And in fairness, that's also testament to the over rate from Gloucestershire a little bit earlier on in the morning session. Plenty of spin from that trio of Graham Van Buren, Ollie Price and Miles Hammond. So, yeah, it has been accelerated in comparison to what we've almost become accustomed to in the county championship. But again, this should be a great evening session. I'm so looking forward to seeing what Calvin Harrison has in store. And just with that wicket of Ben Charlesworth, it was some lovely bowling from Luke Proctor, which induced the outside edge of the left-hander. feels like if Northants can just get another couple of early breakthroughs, even if it's in the first 10 to 12 overs, I think they'll fancy their chances of making some real inroads heading into day 3.
Yeah, of course. Well, say they still trail by 20. Well, sorry, plenty, not 20. They'd be quite grateful to trail by 20, wouldn't they? It's 41 for 1 after the 20 overs that we saw in the afternoon session. The run rate has just been pinned back to just north of 2 runs per over. And that wicket of Ben Charlesworth fell off the bowling of Luke Proctor just at the back end of that middle session of day 2. It isn't going to be Luke Proctor to continue from the David Capeland. It's going to be Harry Conway as he strides down to the delivery crease just to check his footing. He was miserly with the ball in hand, didn't get a breakthrough, but didn't go for many runs at all. And Calvin Harrison at second slip, just trying to loosen that back up. As he knows that he's got a big, big stint ahead of him in the evening session here in Northampton. My name's Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles. And Harry Conway is about to get us underway for the evening session here on day 2. And Ollie Price on strike. It's a good start by Harry Conway. It was 1 for 6 for Luke Proctor off the 5 overs that he bowled from the David Capeland, but goes back to his Australian overseas. They can pick up another one. One thing I noticed about Ollie Price at the start of his innings there, he looked like he tried to play the ball quite a long way out in front of him. His hands were a long way in front of his eyes. Whether that's just getting used to the conditions or whether that's a trait of his as a batter. It's working for him this year, but I don't necessarily know if it's the pitch to do that on here in Northampton. Conway there, you can see the figures. 5 overs, none for 8. For the start of this spell. Three slips in place for Northamptonshire. Vasconcelos first, Harrison second, Save third. Got a fielder at point. That's Adi Sharma, the captain at mid-off. George Bartlett there at mid-on. James Sales mid-wicket. Gus Miller mid-wicket. James Sales square leg. Liam Guthrie will be the 11th Northamptonshire cricketer out there on the field, and he must just be tucked away round the corner somewhere because I can't see him from my vantage point.
Yep, he is indeed. I can just about peer over. He's just in front of the Jackson Grundy stand in its deep fine leg.
Nice shot by Ollie Price, but can't get it past George Bartlett, who made good grounds to pick that one up. It's for Harry Conway to get down towards the end of his mark and underarm the ball back to the big Australian. Conway 16 wickets at 16s for Northamptonshire in the 3 games that have preceded this one. Best of 5 for 68 against Gloucestershire on debut. And there's oohs and ahs there from the Northants slip cordon as it goes over the top of the bails. Over the top of the bails by quite a long way. To be fair to Ollie Price, left on length, but it did tail back in towards middle stump, which is what generated the excitement. Maybe you're going to have to give us a little run round of the counties, Aaron, whilst we get this evening session underway and just see the state of play at the different fixtures going on in this final block of championship fixtures before everybody's mindset and intensity and focus changes to trying to hit the ball to all corners of the country.
Yep, I can certainly do that. So we'll start at the county ground in Derby, where Kent are 63 for 1 at tea. Derbyshire amassing a mammoth total of 587 for 5 declared on home soil. So Kent certainly have got plenty of batting to do in that one. In the other game in the East Midlands, aside from this one here, of course, at Wantage Road, Leicestershire, the league leaders in Division 2, are 325 for 5 at tea. Centuries from Rehan Ahmed and Lewis Hill have put the Foxes in a commanding position, with their lead currently standing at 119 runs with 5 wickets remaining. Guns in the final match in Division 2, Middlesex in a little spot of bother in South Wales. It was interrupted briefly by rain, but they are 70 for 4 in response to Glamorgan's 383 all out, as Harrison bowls here to Cameron Bancroft.
Yeah, a bit of width on offer for Bancroft, slightly over-pitched by Harrison to get his afternoon or evening underway, but Bancroft couldn't get it past safe save, who finds himself in at short cover. Adi Sharma still under the lid there at short leg, and Ricardo Vasconcelos in at first slip. The turn at the moment hasn't been lavish from Harrison, but it's been there, and he's been accurate, which I think has been the key element to this spell. He's 5 overs, none for 9. That one nicely timed down to Luke Proctor. Just took a bit of a bounce there as it left the square at Northampton and just hit Luke Proctor up in the chest, but down to no run. And it's been a good start for Northamptonshire in this evening session, as Cameron Bancroft just turns that one down the leg side and Harrison gets a bit too straight. That's the first runs of the evening session, goes to Cameron Bancroft. Harrison does have the benefit of having 2 right-handers. Oh, there's an appeal for LBW this time. Umpire says no. We'll get a replay of that one in just a moment. There was definitely a bit of bat involved, but I can't convince myself whether that was before or after the pad. I'm going to replay at the end of the over, I'm sure. But Bancroft on 20. Final ball of Harrison's over. That one is short. It's cut away. And Bancroft will keep the strike.
Yes, he will. So that will be the end of the over, 44-4-1. As now we get that replay here on the live stream. It's Harrison. Well, it's straightened up a little bit. It's just a case of whether or not that just pitched outside leg potentially. Nice bowling either way. That was more of a top spinner, wasn't it, from Calvin Harrison, trying to get that ball to just bounce up a little bit more and rear up Cam Bancroft compared to the traditional leg spinning delivery. Yeah, we'll see this next delivery from Harry Conway, and then I'll run you through the scores on the doors in the First Division. Plenty of wickets tumbling up and down the country.
Conway then from the David Caper lens, down the leg side, cries of catch, just evades Lewis McManus. It was off the bat for a second there. That would have caused a slight raise in the heart rate for Cameron Bancroft. Got it wide enough, didn't he?
Yeah, well wide. I think you'd have to have a leg gully probably in position to even hazard a chance at taking that one, but 4 more runs it is, as Gloucestershire inch ever closer to the 50, currently 48 for 1 as a result of that 4 off the bat of the captain. That's a solid defensive shot. So yes, I'll take you through the scores in the First Division, starting this time on the south coast, where Sussex have been bowled out for 297. So Hampshire are batting again, this time in their second innings. The deficit 143 runs, but they have just eaten into that by 2 of those. Hampshire 2 for none on home soil in the first El Clasico of the season. In the game between Durham and Somerset, the home side Durham 131 for 7, lead by 236 runs. Conway bowling here to fellow Australian Cameron Bancroft for no run. In the game up in Leeds, Yorkshire were bowled out for 159, and in response to that, in their second innings, Nottinghamshire 103 for 2. So the league leaders, the pace setters in the First Division, really do look to be in control of that one in the north of the country. In the West Midlands derby, Worcestershire were bowled out for 181, and in their second innings, Warwickshire are 23 for 1 in the 7th over. Alex Davis bowled by Jacob Duffy in that game, as Conway bowls here to Bancroft for another dot ball. And of course, in the Fifth and final encounter in Division 1 taking place in the nation's capital. Essex are 73 for none after 20 overs in their second innings. Surrey earlier today had been bowled out for 279, so the Essex lead stands at 12 runs with all 10 wickets still remaining. And yeah, just one final score update, which is from the Vitality T20 Women's County Cup. I'll bring you the score from Wheatwood after this delivery, courtesy of Harry Conway.
Yeah, just squared up slightly Cameron Bancroft. That's going to run down through the offside. We'll add a couple of runs. Adi Sharma does the fielding, and Conway stands with his hands on his hip as Bancroft gets back to the striker's end. And what is going on at Wheatwood?
Yep, so Yorkshire were bowled out for 138 in their 20 overs. In response, the Bears are 10 for none in the second over, so they require 129 to book their place at finals day in Taunton on Monday. As a result of those 2 runs as well, off the bat of Cameron Bancroft, the 50 comes up for Gloucestershire. That's the first milestone in this innings.
Yeah, just tick off those numbers for Gloucestershire. Get as close as you can to Northamptonshire's first innings score, and then see what happens, see what time's left if you can get to that point. They trail by 419 with 9 wickets remaining here in the first innings. It's going to be the leg spin of Calvin Harrison to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end at the minute. Just providing a bit of consistency for Northamptonshire. Not quite found the turn, the purchase on the surface that he would have looked for or hoped for, but clearly Northamptonshire seeing this as a spinner's pitch. That one drops the length short, and that's going to be pushed through the offside by Price for a single.
Yep, a nice shot that from Ollie Price. Of course, we've spoken about this already, but an England Lion really is a top-notch cricketer. And for those wanting to watch the England Lions, of course, you can see them right here at Wantage Road on Friday, the 6th of June, as Harrison bowls here to Cameron Bancroft. Playing a very strong India A side, it has to be said. We're hoping for a good crowd for that. It's a 4-day match. As I said, starts on Friday, the 6th of June. Prices are £10 for adults and £5 for under 18s. So if you're in the area, come down and watch the Lions take on India A in that tour match.
Yeah, it'd be a good weekend of cricket, won't it? 2 strong-looking sides, and maybe a few of those England Lions will have an eye on that test squad. There's a few places, isn't there, that's a little bit up for grabs as Bancroft whips that one through square leg. It's not going to find the boundary, but Price is going to come back for a third. He's going to take on George Bartlett and completes the third. And Cameron Bancroft there's just got a little bit of a limp on. I wonder whether he's played that into his ankle or something as to why that's not made its way down to the boundary. But yeah, with Emilio Gay, Tom Haynes, 2 batters there that potentially going to be looking at Zach Crawley, Ollie Pope as potential opportunities to get back into or get into that test side, not back into the test side. Jacob Bethel, of course, will be available for the summer as and when that arrives. It's an exciting team. Ajit Singh Dale as well, the quick bowler from Gloucestershire, is part of that squad. Rayan Ahmed, who's just got 136 against Lancs, is part of that squad with his younger brother as well. I'm curious to see how and where Rayan Ahmed fits in that Lions squad. Does he drop down to that kind of traditional number 8 as a leg spinning all rounder, or with that success that he's had in the middle top order for Leicestershire, is he going to be walking out at number 3 or number 4 against India A in that Lions series?
Well, it is the million-dollar question, isn't it? And of course, Freddie Flintoff, the coach, involved in the Lions setup. I'd quite like to see Rayan in the top order, to be honest. He had that century opening the batting, didn't he, earlier on in the championship campaign. Has got a century in the middle order against Lancashire today as well. So he can bat anywhere. He is such a phenom. And you spoke about his brother there, Farhan. He's one of the finest young spinners, I'd say, in world domestic cricket right now. Had the pleasure of commentating one of his matches against Surrey last season. I think he took 6 or 7 wickets against the defending champions. And when it comes to finger spinners, it's always a case of this skill taking years to develop. It takes a long time to properly hone the craft and get the control. Anybody, in theory, can turn it. Not everyone can turn it miles, but everyone can turn it. Not everybody has that game awareness and IQ to know when to go for the big rippers and go for those more metronomic spells. And yet Farhan Ahmed already seems to have great control in that department.
Certainly does. Conway continues then. 0 for 14 off 7 for Harry Conway. You can see there on screen that there's a minimum of 26 overs remaining in the day's play, with up to an hour and 45 minutes would take us through to 6 o'clock, which is the scheduled close of play. Obviously, we can go later than that if we need to, but time at the minute looks like we could be on for a 6 o'clock finish. As Conway gets that one down the leg side, an appeal from the slip cordon. Nothing from Lewis McManus and nothing from Conway as he's got his long arms outstretched and on the back of his head. He can't believe that Bancroft hasn't had a little tickle on that one. He just brushed the thigh pad on the way through.
That was actually quite close, wasn't it? I didn't realise it was that close, actually. That's why Conway had his head on his hands. Goodness me, Cam Bancroft almost gifting away his wicket on that occasion.
A little strangle down the leg side. You wouldn't be surprised if those kind of wickets happen and occur on this kind of surface. Just those little burgles that you need every now and again to keep your innings going. That one's just bounced a bit more on Cam Bancroft and it's got him up in the midriff. It's a wander over towards square leg just to reset himself. Make sure he's ready to go. There has been a bit more life from this David Capelin today than what there was yesterday, hasn't there, I think, with Zaman Akhtar, Archie Bailey this morning, and then particularly Harry Conway coming in from the top end of the grounds here in the evening session. And targeting the body of Cameron Bancroft. Defended into the leg side. Feels like a game and a pitch that Cameron Bancroft should do well at. There's not many moving parts here. If the ball is just holding up in the pitch a little bit, it's all the experience to go out there and bat time. He's got happy memories of here last summer. 130 he scored in 2024. It's nicely bowled, nicely played. That one just hitting the stickers of the bat. If Cam Bancroft adds another one to his tally. 55 for 1 off 24.5 overs. So it's been a challenging start for or by Harry Conway. The top of this session. Three slips back in place now that Ollie Price is on strike. And defended once again back down the grounds. End of the over then, 55 for 1 after 25. Bancroft 31, Price on 1. 25 overs remain, trail by 414. There's no sense of urgency out there in the middle at the moment from either side.
No, there isn't. It feels like the game's just going through the motions after tea for the time being, of course, in the opening 20 minutes still in the evening session. So it's almost like the two sides are playing that game of chess, aren't they? It's a case of just trying to work out which both sides are trying to go for, really, as Harrison comes into bowl here to Bancroft. It's a lovely, whippy, bottom-handed shot that from Cam Bancroft out towards deep mid-wicket. There's a chase on for the fielder. They've already ran the first two quickly. Gus Miller will eventually corral the ball and give it back to his keeper, Lewis McManus, but some strong running there between Bancroft and Price. Turns a 2 into a 3.
Yeah, just weighting it well into the leg side. There's a big pocket, isn't it, down at deep mid-wicket today in front of us in the commentary box. Harrison then, as yet, not able to unlock or find the key. He's not exactly beaten the bat, has he? And I think that's probably, again, a little back up there of the fact that the pitch is a little bit slow. The turn is then therefore slow, and the batters are able to defend this with the bat, as that one's attempted to be cut away behind point and straight at Liam Guthrie.
Yeah, you can hear a few bits of encouragement, can't you, from the Northants fielders, but nothing too animated as of yet as Ollie Price steps into that one. I would say that's quintessential Ollie Price, to be honest. It's that big lunge forward, he strides and usually just caresses it through mid-wickets or down the ground as well. He's got a very nice on-drive in the locker.
Yeah, again, it's one of those pitches, isn't it? That shot there looks like you can play it all day long, all the time in the world, but you try and manipulate it, you try and maneuver and create something that's not necessarily there, like that previous shot, the on drive down to Luke Proctor. That's when you get yourself into a little bit of strife out here on this pitch that's just proving to be a little bit sticky. That's the end of Harrison's 8th over. As he gets the jumper back on, I think we're going to, Lewis McManus there, just going to decant the jumper as well. It's obviously a bit warmer out in the middle than what you might expect if you looked around out the windows. Pretty gloomy still, isn't it? But maybe it is just a touch humid down in the middle.
Potentially, and the wind has also died down quite significantly. We could see the trees and the flags over there really blustery earlier, but yeah, it just seems to have developed into a more gentle and calming breeze at this stage. So maybe that's also coming into the thought process there. Not quite as gusty as it was in the afternoon session. As Harry Conway prepares to deliver this next ball to Cameron Bancroft.
Yeah, and finds the middle of Cameron Bancroft's kookaburra, just defended back into the leg side. He's now 34 off 82. You said just searching for that first 50 since that first innings that he played as the Gloucestershire captain on his opening weekend of the season.
Changing the field here, isn't there? Calvin Harrison being brought across. Have the slip cord in there.
Yeah, just trying to hedge the bets, aren't they, with the pace of the pitch? They've got Safe Sabin at leg slip as well. Conway bowling really straight, and that one has gone behind square. I think it's going to beat James Sales. It is. It's going to be 4 to the Gloucestershire skipper. He moves to 38.
Yep, simple shot that, isn't it, for Cam Bancroft? He feasts in that area behind square leg, and there also wasn't any protection there, was there? Just looking out for the fielder at deep fine leg. I mean, there's no chance for him to cut across. He's very fine at his position. So, yeah, it's a nice shot that from Bancroft, but it's also a reminder from Conway just that needs to keep this discipline, needs to be a little bit tighter and more controlled, in particular with his lines at this stage.
Yeah, nicely bowled, nicely played. Just enough in there, isn't there, for Conway with this extra pace, this extra bounce to keep him interested and provide a bit of uncertainty for Cameron Bancroft.
Yeah, there is. And the great thing about Harry Conway is that regardless of the pitch conditions, regardless of the situation in the game, you know he's going to go out there and bowl his heart out. And look, he'll want to finish this short but sweet stint on a positive note. I mean, he's made a real impact so far, and how he would love to potentially try and turn this one around, although he won't on that occasion. That's a nice shot from Cam Bancroft out to Adi Sharma for no run. But yeah, he has had the desired impact, hasn't he? It's been a good stint, I'd say, for Harry Conway so far.
Yeah, I think it's been a fantastic stint. I think it's he's a character that I think was needed in the dressing room, someone to really kind of pump and force some life amongst them. I think I mean, you can clearly see he's a larger than life individual on face value. He's about 6'7", big, broad shoulders. long legs as well that are just pumping on their way into the delivery crease. But by all accounts, just a really good and fun human being to be around off the field as well, which, again, for a team and a county over the last couple of years that have been a bit down on their luck, it's a really important person to bring in. And I think, again, with an overseas, if you bring the right one in, not only can you get on-field benefits, but you can get off-field ones as well. And Conway's done both.
He certainly has.
Desperate to pick up his fellow countryman here, won't he? After tea. That one there's just zipped through to Lewis McManus, but wide enough that was left well alone by Bancroft to complete the over.
Yes, and that personality trait, I think that also reminds me of someone else who we're going to see here at Wantage Road later on in the summer, which is, of course, Yuzvendra Chahal, who had the desired impact on the field. Let's not forget that. Took bucket loads of wickets in that pair of matches here on home soil. But just in terms of adding some energy, some character, some personality, some just funniness as well. I mean, it's great to have people like that in the dressing room. I also must stress that it's important to have very much or almost steely characters, I think, at times as well, those more disciplined and regimented individuals. But yeah, it's always good to have a guy like that. I mean, I always know them as glue guys. They're people who everybody can get on with. You know that they're going to come in and play every game with energy. And yeah, always very useful to have individuals like that in a dressing room.
Yeah, Harrison continues from the Lynn Wilson Centre. And I feel like those few words might get used quite a lot through this evening session. It feels like it's going to be a long stint for Harrison. That one there defended successfully by Price off the inside half of the bat and fell wide and short of Adi Sharma, who's just in there at short leg. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen, Ricardo Vasconcelos is in at first slip. He's the one that's taken the catch to dismiss Ben Charlesworth off the bowling of Luke Proctor. A little bit of a crowd catch there for people. Bump ball back to Calvin Harrison. Nicely flighted. Oh, and that's expansively driven down the ground. Down to Harry Conway. And it is one of those shots, isn't it? And fine, that was well executed. It got down. It ended up at Conway. But you throw your hands through it on this pitch where there's that bit of turn, that bit of hold. That's when you get yourself in a bit of trouble. And there, for the first time, Harrison has gone past the outside edge of a Gloucestershire batter. Tidy work by McManus behind the stumps, just to whip the bails off. But Price survives. That back foot didn't move. And sweep, which will run away for 4. Down towards the signal box here at Wantage Road. The Northamptonshire Supporters Club. One of the most iconic sights on the grounds is the signal box. Try and wind you up and say that used to be the mainline railway that used to run down the side of the, but it isn't. It's a cool thing though, isn't it?
It's very cool. It's characterful.
Yeah.
And I think it's very much reminiscent of the wider ground itself. It's one of my favourite places on the county circuit. There's just something about Wantage. It's full of character and personality, isn't it? You just look around and, I mean, the Spencer Lounge, which is opposite us, nice little bit of architecture there. Then, of course, the signal box, and just the fact that when you actually walk through Abington as well, it's almost like this oasis in the middle of the houses, especially when you come from the Northampton station. You walk across past the local pub here. You walk up that street and suddenly you're met with the sight of the floodlights. And I don't know, for some reason, for years, it's always gave me tremendous joy and pleasure making that walk, as we just see the replay there of that sharp leg break from Calvin Harrison. Beautifully bowled.
Yeah, it really was, wasn't it? The perfect line, the perfect length, just enough turn, well, too much turn from a Northamptonshire perspective, not to tickle the outside edge of Ollie Price's bat. It was met by a fantastic sweep shot, the ball afterwards, but Conway in from the David Capel and down the leg side. What a take that is by Lewis McManus. Full length dive from the Northamptonshire wicketkeeper. No bat on it, but a brilliant bit of wicket keeping by McManus as that is fired down the leg side from Conway.
Sure, that is an outstanding take. Goalkeeper style, isn't it? That from Lewis McManus. Getting in the mood for the Championship playoff final. Goodness gracious, mate, that is a fine take. Just a shame for Northamptonshire that there wasn't any connection with the bat there. Would have been a stunning take and a good wicket.
Went a long way, though, didn't it? That one there, defended by Bancroft off the outside half of the bat. Just takes all the pace out of it, doesn't he, Cameron Bancroft? Decelerates his hands. Ball drops in the offside. And I think Conway and Bancroft there just engaged in conversation. They did give each other a big embrace and a good hug at the start of this game on day one yesterday morning, just to say hello to one another. I don't know whether they would have been teammates at any point. I think Bancroft has played exclusively Western Australia, hasn't he? And I don't think Harry Conway has gone, oh, there is a big edge, inside edge, and it's flown down to Guthrie at fine leg. But all of a sudden, Aaron, what seems a bit docile, or has been a bit docile, Conway's just getting something to happen here.
He is. He definitely is. Feels like there could be something around the corner with this spell from Harry Conway. And look, he's being ably supported by Calvin Harrison. He's been miserly, hasn't he? 9 overs, no wickets so far, but 3 maidens and none for 23 runs. I mean, it's been very, very strong stuff this so far. And so too from Conway. Let's not forget, in his 10th over here, 4 maidens for him, still wicketless, but just 20 runs off the bat. So, no, I think this is a really quite absorbing part of the day's play. And if Conway can make something happen in a wicket-taking capacity.
Oh, there's an appeal for LBW. It looks too high. It's a thigh pad style thud of Ollie Price. And I think looking at the limp of Ollie Price there, it might have missed the thigh pad as well. But that's encouraging for Conway. It's just doing enough, isn't it? Just tracking back off the surface, but yeah, it's too high. Conway, the appeal was, well, the appeal was superb. No denying the appeal was superb. Animated.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly the word I was looking for there.
And another inside edge. This time off the bat of Ollie Price. But this last kind of 5 or 10 minutes, there's been more oohs and more ahs from Northamptonshire than what we've heard through the course of the game so far. Conway will be gutted the fact that this is just coming towards the end of this spell for him after tea. Though I suspect he'll be struggling to get the ball out of his hand, which for some probably feels like you're holding a grapefruit. But I reckon for Harry Conway, that Dukes probably feels like a little marble in the hands of the big Australian as he makes his way into bowl. And that is left alone by Cameron Bancroft to complete the 29th over. It's 68 for 1.
Yes, and I just wanted to touch upon that point, really. It's important here that the likes of Guthrie, Proctor, when we see the likes of Sales and Miller, that they almost take up the mantle from this spell from Harry Conway, because it has been superb so far, as we just see that replay of the appeal. Very animated there was Harry Conway, adamant, but umpire not going to give that one. It was just the sudden change of emotion there. I've got to be honest, I don't know how on earth he pulled that facial expression. He went from sheer joy to almost looking chastised. It was absolutely hysterical, that from Harry Conway.
There's a bit at the end that kind of made you feel like a comic book where he just went, drats.
Well, here is Harrison. That one full. There's an appeal there for Harrison, and behind the stumps for McManus. Price going for that sweep shot that we know he's adept at playing.
Yeah, we'll get a replay of that, I'm sure, but that was a big appeal from behind the stumps. Not much from Harrison. I suspect Price got himself outside the line.
Well, how can Harrison back that delivery up? Well, it's a defensive push into the offside there by Ollie Price for a dot ball. Another sweep shot there for Ollie Price, and he's got a lovely connection on that one. It's racing out towards the deep square leg boundary. The outfield is slow, but it's not slow enough. 4 more runs off the bat of the Gloucestershire number 3, who's looking to take the attack here to Calvin Harrison. Very fluent and wristy shot that from the England Lions man. Moves on to 10 from 31 deliveries. Partnership moves up to 31 for the second wicket. As a result of that, sweeper now brought a little bit more out towards backward square leg. Oh, it's a wicket! Well, I'll tell you what, Price went innovative. He went for an air of enterprise. And in the end, a great bit of anticipation from Ricardo Vasconcelos sees the end of Ollie Price. Gloucestershire 72 for 2. Harrison has his first. And Northants, do they have that inroad that they were so desperately hoping for, Dan?
It's a trial by spin, isn't it? We knew it was going to be tough. Conway has backed up Harrison really well. You mentioned innovation. Just have a watch of Vasconcelos here on the replay. How quick does he move? He sprints from first slip across to leg gully, and Price can do nothing but find Northamptonshire's opening batter running down to the leg sides. And an Alan Shearer-style celebration for Vasconcelos. That always feels good when that works, when it happens. And it has for Vasconcelos. The leg spinner Harrison's got his first. And you do wonder how many he might end up getting.
You certainly do, but yeah, this is the partnership now, isn't it? The two men who were the thorns in the side of Northamptonshire in 2024. Miles Hammond, the Cheltenham-born number 4, enters the Coliseum. Scored 112 from 133 deliveries when the two sides met here at Wantage Road in 2024. A game which Gloucestershire won rather convincingly by 256 runs. But I must say I'm delighted there for Calvin Harrison. This is just typical leg spin bowling. He's not doing anything too outside of the box. He's not going for a ridiculous amount of googlies and targeting stump to stump, but he has deserved that reward, and that is outstanding anticipation from Ricardo Vasconcelos. Almost took me by surprise, the fact that he actually got around to that in the first place. Could see the connection on the scoop shot, but yeah, great reading of the game that from the Northants man, who's actually taken both catches so far as well.
He has. I must admit, I was staring at the screen just to see if there's any turn off the surface for Calvin Harrison. And the second I saw Vasconcelos on the TV screen here in front of us just start moving away, I just suddenly heard you started to give it the big ones when that wicket was taken. So I knew something was happening. I will say there's not a massive amount of turn on offer here. But this matchup to the left-handed Hammond, with the ball turning back in for Harrison, with the drift as well, that breeze blowing across, could be an interesting matchup between the two sides, but they do have the left-hand, right-hand combination back in the middle again.
Well, here is Harrison, who will be buzzing after that wicket. First ball faced by Miles Hammond is a defensive push out through the covers and fielded by Gus Miller. Love this field as well. So many men in and around the bats. You got a slip, a short leg. Hammond finds the aforementioned short leg position. It's Adi Sharma under the helmet there. And that will be the end of over number 30. A prosperous one for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Gloucestershire now 72 for 2. Bancroft remains on 39. Miles Hammond survives his first 2 deliveries. He's 0 from 2.
Yep. Still well ahead, though, of where Northamptonshire were on an equivalent, weren't they? 57 for 4 at one stage, Northamptonshire. So, again, absolutely no need to panic.
No need to panic at this stage, but it's a case of wickets in bunches. That's something which Gloucestershire don't want at this stage. Just looking at the 2 partnerships, 41, and that last one was worth just under 30, wasn't it? Or just over 30, sorry. It's 31 between Price and Bancroft. As Harry Conway continues this spell from the David Capel end. Bancroft shovels across and decides not to tempt fate with a shot on that occasion. But yeah, definitely a better start than Northamptonshire had. But of course, as we reflect on that first innings from the Tudor Rose, 148 run stand between James Sales and Safe Zabe, 103 between Zabe and McManus, and then 90 runs between Calvin Harrison and Liam Guthrie as well. So almost took the sting out of the Gloucestershire tail as that innings went on. Conway bounding in with great intent, and that one is left well alone. Gloved by McManus. And it's a somewhat more heavy onside field this time for Harry Conway. He's bowled a lot straighter in comparison to Liam Guthrie and Luke Proctor. Those two looking for the outside edge as opposed to bowling to stump and wicket to wicket. Just looking at it here, it's only a 5-4 split, but having that extra protection, especially out at deep square leg. Bancroft attempts to go offside. That's a lovely diving stop from Adi Sharma. Really good to see him on the cricket field, a product of Buckinghamshire's age groups. Played a lot of second 11 cricket here for Northamptonshire and yeah, played a lovely couple of shots as well. I know he's dismissed for 10 in the end, going for the pull shots and ultimately found the hands of Cam Green, who very, very rarely drops a catch. But I do think this guy's got a very bright future ahead of him. Here is Harry Conway then. Bancroft just smothers that one. Gets underneath it. Still on 39 for Cam Bancroft. 11 runs away from what would actually be a second half-century reached this season. Went on to convert his first and only one of the year against Glamorgan a little bit earlier on in the campaign. But yeah, without putting the curse on him, he has looked very comfortable so far. Here is Conway. And that right there proves my point as Conway gives him a little bit of a stare. Of course, these two will have faced off against one another on multiple occasions in the Sheffield Shield. A competition which was won by Conway's stateside this season, South Australia. I imagine that a lot of people will have seen the social media clips and videos from that. Great scenes unfurling there. The Redbacks finally won the Sheffield Shield for the first time in a very, very long time. Here is Conway, who rolls that bowling ball style back at Cam Bancroft stumps. Bancroft almost looks at his fellow Australian with a sense of bemusement and confusion.
If you play that role well, you can really kind of make a huge benefit to your team, can't you? Because, I mean, you and I are sat here giggling and chuckling away at some of this antics that Conway's getting up to. You can only imagine what you'd be like if you were stood down there under the helmet with the bat in hand, thinking, why on earth have you just rolled that back along the surface here? What's got? And all of a sudden, then you've got that little chink in the armor, that defense, that kind of steely mindset. And you've done something a little bit silly, but maybe you've just got like a little 1% opening there. It's interesting. If you play it well, yes, of course, you can come across looking like a bit of a plonker, I think, if you go a bit too far, but I don't think Harry Conway does.
Well, I don't think he has so far today, to be honest. It's just gamesmanship, isn't it? And he's the kind of individual who, if he's playing for your side, you absolutely adore him. But I suppose for an opposition, they may have a slightly different perspective to that, as Miles Hammond plays that one proficiently. Normally a good player of spin is Miles Hammond. Offers plenty of scoring options against both leg spin and finger spin. And that right there proves my point. Squirts the ball into the point region. Now run back comfortably for 2. Yeah, Hammond's another cricketer, almost in the same ilk as Ben Charlesworth. They've been in and around the Gloucestershire setup for a number of seasons now. I'd say that they had similar trajectories in terms of how they came about to be stalwarts in the first-class side. Another appeal here for Calvin Harrison. It's gone down the leg side. Chase on for the fielder. Will Guthrie come across? No, he won't. And that will nestle against the boundary ropes for another 4 runs. It does come off the pad, but it's turned a quite sharp amount, that.
It's turning a long way, isn't it? particularly if you go a little bit too straight, which Harrison, well, not too straight, but Harrison certainly went straighter than what he had done in the over before that.
Bowling here to Hammond again. Not the most confident of shots, that from the Cheltenham man. How can Harrison round out his 11th over? Or drops that one a bit shorter. Hammond transfers his weight onto the back foot and punches that through the covers. Gus Miller will sprint along the turf and do the mopping up. And that will signal the end of over number 32. Gloucestershire 79 for 2. Cameron Bancroft, the captain, on 39 from 98. Whilst his number 4, Miles Hammond, is currently on 3 from 8 deliveries. And we will see a change in the bowling here. So Harry Conway will be given a rest by his captain, Luke Proctor. And on in his place will be Liam Guthrie.
Yeah, it was 6 overs for Conway, 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 13 to round out that spell, including the attempted 10-pin bowling strike at the end of his previous over. And they have the benefit, don't they, with Harrison, is the fact that Proctor can rotate Conway, Guthrie himself from the David Capel end. Plus, of course, they've got Safe Save to use if they need to as another option in case Harrison does need a break. But I think Calvin Harrison's going to be more than qualified to bowl as long as what he needs to. It's pretty rhythmical as a leg spinner, isn't it? There's not a huge amount of energy going through the crease. It's flowing leg spin action, but it is Guthrie, left arm, quick, from Australia on a domestic contract for Northamptonshire, so a good bit of business.
That one fired into the pads of Miles Hammond. Scarper through for the single, another leg bye given. Really the only extras we've seen so far today are leg byes. It's going well down. No chance of that being given out LBW, but yeah, again, I think this was quite shrewd recruitment for Northamptonshire to get him in on a long-term deal, and of course as a local player as well, as opposed to an overseas. I mean, I like Liam Guthrie, I must say. Saw him actually for the Warwickshire Twos last season. Not many people actually know that he was here in the UK in 2024, but played a couple of Twos matches, 1 championship, 1 T20 for the Bears. Here he is bowling to Cam Bancroft, his fellow countryman. Also has plenty of experience actually here in England. Played quite a bit up in Yorkshire. So had experience up in the South Yorkshire Prem and the Bradford Leagues as well in 22 and 23. Played for Tickle Cricket Club. So he's no stranger to English conditions. And I mean, he had a fascinating and electrifying start, didn't he? I mean, what was it, 10th delivery of the season for him, dismissing Zach Crawley by disturbing the timber. How we would love to get the big fish of Cam Bancroft. Adi Sharma chasing after this out at point.
Yeah, I remember that one. I remember reading the headlines about the fact that Crawley was under pressure and couldn't score any runs. And there was myself and Phil Rowe sat here with obviously a handful of spectators that had made their way into the ground. And I think we were all sat there thinking, I think Zach Crawley just got a really good delivery there. I'm not convinced that's headline worthy at the moment, but yeah, it was a beautiful bit of bowling by Guthrie. And I think Crawley on that moment did really well to miss it, to be fair.
No, it was a seed, wasn't it, from Liam Guthrie? Here he is to Bancroft. Straying down the leg side. It's one of those typical ones, isn't it? Left armour, tailing it back into the right-hander. I mean, whenever I see a dismissal like that, one immediate dismissal comes to mind. And it was Brendan McCullum being dismissed by Mitchell Stark. Very first ball of the World Cup final. One of the most iconic moments, I'd argue, in cricket history, let alone modern cricket. I mean, what a tournament that was for the Australians. Not so great from an English perspective. Yeah, I remember those late nights watching the New Zealand match and seeing Tim Southey get 7 for in Wellington, and then the defeat against Rubal Hussain and Bangladesh at the Adelaide Oval. But a great tournament that, and Grant Elliott as well, hitting that 6 at Eden Park and sending Ian Smith in the commentary box into absolute delirium. But yeah, just getting back onto the point in hand, Liam Guthrie, he does have the ability to shape it away from right-handers, but I think his preferred method of dismissal, I think for any left-hander really, coming back into right-hander is to either get LBW or bring the stumps into play. That one played gun barrel straight by Cameron Bancroft, and that will bring about the conclusion of over number 33. Gloucestershire 82 for 2 with Cam Bancroft on 41, and Miles Hammond continues to be on 3 runs.
Yeah, it's just watchful, isn't it, from Bancroft? He's gone past 100 deliveries faced now. Northamptonshire just bowling nice and straight towards him. Realised that LBW bowled are going to be 2 of the key dismissals here at Wantage Road. 17 overs remain in the day as a minimum. Got an hour and 10 minutes to get them in, so probably going to get a couple more than that, aren't we? Possibly 19 to 20 overs left in that hour and 10 minutes, what with Harrison bowling. I would imagine we'll continue to bowl exclusively from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Well, Harrison just moving the chess pieces about here. Has protection out at deep mid-wicket once more. Harry Conway also lurking at long on. Hammond takes a big stride into that one, looking to smother the pitch of the cricket ball. Look at this field, though. Really, really good to see this. Hammond goes for the sweep, and he's timed that really nicely and placed it even better. It's going in towards the shed over there, where the groundsman's equipment is. That is 4 more runs off the bat of Miles Hammond. Really meaty connection off the willow. Easy runs there, flowing for Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. Be brought back into the field of play there by James Sales. Just brings about the change in field as well. As Liam Guthrie goes into deep backward square leg. Still got the deep mid-wicket out there and long gone in the form of Harry Conway. Also a catching mid-wicket and Adi Sharma under the lid at short leg. Also got a leg slip in place there. And a more conventional slip, which is, of course, Ricardo Vasconcelos, the man who's taken 2 catches already. Another sweep shot wrapped in front. Harrison goes up for the appeal. Given the angle, though, I think that one may have been sliding down. Getting a nice bit of turn, though. Here is the loanee from Nottinghamshire. Certainly looking to make things happen. That one just evades the grasp of Adi Sharma. Nutmegs the first-class debutant. And the Gloucestershire pairing come through for the easy single. So another change in field here as the left-hander goes to the non-striker's end and the right-handed Bancroft 9 runs away from a half-century. He will now face Calvin Harrison as Harry Conway is brought up into a more traditional mid-off position. Bancroft looks to turn that one around the corner to no avail, and that will be the end of over number 34. Gloucestershire 87 for 2, Bancroft on 41. Miles Hammond, as a result of that boundary and that single, goes on to 8 from 14 deliveries. And there is the delivery from Calvin Harrison, striking outside the line. We've been sliding down past the off stump of the left-handed Hammond. It's been a fruitful spell so far, this. 12 overs, 1 for 35, including 3 maidens for Calvin Harrison, who I believe a lot of people in this ground will be thinking holds the key with regards to these breakthroughs. That's Liam Guthrie, the latest man coming into bowl here from the David Capel end. Currently wicketless at the minute, none for 19 from his 6 overs, including the 1 maiden. A very different approach here between the two bowlers, not just in terms of the disciplines, seam versus spin, but also in terms of the protection on the respective sides of the boundary. Of course, for Hammond here, it's the long onside pocket that he's looking for, and he's just worked it out there. There's nobody at deep square leg, so Gus Miller has to come across from deep fine leg. Scoops the ball into his hands, and score moves on to 89 for 2. Deft little shot that from Miles Hammond. So he goes into double figures, 10 from 16 deliveries. Here's Guthrie once more, keeping the Gloucestershire number 4 well and truly on his toes. Harry Conway plays a little bit of hot potato with that cricket ball. So 15.3 overs remain in the day's play. Deficit here for Gloucestershire, still 380 runs. Sounds quite imposing, that, but it's just a case of batting time and batting sensibly. Of course, it's 4-day cricket, plenty of time to eat into those trailing runs. That's a powerful shot and well fielded there by George Bartlett. Haven't seen too much of him in the field as of yet, but of course he's known for his fielding.
Yeah, he covers a lot of ground, just George Bartlett. Fields pretty much everywhere as well. Good ground fielder. Got a good arm as well from the deep, which often comes into equation in some of the Red Bull games. Good take. Yeah,
very good take, wasn't it, from Lewis McManus. Diving across to his right, superhero style. Just looking beneath us here in the comms position as well. Gus Miller, I wouldn't say it's a vigorous warm-up, but just beginning to get a little bit loose, just in case his captain decides to call on his talents. So that one almost squares up Miles Hammond. Trickles away to point for no run. That is the end of over number 35. Gloucestershire 89 for 2. Bancroft 41 from 104. Miles Hammond currently on 10 from 20.
It's looked, from the David Capel end today, it's looked like a different pitch to what we had the day before. Also as well, I think with the height of Conway and the pace from Guthrie, they're just able to extract just a fraction more out of it than what Gloucestershire were able to do with ball in hand. I will caveat it and say that the floodlights are on. They have been for a while. Obviously, the overheads are considerably different to what they were yesterday, but it's kind of the movement off the pitch, isn't it, that they're able to get a little bit more from.
Yeah, it definitely is. That was a nice cut shot from Cam Bancroft on the back foot. It's good fielding as well from Liam Guthrie, who was in the process of putting his sweatshirt back on. Or the overlayer. Harrison just juggles the ball about. Readies himself to bowl here. That's a lot more tight and disciplined from Cam Bancroft. Happy to build the foundation of this innings off the defence. Still has a little bit of company there, though. Luke Proctor happy to put the men in around the bat as, again, transfers his weight. Likes to take the attack to spinners on the back foot and give himself that extra degree of time. That's always something that interests me as well in terms of players who prefer to play spin on the front foot compared to back foot. I know that in county cricket, a lot of players do prefer that extra well, not even millisecond, I suppose, but that extra time in theory just to get into a position and manipulate the direction of the ball. Harrison here to Hammond. I always feel like the best players of spin are happy to do both, though. And as a spin bowler, just getting into the mentality of either a leggy or a finger spinner, it's always very frustrating when you've got someone who plays you on the front foot and actually meets the pitch of the delivery. So that's a full toss. Just about corralled in by Ricardo Vasconcelos, prevents any runs being scored. But yeah, just to reiterate the points with that, if you're meeting the pitch of the delivery before the ball even has chance to turn or spin, it's frustrating as a spin bowler. Just gets into the psyche a little bit, even if you do have men in and around the bat. That one a lot flatter from Harrison and batted back to the bowler for no run. So that will signal the end of over number 36. Gloucestershire 90 for 2. Cam Bancroft moves on to 42 and Miles Hammond remains on 10 from 23.
Yeah, it's just attritional cricket, which continues here at Wantage Road. You said 90 for 2 off 36 overs. The run rate just 2.5. It's not exactly racing along, is it? But Liam Guthrie will continue from the David Capel end. 2 overs, no maidens, none for 4 for the Australian in this second spell. 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21 in the innings. Stream is powered by Daffabet at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. And there is Ricardo Vasconcelos at first slip, Calvin Harrison at gully, Safe Zabe at leg slip. Got George Bartlett in there at a catching mid-wicket as well, as Guthrie fires in a Yorker to Bancroft, which is dug out by the Gloucestershire captain. Other fielders, you've got a cover. You've got a pretty wide mid-off with Luke Proctor. Orthodox mid-on. A square leg and a fine leg as well. That's Ben Sanderson on the field as doing 12th man duty. 12th man duty, didn't make the final 11 for this fixture. That's cut away. What a shot that is by Cam Bancroft. Bit of width on offer. Guthrie drags the length back. It's a bit of a drag down and Bancroft climbs into that. There's not been many bad balls through the course of the game, but he's not going to miss out on that one.
No, he isn't. That is Cam Bancroft 101, isn't it? To be honest, just waiting on that delivery. It was short, it was wide, it was tempting, and yeah, played that shot to an absolute tee. So Bancroft now just 4 runs away from what would be a deserved 50. I think he has batted incredibly well so far, definitely leading his side from the front. Miles Hammond alongside him as well, happy to just play the supporting role for the time being.
Yeah, it's dig-in cricket, isn't it, here at Northampton? And I think anybody that's able to go past that milestone, I think, is absolutely deserving of the adulations. Got 4 runs to get. If he is to get there, it would be his first 50 since making that 100 in his first appearance this summer for Gloucestershire. It's 281 runs at an average of 35 for the Australian. It's dropped into the leg side as well, and something that I missed actually for Cameron Bancroft, and it happened quite a while ago. But he was 10 runs away from 2,000 first-class runs for Gloucestershire before this fixture, which clearly he's surpassed as he's currently on 46. So apologies for sleeping on that statistic, Gloucestershire fans and Cameron Bancroft, but very well batted. A good career, good overseas addition for Gloucestershire. Got to be really shrewd. We spoke about Caleb Jewell and Blair Tickner for Derbyshire, but Cameron Bancroft's another one of those shrewd overseas signings that's really going to add quality to your lineup, not only with bat in hand, but also as a tactician, as a captain, as a leader, and obviously not in the reckoning for that Australian test squad. So you get that availability as well, which is ever so valuable.
It is, and we had that conversation, didn't we, yesterday, with regards to it's almost like gold dust, isn't it, having an overseas player for the entirety of the campaign. So valuable. Mentioned about Caleb Jewell, Tom Latham at Warwickshire. He's another one who's available for the entirety of the season.
On the leg side, good take by McManus. They are getting harder and harder to find, aren't they? With the constant addition of T20 and franchise and 60-ball cricket and T10 cricket around the world, a lot of these players, they're harder to find than what they ever have been in the past. Dean Elgar for Essex is a fantastic example of somebody that would be available. I know he missed the start of the season, didn't he, because of the crossover with that South African domestic 4-day competition. But when you think around and you think about players that might be available for an entire campaign, and it's not just whether they're likely to be selected or picked up in a franchise league around the world, as Cameron Bancroft will add 3 as Hammond comes through to complete it. But it's also an element of, can they meet the right visa requirements? Have they played enough international cricket? Have they played enough Big Bash cricket or whatever the tournament is in order to qualify for that correct visa to be available for more than a month?
And that is the key, isn't it? Because that's something which came into consideration with Fergus O'Neill.
Yeah.
At Nottinghamshire this season, Chris Tremaine.
Was he 3 Big Bash games away from being available for the entire season or something, Fergus O'Neill?
Yep, and he was absolutely unbelievable. Took 20 wickets in those first 4 matches for the East Midlands County. So, yeah, it is increasingly difficult, isn't it?
It's dropped into the leg side by Miles Hammond. Going to look for a couple as Harry Conway does the fielding. And brings up the 100 for Gloucestershire. 101 for 2 off 37 overs. But yeah, I don't know whether that's something that you've thought of, Aaron, but anybody is watching and listening to the live stream, if there's players that are springing out to you that you think would obviously meet that criteria, as I say, it's easy just to throw a couple of names out, but when you try and caveat it with all of that criteria, it's not the easiest thing to come up with a batch of names, particularly if you want a leader as well.
No, it isn't. And I think one of the best signings from last season, of course, he's changed counties for 2025, was Nathan Smith at Worcestershire. Now, that was a fantastic piece of business. Someone who is the dictionary definition of an all-rounder, bats, bowls, gun fielder. So he would immediately spring to mind. I think he would be a...
But he's already here.
Of course, yes.
That's Harrison continuing. That's the other tricky thing. It's who's available outside of the pool that are already around. Harris, obviously, up at Lancashire, has had a fantastic start. He's been over at Lancashire. Shan Masood's about to come back over for Leicester, but he's obviously been part of that PSL, so wouldn't be available for the entire season. You can rule out the BCCI because you're not allowed to play in 20-over cricket competitions in other nations around the world. So that takes away a fair chunk of cricketing talent. That's worked into the leg side by Cameron Bancroft and completes his 50 off 116 for the Gloucestershire skipper. As you said, Aaron, the first of his innings to surpass 50 since that 100 he scored in his opening fixture for Gloucestershire in 2025. But happy hunting grounds here at Wantage Road. 130 for the Australian this time last year, and averages 58 up here as well with the bat.
Yeah, he loves batting here, doesn't he? Does Cam Bancroft. Also a 39th career first-class half-century, that for the Western Australians. So, yeah, just to echo that sentiment, Dan, well batted. It's been a proper captain's knock this so far from Cam Bancroft.
Certainly has. That's a drag down from Harrison. It's pulled away, but Hammond can't put it anywhere other than down towards James Sales, who's patrolling that leg side boundary. Yeah, it's just gritty. And as I say, as a makeup, as a cricketer, it feels like this is perfect's the wrong word. But no, sorry, Cameron Bancroft feels like the perfect cricketer for this situation. This doesn't feel like the perfect situation for Cameron Bancroft. I'm sure he'd much rather the ball was skipping off the surface and just hitting the middle of the bat more often than not, and the outfield was quicker than what it was. But he feels, or I feel like he has every tool required to be successful here in some pretty tough conditions.
Well, he does, and I think at times you need that grit, you need that steel, you need that almost combative personality, don't you, to just dig in and graft away. And honestly, full credit to him so far. We said it was not going to be easy. Those first 15 to 20 overs with the ball nipping about a little bit more would have been challenging, but yes, so far it's been so good for Cam Bancroft, and even this partnership as well. I know that we've almost used that as a buzzword so far in this game, but you had 41, 31, and this one also at 31 for the third wicket. It's just about building these consistently and not gifting away your wickets. It is a surface which it's not ridiculously easy to score runs on. You can see that with the run rate, but even that has climbed a little bit. It was around about 2.25 10 overs ago. So, yeah, Gloucestershire doing a fine job here.
Yeah, they are indeed, as Guthrie continues, starting his 4th over of the spell. The 3 before that, conceding 15 runs. So that will be a contributing factor to that run rate, just accelerating slightly. Conway was miserly, wasn't he? But as we've spoken about with Guthrie, he will search for wickets. He will pitch the ball up. He will make mistakes. He is the quicker of the Northants seamers, the left arm fast bowler. Hammond 13 off 26, and there's a big drive down the ground, but can't get it past Gus Miller, who finds himself at mid-off. So we've got a minimum of 11.4 overs remaining in the day, and we've got 49 minutes in order to bowl them. So we're going to get extra overs today.
Yeah, not often that happens, but again, that's a testament to both sides and the fact that they've been willing to give spin a try. So Guthrie comes into bowl to Hammond.
Oh, there's a big appeal from behind the stumps. Guthrie joins late, and the umpire quickly says not out, but McManus, Vasconcelos and Harrison went up big for that one. And again, just drifting down the leg side. One thing that you kind of notice between Northamptonshire and other counties is the veracity of the appealing. Lancashire a couple of weeks ago, everybody went up with an appeal. Northamptonshire haven't done that really. It's a great shot by Hammonds. Guthrie over pitching, and it's hit up past Luke Proctor, who does the fielding and keeps it down to just a 2.
Yeah, it definitely does. It alters throughout the country. I think Gloucestershire are a side who aren't really like that. They're not going to appeal absolutely everything, but yeah, it's differences, isn't it, in terms of the different counties. And in fact, talking of those counties, I'll give you a little bit of a run through the scores.
Yeah,
after this over. Also had a result in the 4th and final quarter-final in the Vitality T20 Women's County Cup.
Down the leg side, 2 straight from Guthrie, turned away from Hammond, finds Harry Conway, who's grazing down here in front of us at fine leg, and it is just a single.
Yep, and of course he'll now transfer over to the other side of the field, won't he?
He will indeed, in his own time.
It's funny you just say that. He was very, very slow jogging his way over there, but Conway is now in the correct position as Proctor just has a debrief with Liam Guthrie.
Yeah, so it's just the 1 slip now for, oh, it's gone up. It's floated in the air for a long time through that 45 region. There's no fielder there. There's a leg slip, and there is James Sales behind square on the leg side, but it's another single for Cameron Bancroft. We are up to 107 for 2 off 39 overs. So the deficit 362 with 8 first innings wickets remaining. There is an awful lot of cricket to be played over the next 2 days and 45 minutes. And at the moment, Aaron, it all feels pretty 50-50. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But we all know what can happen in first-class cricket. You do have the ebbs and flows, and at times it feels as though the game is just meandering through the motions. But you can't afford to let your concentration lapse. And That's why it is so absorbing at times. You look at this passage of play and you think that Gloucestershire beginning to enter a little bit of assertiveness. That's a really good bit of fielding, deflects it into the path of James Sales, who will underarm it back for a single. But you feel as though you're in control. And then it's that stereotypical cliche thing, isn't it, of 2 wickets falling in quick succession. You look at this, for example, 108 for 2, you're thinking, oh, great, fantastic. It's all comfortable and plain sailing. Hammond goes for the sweep shots. Nice connection on that. Out towards the aforementioned Sales for 1. But all it takes then is for that score to go to 120 for 4.
Yeah.
It's a different scenario, isn't it?
Oh, of course. Absolutely right. And then that deficit 360, which just starts to look a bit bigger, doesn't it? But still a long way to go for Gloucestershire to get up and close to what Northamptonshire were able to put together in that first innings. Predominantly through the bat of Rothesay, James Sales, Calvin Harrison, and Lewis McManus as well. But they've made a good early inroad to it. They've surpassed that 100-run mark. And as I say, they've spent time out there. They'll realise how challenging it was. They'll have had that feedback from the bowlers. They'll have had that feedback from James Bracey behind the stumps. They'll have heard those conversations between the Northants batters as well. It wasn't exactly a secret, was it, what they were about to walk out and bat on it? They knew what the script was going to be. They knew it was going to be tough. They knew it was going to be a bit sticky, keep a little bit low, and it is going to turn. Oh, it's a big drive from Bancroft, nearly sneaking underneath the bat of the Gloucestershire captain. It's a dot border finish. It's just 2 runs from it. The 109 for 2. 40 overs have been bowled in the innings. Hammond is on 17. Bancroft on 52. Partnership worth 37 off 60. And it looks like we're going to have a change of bowling as Cameron Bancroft and Miles Hammond have a drink in the middle there. That's an interesting bit of trivia for you. And I know you'll probably know the answer, but how many bespectacled county cricketers are there at the moment in active duty?
Oh, that's a very good question.
Because you don't see many, do you? But Miles Hammond there with the specs on.
Of course, you've got Jack Leach down in Somerset.
Yeah.
Absolute hero, isn't he, here in England and Wales? Martin Anderson doesn't wear them during games, so whether or not that counts, but that's a very, very interesting question, actually. One that we'll ponder, but just before we ponder that further, I'll get you up to date with that quarter-final score up in Wheatwood, where the Birmingham Bears, or Warwickshire, have made their way into finals day on Monday, the 26th of May, down in Taunton. Here is Luke Proctor to Hammond. That one races away down towards the deep third boundary. Fielder cutting across from what was deep point, but to no avail there. It's James Sales. He's fast, but he's not that fast. Just worked his way through the gap, but yeah, the Bears beating a spirited Yorkshire side by 10 wickets up in Wheatwood. It's been a great campaign, I must say, for Yorkshire. I've covered quite a few of their games this season, and as a side, they've got plenty of exciting talent. So commiserations to Yorkshire and congratulations to the Bears for booking their place at finals day alongside Lancashire, the Blaze and Surrey. And speaking of Surrey, we'll talk of the defending county champions in just a few moments' time. Proctor bowls here to Miles Hammond. Yeah, we'll start down in the nation's capital at the Oval. Essex, I tell you what, are batting very well at the moment. 125 for none in their second innings. Paul Walter on 79 and Dean Elgar, as expected, a gritty 42 at this stage. Then in the West Midlands derby, well, we're off for bad lights at New Road. Worcestershire were bowled out for 181 in their first innings, and in response, Warwickshire 53 for 1, leading by 99 runs. That's a genuine edge, and it races past the Northants fielders in the slip cordon. 4 more runs. Not the most convincing of shots, that from Miles Hammond, but it eats into that deficit further. 8 runs already coming from the first 3 deliveries of this Luke Proctor over.
It's just swinging from the hand, isn't it? And offered to straighten off the pitch. It went straight down, to be fair to Miles Hammond. You've got safe save there at almost 4th slip or gully under the helmet because he's standing so close. And I think if he'd have managed to have stopped it, he would have done well. I don't think that had got anywhere near carrying through to safe save.
No, it hadn't. It would have been an absolutely stunning take, wouldn't it, if he would have been slightly over to his right-hand side. Hammond this time decides to work that out just in front of square leg. Some good running results in the one converting into a two as Adi Sharma throws it back to McManus. In the game up at Headingley, Nottinghamshire, the Division 1 leaders, 152 in their second innings. The lead currently stands at 219 runs. In the game in Durham, the home side bowled out for 159 in their second. Somerset required 265 runs for the victory in that one. Proctor tests Miles Hammond once more. And in the fifth and final Division 1 encounter, Hampshire in the Southern Derby, 49 for 2. They trail Sussex by 94 runs with 8 wickets remaining. And yeah, at the end of this Luke Proctor over, we'll also get you up to date with the scores on the doors in the second division, especially with that one taking place at Grace Road.
This one's starting to come a bit freer now from this Luke Proctor over. It was Misley at the start, wasn't he? That opening spell. We're going for, was it 5 runs, I think? Maybe even less from that opening 5 overs, but that one has gone for 10. So runs coming for Gloucestershire. You will say 8 of them came off the outside edge, so weren't exactly flowing. We're going to have a change of bowling, a double change of bowling, I think, here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. We're going to have a change in spinner. Calvin Harrison, who finishes 10 overs in this spell anyway, 1 for 31. The leg spinner is going to be replaced by Saif Zaib, a man who should be on top of the world right now with a new career best to his name. 159 runs earlier today. Slow left arm for Saif Zaib, and he's been working incredibly hard on his bowling and wants to bowl more. He jokingly said yesterday that he'd already spoken to Luke Proctor about seeing if he's going to get a bowl in this game, and he'll be delighted that the ball's been chucked to him. He's got a canny knack of picking up a wicket, Saif Zaib. It'll be exciting to see whether there's any turn or purchase here for Saif from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and we'll see how the ball's coming out of the hand. But yeah, what's going on in Division 2 then, Aaron?
Yep, so we'll start at Grace Road, where Leicestershire, the league leaders, 397 for 6. Zaib starts off by conceding a single on the onside there. Yeah, saw those centuries from Rayan Ahmed and Lewis Hill a little bit earlier on. Ben Cox and Ian Holland going along nicely in that game. Then in the fixture in South Wales, Middlesex 97 for 5, looking to eat into their 280-plus run deficits against Glamorgan, who are looking for 3 wins on the trot. It's been some turnaround for the Welsh outfit.
Yeah, Zaib there, just inviting Hammond to turn that one into the leg side with Adi Sharma around the corner at short leg. Should be some quicker overs here, so we're going to get not a great deal of turn from Saif, as that's just dropped back of a length, and it's going to run down towards the covers here, and it's going to go. The outfield been on the slower side, isn't it, through the course of the fixture so far. It's Harrison, I think, does the tidying up.
It certainly is, and yes, in terms of the third and final game, aside from this one, of course, at Wantage Road, taking place at the County Ground in Derby, Kent's 142 for 1 after 32 overs. Ben Compton and Daniel Bell-Drummond going along at a nice tick so far after the early wicket of the returning Joe Denley.
Yeah, obviously a good batting pitch up at Derby. That previous run, or couple of runs there, brings up the 50 partnership between Cameron Bancroft and Miles Hammond, and Saif Zaib takes a quick single there. Oh, it's a wild throw from Calvin Harrison. I think if that was on target, I think Miles Hammond was struggling there, Aaron. And Harrison has picked that up and flung it past Lewis McManus. And well backed up in the end, but geez, I think Hammond was gone. I think if that had found the gloves of Lewis McManus, I think Hammond was really struggling. As it is, I think we're going to have a little bit of a delay here as Miles Hammond wants a fresh set of gloves. Get a look from this end now. You've got Hammond running up the screen. I'll slow that. Oh, it would have been close, wouldn't it? it would have been very, very close. Didn't feel like there was a single there, but and your captain says yes, you respond. And it was a single in the end, and Bancroft moves to 54. Hammond on 30, 124 for 2. Trail by 3-4-5. Minimum of 8 remaining. We've got 35 minutes left in the day's play, so we will get those 8. And a handful more as well. Safe save looks to wrap up his first over and finishes it with a bit of a Yorker there to Hammond. End of the over then, 5 off it. 124 for 2 off 42 overs.
Yep, decent start that from Safe Sabe. Of course, almost had that run-out opportunity, which I do think would have been quite touch and go that from Miles Hammond, but the throw, unfortunately, from a Northants perspective, was way wide of the target, so no harm done for the visitors, but the partnership just ticking along nicely, isn't it? 52 from 75, that run rate continues to climb, and it is almost the carbon copy of what we saw from Northamptonshire. It's the fact that it was a graft, it was a grind, wasn't it, early on in the piece, and then as soon as the shine is taken off the ball and you've got 2 guys in the middle who are used to how the surface is acting, the runs seem to be scored with a bit more freedom. So, yeah, it's been a decent effort this from Gloucestershire so far.
Yeah, Proctor continuing and goes with a bumper for the first time in the innings. Look, Proctor's one of those tricky bowlers. If you're a favourite, if you're a familiar face on the live stream, you'll hear this a lot, but he's quicker than you think, Luke Proctor. Got a really strong and skiddy shoulder. It's no great gather, no great build up through the run up, but really throws that arm over, generates that pace off the ball there, which Bancroft tries to guide past Adi Sharma at point. Hammond here quietly just motoring along, isn't he? Strike rate for Miles Hammond, 30 or 41 on a pitch that everybody else has really had to be a bit dogged on. He's ticking along very nicely at the non-striker's end, just casually leaning on his bat handle there. Bancroft again has the answer. Defending Proctor back down the ground. Well, it's been fantastic, Aaron, that we've avoided any of the weather. We've had no delays at all. It doesn't look like even bad light's going to come into play this evening for us. Those darker clouds are going to hold off until we get through to 6 o'clock this evening. The floodlights have been on. Good news for the club that they had this as a fixture allocated for the use of those floodlights, because otherwise, yes, we possibly would have had a bit of time off earlier on today. Haven't seen the light meters come out, have you? I think it's just a case of a nod over to the ground staff to push the big red button and turn the lights on.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the light meter make an appearance so far today, which is always a bonus, isn't it? Proctor here to Bancroft. I do wonder, actually, in terms of just the planning on that, whether or not the fact that there could have been rugby on today actually came into consideration. It felt like half the town was at Northampton Station today. Plenty of support going down to South Wales. Of course, wishing Saints all the very best of luck. We won't ruin the score from that, just in case there are some people out there who are recording the action for later on. Another bumper there from Luke Proctor, but
that's some commitment, that, isn't it? To watch the Northamptonshire live stream live and then record the European Cup final to watch later at close of play. I think that's remarkable commitment to, as you'll call it, the Tudor Rose at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Maiden for Luke Proctor, 7 overs, 1 for 16 for the captain. Zabe will continue. Whether Harrison gets another bowl before the close or not, maybe from the other end, we'll see.
Well, that was going to be my next question, actually. Do you think at some point, maybe in the dying embers of day 2, we could see spin from both ends?
I think it's worth looking at. That is really flighted, and Gus Miller's almost dived over the top of that one. It's not going to go to the boundary, as we've said quite consistently through the course of the piece. but Hammond will add another 3 to his tally. It was overpitched by Sabe. And Miles Hammond, player of his quality, isn't going to miss out on that. Was the 100 here, wasn't it? Last year as 112 at Wantage Road. Averaging 35 this summer with 350s to his name as well in the calendar year for Miles Hammond. So been a good start for the Gloucestershire middle order batter. On there, defended back to safe save by Cameron Bancroft. Still Vasconcelos remains in at first slip, but have you noticed much turn through the monitor here, Aaron, from safe saves? Guthrie does well to cut that off.
I wouldn't say it's major, to be honest. It's not exactly making me think that it's turning an absolute mile. Of course, we'll have to wait and see tomorrow after a little bit more wear and tear on the surface. It's just genuine spin so far. That's how I'd describe it from Safe Sabe.
Yeah, that one flighted up there nicely again, but Hammond advances, gets there on the pitch of the ball and runs it out to Calvin Harrison at deep cover for a couple of runs.
Of course, the other caveat with that is naturally as a finger spinner, you won't get as much turn necessarily unless there's assistance from the track itself. You always expect a little bit more rotations from the leg spin.
Yeah, that one did turn, didn't it? Turned and bounced from Safe Save, which was well played by Hammond in the end. Thick inside edge down to Liam Guthrie on that short side boundary. So it's 131 for 2 then, Gloucestershire, off 44 overs as we just begin the final 30 minutes of day 2 here at Wantage Road.
We certainly do, and that will give some encouragement, won't it, to Safe Sabe and I imagine to Calvin Harrison if he is going to get a bowl in this final 28 to 30 minutes. Luke Proctor, though, it will be from the David Capel end to continue his spell. Of course, he was the man who got the last, or I should say the first breakthrough, in fact, of Ben Charlesworth, caught by Vasconcelos in the slips. How he'd love to get another one of these Gloucestershire left-handers out as he steams in here to Miles Hammond, who plays that into the ground, plays it with nice soft hands, guides it out towards deep backward point for a single. And yeah, of course, just speaking of the strike rate, this is something which Miles Hammond is more than capable of. I wouldn't say to this extent 37 from 45 every single game. I mean, that is quite pronounced at this stage, but I tell you what, he is a fine cricketer, is Miles Hammond. Has plenty of shots in the locker. Loves taking down spin as well. Already seen the sweep shots at his disposal. Cracking shot that from Cameron Bancroft down towards Liam Guthrie. He's doing a little bit of work on the ball, keeping it alive. I haven't really seen too much movement, to be honest, since the lacquer has dissipated. In terms of the Gloucestershire seamers, didn't really see any, if much, reverse swing either. Proctor bowls that well outside the eye line of the right-handed Bancroft. But yeah, without sounding too cliche, I mean, we're set up for a pretty big morning session on day 3. The deficit will still be significant, to be honest, for Gloucestershire. It's one of those where you'd still rather be in Northamptonshire's camp, but does appear to be getting slightly easier for batting at this stage.
Yeah, well, don't forget they had the heavy roller on there, didn't they, before the start of this innings. I would have thought that would have worn off now at 43, 44 and a half overs, but again, if it is a bit low and a bit slow, then maybe that impact just lasts a bit longer. You can see that it's got a nice shade on it, but it's not particularly green, is it, as a cricket wicket? But yeah, it'll be one of those crucial first hours again tomorrow morning.
Is that our sentence of the week?
Oh, no. Every
sentence of the year.
Hey, there's crucial first hours every day.
It is funny because it's so cliche, but it is so true, isn't it? It does enter the psyche on for both sides, doesn't it? The fact is, for Gloucestershire, that first hour if they can command proceedings, you think, okay, that they're going a long way to not lose this game, of course. They've got to be positive from there to try and force a win. But as for Northamptonshire, again, 2-3 wickets in that first hour. It's rifled again off the bat of Miles Hammond. That's a really good effort from a diving James Sales. Makes that look effortless. Fad just cuts it down to 1 run. So that rounds out Luke Proctor's 8th. He has figures of 1 for 21. Gloucestershire 136 for 2 after 45 overs.
Yeah. Still just tough going, isn't it? Attritional cricket that, as I said, we've not really been used to see here at Wantage Road so far in 2025. It's all happened quite quickly, hasn't it? With wickets falling, games being completed inside 3 days. The Kent game in particular happened very, very quickly. I've just seen as well, changing the subjects, that the couple of the ground staff have made their way over to the tractor down in front of us here, which is connected to those covers. So there's a telltale sign that the radar is saying there could be a sprinkling of rain in a moment. So they're just there just in case they get called on. You can see a couple of specks on the window, can't you, in front of us as well, where it's obviously just starting to damp a little bit out there in the middle. It should be a shame, wouldn't it, to end the day with a shower? But that said, I think we've done, looking at the forecast and the build up to this week, we've done incredibly well to get as much cricket in today as what we have done. So if we did lose a couple of minutes at the end, it wouldn't be the end of the world.
No, it wouldn't be. And in fairness, the outfield actually hasn't been as slow as I anticipated after coming in via the train to Northampton this morning. I thought that would have been a little bit more sluggish, just given the fact that there was so much rain overnight, as that's another big sweep and no connection there off the bat of Miles Hammond as McManus whips off the bails in a flash. But yeah, we've seen little pockets, haven't we? Especially down there towards the heavy sweep where it has been a little bit more slow compared to yesterday. But other than that, I think the ground staff have done a wonderful job. Zabe continuing to test Hammond here. Final delivery of his 3rd over. Another big sweep shot. Cracking connection on that one. I don't think it will be cut off, or will it? That was an admirable effort, wasn't it? Out there in the deep. It will be 4 more runs. It was James Sales, the man on that occasion, trying his best to dive across to his right and shepherd it back into play. But in the end, the ball wins the race. It just deflects off the elbow. That's desperately unlucky. And at the end of the 46th over, Gloucestershire, as a result of that boundary, move on to a score of 140 for 2.
Yeah, it was a brilliant effort by James Sales. Did everything he possibly could, couldn't he? Just threw himself at it to keep it in play, but wasn't able to do so. Looks like he's just overstretched slightly down there as well. The ground will be harder than what you think before you go and throw yourself down on the outfield. But this bit of deja vu cricket, really, from this spell from safe saves, similar to Ollie Price's yesterday in the 46th over. It's just felt like it just let a bit of pressure off, hasn't it? And scoring's become a little bit easier. Hammond now 42 off 53.
Well, that'll be a single off the bat of Cam Bancroft. Worked out to deep square leg for a single. Yeah, and the run rate continues to climb, doesn't it? At points, it was hovering around about 2.2, now stands at 3.04. So fair play to Gloucestershire in terms of actually just setting up this innings well. It's exactly what Gloucestershire did. It hasn't been easy at times, but when you're in, you can cash in. And look, Cam Bancroft is doing that. I suppose the one anomaly is Miles Hammond, 42 from 53. Kind of going against the grain at this stage. Looking to be the more positive of the two. Clips that off the hips out towards deep backward square leg, where Adi Sharma will collect the cricket ball. But yeah, even so, aside from the big booming slog sweeps, I mean, Miles Hammond himself hasn't come out here, started scooping and ramping and reverse sweeping and trying to smash the leather off the cricket ball. He's just played good cricket so far, and at this stage, Northamptonshire just struggling to contain him at this point. Maybe it's some early Any difficulties here against the left-hander, and that is one of the shots of the day. Goodness gracious me. Miles Hammond races onto 48 from 55. That is a beautiful, languid flow of the bat. Holds the pose a bit as well, almost acknowledges the clean strike off the willow. He inches ever closer to what would be a well-deserved half-century. Cracking strike that. Luke Proctor, as is the case with many a seam bowler up and down the country and across the globe, backs that last delivery where he overpitched it with a short ball. In fact, it's too short. It's been given as a wide. So the first wide of this inning, I believe the first ones were...
Do you know, I think that might have been a proper wide, Aaron. That was loose from Luke Proctor. It was frustration, I think, having just been stroked through the covers by Miles Hammond the ball before, just misdirected bumper.
Well, Hammond attempts to work that backward of Adi Sharma at square leg. Can't do so for the time being. Of course, for Hammond as well, I think this is a big opportunity for him. Just looking at the career stats, 30 50s, only 5 of them have been converted to centuries. I think he'll fancy his chances on this one, but he'll have to reset, won't he? At the end of day's play and heading into that third day tomorrow. And that will be another single here for Miles Hammond. Moves on to 49 from 57 deliveries.
It'll be interesting, and it'd be a question I'd be genuinely curious to ask Miles Hammond. It'd be one of those, you faced 57 balls, you've got 49 runs to your name. Do you feel in? It's a pitch that's given the body language and the impression that none of the 12 batters preceding Miles Hammond gave the impression of being in. I'm not convinced even Safe Sabe would say that he was in. He said he didn't feel brilliant yesterday. Whether he started to do a little bit more so today or not, I don't know. But it was interesting, actually. It was Tawanda Muyeye and Jack Leaning for Kent, the opening weekends here in 2025. Very, very different batting scenario, very different pitch, but they both scored half centuries. And they both said at the end of it, they said, didn't feel in at any point during that innings. So just curious, really. That would be if I could get a genuine, honest answer and not a cricketer's answer. So, yeah, absolutely, I feel in. I'm in the battle. It's genuinely, do you feel in at the minute? Because he's making it look pretty easy.
Yeah, he is. He's making it look very easy. And we will have another change of bowling here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It'll be George Bartlett to come on to bowl here. So Luke Proctor again, shuffling the pack, utilising different bowling options to his disposal.
A different look, isn't it? Orthodox off spin for George Bartlett. Yet to take a first-class wicket in his career. Has bowled a little bit this summer for Northamptonshire. And I mean, what a time it would be to take one, George.
Well, it's a crowd catch, isn't it? Ricardo Vasconcelos wheeling away. A little bit of theatrics there. Maybe just to get the crowd back involved. Good character, isn't he, Ricardo Vasconcelos? Got a lot of time for him. Here is Bartlett again. Invites the big shot from Miles Hammond, who almost loses his balance. Bartlett to Hammond once more. That one rifled away. Will be cut off by the fielder out in the deep, and Miles Hammond will reach a 31st career half-century in the first-class format, raises his bat aloft, acknowledges the travelling Gloucestershire support. And that has been a phenomenal innings. Look at that strike rate, 83.33 on a pitch which has proved to be very difficult and challenging at times. Well batted, Miles Hammond. Now it's a case of going on to convert. Bartlett coming around the wicket to the right-handed Cam Bancroft. 150 also coming up for Gloucestershire, so a little bit of a double whammy as a result of that single. Will Bartlett prove to be the golden arm that Northamptonshire so desperately require? As Hammond wisely tells his captain to go back to the non-striker's end. Absolutely no need to risk anything silly at this stage. 15 minutes remaining here on day 2. Still quite a hefty deficit of 318 as Hammond again looks to expand the arms. Very languid cricketer, I think, is Miles Hammond. Goes back to that debate or conversation or dialogue, whichever nomenclature you want to describe it as we had earlier about left-handers. There is just something magical about a left-hander. Always think of Kumar Sangakkara, Adam Gilchrist as well. Goodness me, some of the shots that he produced.
And he's made this look easy, hasn't he? He's just taken to this game brilliantly. Just a real outlier, an anomaly of an innings, to be honest with you, from what we've seen so far. He's 51 off 61. Everybody else has struggled. Everybody else hasn't got the timing of it right. It's been quite perplexing as to what we've seen here. It's been a fantastic knock for Hammond. He's going to get a trial of leg spin now, a change of ends for Calvin Harrison. So we are going to get spin at both. You're going to get what you were hoping for, what you were wanting. This ball is going to turn back into the body of Hammond, but he's got that short offside boundary. And I mean, hey, the way he's striking them, a few of those could be heading down towards the coffee van.
They most definitely could. And yes, this is a nice final 15 minutes for me as a fan of spin bowling. So let's wait and see if the duo of Northamptonshire tweakers can get something going here. Short leg still in place, as well as the slip to Miles Hammond. He's been wrapped in front and given. Calvin Harrison gets the breakthrough for Northamptonshire. And Miles Hammond, shortly after reaching a thoroughly deserved half century, has to depart for 51 from 62. Spin to win, works again. Calvin Harrison, he was persistent. He was nagging with the line and length. And in the end, he pins the front pads of Miles Hammond as Gloucestershire fall to 152 for 3. It's a late breakthrough here on day 2. And it is that man, the X-Factor, Calvin Harrison, on loan from Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club, who does the damage once more.
Yeah, it's just turned back into Hammond, like we said, and looks like he's just got trapped on the crease, didn't he? He's tried to work it through the leg side, and I think Miles Hammond might think he's just got himself outside the line here. We'll get a replay. He does go a long way across. We'll get the front on replay, and we'll get a better look on this one. What's your initial thoughts? He's batting on off stump for starters.
Well, in the end, actually, it's his back pad, isn't it? I thought it was his front pads.
It is. Umpires call potentially on impact, I reckon, on the LBW there for Hammond. And I think on another day, that decision might have gone in his favour rather than against him. But in this instance, it has gone in the favour of Calvin Harrison. And interestingly as well, we've got Matt Taylor out as the night watchman.
Yeah, one of the great oddities, isn't it, in first-class cricket. Again, we could have that conversation tomorrow if Matt Taylor does actually survive the final 12 minutes of the day's play. But is there much point in a night watchman? It's one of those conversations which I've had on many a platform, to be honest. And it's one of those things I don't mind, to be honest. It just depends on who comes out into the middle. Because there are some players who can be very good as a night watchman. And, you know, they've got a strong, solid, sturdy defence. They can see out the dying embers of day's play, and that allows for your more established batting options, the opportunity to rest and refresh ahead of a full day's play. Yeah, that's a conversation that we could have tomorrow.
Most cricketers now do have a solid defence, don't they? There aren't, as we said earlier in the piece, when we spoke about Liam Guthrie and Harry Conway, and not exclusively about them, but the bunny doesn't exist anymore in cricket. That's yeah, I think Calvin Harrison's just tried to welcome Matt Taylor to the crease. He's just pushed that one out the front of the hand, hasn't he? And didn't quite get it right with the line. Just trying to get one just to slide on and target those pads.
Well, that one much more confidently played by Taylor, who's facing off against Harrison for a third time. Take 3 on this occasion. Squeezes the ball out towards Liam Guthrie at backward point for a dot ball. Well, well, well. I tell you what, if the 4th wicket falls, Northamptonshire will be absolutely over the moon. Currently 152 for 3. In what's otherwise been, I'd say, an even evening session.
Yep, I would agree with you. I would agree.
As Harrison comes into bowl once more. Another muted appeal. Dan, you were shaking your head straight away. So that will be a dot to end out a wicket maiden from Calvin Harrison, who will receive a ripple of applause from the members and fans in attendance here at Wantage Road. Currently has figures of 2 for 40 from his 16 overs. And I think we'll continue to, well, I say continue to see George Bartlett. No, we won't. Harry Conway coming on to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And yeah, the reason I said it was relatively even, at tea, Gloucestershire were 41 for 1. So they've added 111 for the loss of 2 wickets. And look, we expected that to be the case. It hasn't been a ridiculously high-scoring game as of yet in terms of 150, 180 runs being scored, for example, in a session. But yeah, I think Gloucestershire have played a deft hand so far. And this will be interesting now for Matt Taylor to try and survive the extra zip and venom of Harry Conway compared to those last 3 spin bowling options. Conway having a chat there with his captain, Luke Proctor, who's just sending Gus Miller, I think, a little bit squarer. Indeed it is. He goes just behind the umpire there.
Yep, don't mind this tactic. I'm sure there'll be an attempt to try and give Cam Bancroft 1 and get Taylor on strike, which will be the role of the night watchman, won't it? To face as many balls as possible. So it won't be like Bancroft's going to try and protect Taylor here. Taylor's got a job to do and he's got to be up to it. So they've gone back to their strike bowler. Oh, and that's brushed something on the way down, and Conway's got him. He's got the big one. He's not worried about Taylor. He's got the Gloucestershire captain. It's a bit of a snaffle. It's a burgle down the leg side. A good catch by McManus. And another bowling change has worked. The classic bang, bang. 1 brings 2, and Northants have got 4. And it's the big one. Bancroft for 60.
It's the huge one. It's the Gloucestershire captain, and he's been flirting with that a few times today in terms of the little glance behind to the keeper. Big appeal earlier on, and then we saw the one which came off the face of the bat, went for 4 runs down towards the vacant deep fine leg region. All of a sudden, the Northamptonshire believe that they can make major breakthroughs heading into day 3, because it's a tale as old as time. We spoke about it earlier on in this session. 108 for 2 looks very good. 152 for 2 looks even better. Now it's 152 for 4. You've got a night watchman out there as well. And now entering the crease, well, it's Cam Green. Cam Green in what is his final match for Gloucestershire in the 2025 season. His stint unfortunately comes to an end after these 4 days in the East Midlands. Wonder what's going through his head at the moment. So I don't think he would have been expecting to come out to bat, to be honest. As we see the replay of the dismissal there, it's definitely come off the bats. Bancroft knew straight away. Bows his head in disappointment. I mean, it's just a slight lapse in concentration, isn't it, from the Gloucestershire skipper? And yeah, with 7 minutes for the day's play left, far from ideal for Mark Alane's men.
Up against it, aren't they? Up against it. And, well, the night watchman so far has done his job. The irony is they've lost the established batter of Bancroft as Conway is into Cam Green. Another one that Conway will have a bit of an idea about with Cam Green in the middle. 2 imposing figures here, 6.5 foot plus at either end of the battle here. 1 with ball in hand, 1 with bat. 2 slips in place for Northamptonshire. Bit of a free hit now for the host, isn't it? You can go a bit more attacking, a bit more aggressive with just 10 balls remaining in the day. 9 now as Green defends that one back up to Luke Proctor.
Yeah, this is a matchup I quite like, to be honest. Harry Conway said about it, he's a bubbly character who looked to get into the face of Cam Green here, and Green's stint at Gloucestershire has been nothing short of exceptional. Twin centuries against Kent, and also got that match-winning 67 against the White Horse of Kent on Monday in Bristol. I mean, he's just been a brilliant addition on and off the field. I spoke to a bunch of the Gloucestershire players on Monday, and he's just a beloved figure in that dressing room. He'll be a big miss in terms of both batting and the off-field stuff as well. McManus comes up to the stumps here, looking to apply the pressure on Cam Green, who works that out through the covers. There'll be a chase on here for the fielder. I believe it's Liam Guthrie out there in the shades.
Yeah, McManus up to the stumps to Conway, I think, sir. That's an exciting move, I think, for the wicketkeeper. I don't know how many other people would be getting up to the stumps to the big 6.5-footer, Harry Conway. Just trying to pin Green back in his crease, isn't he? One ball left in Conway's over. If Taylor stays on strike, do you go leg spin? Or are you tempted to throw it to Guthrie and give us... I don't think Guthrie's warmed up, so I think that probably the question's answered before I've even finished asking it. But could you be tempted?
Well, I'm just looking here. This is interesting because they've actually pushed the field out a little bit to try and keep Cam Green on strike. So it will be Conway to bowl here to his fellow Aussie. That one defended, so it will be Taylor on strike here. So let's wait and see what Luke Proctor has in mind.
Yeah, it'll be Harrison. He's just taken the jumper off anyway. But the end of a successful over, another successful over, 2 bowling changes for Luke Proctor there to bring Harrison into the attack to get the wicket of Hammond, to bring Conway into the attack to get the wicket of Bancroft. And not only the 2 wickets, but the 2 batters that were established, the 2 that had passed 50 each. Captaincy's easy when it works like that. But it is going to be Harrison to bowl the final over of the day. There's 3 minutes left on the clock. Unless this is the quickest over in first-class cricket history, it's going to be 6 and done, isn't it, for Northamptonshire? And it looks like we are just about to evade the weather as well, as we're getting pretty gloomy over towards the town centre. So it's Harrison to Taylor. Can Taylor survive the remaining 5 balls of the day and make sure Gloucestershire start again tomorrow morning at 4 down? So you said it was 50-50 at 3 down. I still think it's relatively 50-50, but I think Northamptonshire are just ahead now with this evening session. 4 wickets back in the hutch. Night watchmen can be awkward, can't they? Can Harrison get rid of them? And an inside edge that evades everything. 3 balls to go in the over. As I say, I don't think we're getting another one in. But the ball's not travelling very far, is it? Which does speed proceedings up slightly. It's just ticked to 17:59 on the clock in front of us. The big clock just above our head is the one that the umpires will use. That's played into the offside. So 1 left. It will be a case the umpires have to be set, don't they, by the close in order to get another over in. 1 remaining delivery. And Taylor wisely taking his time between the 5th and the 6th. And it's a great finish. Northamptonshire race around. Eyes on the umpire coming in from square leg as to whether he gets there. Conway tries to dish the hat and the jumper to the umpire and hurry him along. And I think Northamptonshire are going to get 1 more in here.
Yep, they will do. They've done it just in time. Just looking at our clock, it's just ticked over to 6 o'clock.
You'd move a bit quicker if 6'7" Harry Conway came over and give you the hurry up, wouldn't you?
Well, this will be the final over of day 2. So, Dan, take it away.
Yeah, it's going to be Conway from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. You can hear Northamptonshire through the effects mic, geeing up the big Australian, and Conway, well, Green takes a quick single. Well run. It's Guthrie there in the covers that reacted well to it. And yeah, Cam Green's done his job there. He wanted to be off strike. He doesn't want to face any of Harry Conway at the end of the day. So over to you, Matt Taylor. You got 5 to survive. And I'm sure the message from Cam Green here is, do whatever you want to do. I'm leaning on my bat handle at the non-striker's end, and I'm not running.
No, absolutely. That's the sensible thing, isn't it, for Cam Green? No unnecessary risks. Don't go out your crease. Don't get run out at the non-striker's end from a tip or a deflection off the hand of Harry Conway. Just stay firmly rooted to the spots. Proctor continues to change the field here. Gus Miller goes out to a wide-ish deep third / deep backward point.
Yeah, short leg and 2 slips as Conway tests out the middle of the pitch and makes his way down to see Matt Taylor on his follow-through. He faced 11 deliveries now, 12 deliveries now, Taylor, without scoring. Well evaded, just pulls everything out the way of the ball there as it goes through to Lewis McManus. So 1-5-5 for 4 with 4 remaining in the day's play. Gloucestershire trail by 3-1-4 with 6 first innings wickets remaining. Played nicely by Taylor. Big stride forward, big defensive shot by the night watchman. What have you made of the day's play, Aaron, as we just wrap up proceedings here as Conway makes his way to the end of his mark?
I've quite liked it, to be honest. I think at times it's, as you would describe it, attritional. It has been a toil. It's been hard graft. It's been a little bit gritty compared to what we've seen here at Wantage Road so far in 2025. But I actually think we're quite nicely set up now for a fascinating day 3.
It's down the leg side. There's an appeal from the slips, but nothing from Conway. You've got 2 to go. Ground staff just about to spring into action. It's just started to drizzle out there, and drizzle slightly heavier than what it did earlier today. Sure, we'll get these final 2 deliveries in. So 2 slips, a short leg. Bartlett's in there at short mid-wicket as well. Interesting just field placement, isn't it, at this stage of the game? You'd think you'd get another couple in there and around Matt Taylor just to put him under a bit of pressure. A couple more maybe on the square. As Taylor just calmly defends that one to, I think it is still Adi Sharma under the lid there. Conway trudges back to the end of his mark for the final delivery. Yeah, I think you're right. It's been a fascinating day's play. Yes, it was attritional at times. I don't think anybody would deny that for the majority of the batting innings from both sets at the moment, with the exception of Miles Hammond, who raced along to his half century. There's the final delivery of the day. It's a short ball and it's gloved away down to the fielder at deep third. And that is it. The end of the day's play, 156 for 4 Gloucestershire. Trail by 313. It'll be Cam Green and Matt Taylor to open the innings tomorrow morning on day 3. You can see the ground staff, or you could see the ground staff before you switch to our ugly mugs. But that's been it. That's been the end of day 2. It's been a fascinating day of cricket. Northamptonshire, I would say, are on top at this stage of the game. They've got the lead. They've got those first innings runs. But there's still so much cricket left to be played here with 2 days to go.
Well, there is, and I think that Northamptonshire will trudge off the field the happier of the 2, to be honest. It was looking dangerous, wasn't it, with Hammond and Bancroft surpassing their half centuries, but those 2 late wickets, courtesy of Calvin Harrison and Harry Conway, have just opened the door. It was, I wouldn't say it was slammed firmly shut, but now it's a little bit ajar. So, yeah, we'll join you in less than 24 hours' time for an 11 o'clock start on day 3 for what should be another gripping day of county championship action. So, from myself, Aaron Viles, and from Dan Jadzovic here on the Northamptonshire stream, thank you very much for our company today, and we hope that you've enjoyed the coverage. And yes, we'll see you in around about 16 or so hours' time as Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire look to lock horns again on day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship fixture.